done took it too far. Buy a VIP ticket, don't get left behind. But the fine print won't say no refunds this time. Don't delay, better pray he actually return that day. Cause if he don't, we gon' laugh and turn you over to a low story. The rapture's coming, are y'all ready this time? Love the 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far. September 24th, sun still in the sky. No trumpet, no angel, no Jesus to fly. Your rent still due, and your boss wanna know why you quit last week. Saying he was gon' show, pastors delete TikToks, tryna pretend you weren't cocky. Stand 10 toes down, yeah, like Tariq Lombardi. Believers looking salty, can't explain it well. Don't even worry, y'all knew they coming next. Rapture is coming, are y'all ready this time? September 23rd, they say the stars align. He gon' burst through the clouds near Washington Park. Too late for repentance, no Noah's Ark. Sell your house for 1K and even your car. We ain't laughing, we ain't playing, you done took it too far.
There you go, long body. For a wayward woman that wasn't too you know I was a wayward child, right? What's that song? I was a wayward child with the weight of the world I held deep inside. I can't remember. What is that? Is that Mariah Carey? Yeah, I was a wayward child, long body. That's okay.
I like
Pressure
the
wasn't
word.
in that song. Pressure in another song. We love Pressure, and we love El Oso Ray, but Tariq Lombardi is a one of those Christians that call people demons and shit. He one of those Christians that be like, you's talking so much non-truth, and if you need to read your Bible before you start making videos talking about my Jesus, let me give you some scriptures. First Corinthians and Galatians, Pauline Paul. That's Tariq Lombardi. We love El Oso Rado.
Not no swampsters.
What?
Like swampsters. I can't even say it. I can't even say it around. You too country for me. I can't even do it. Yeah.
The what?
I said I can't
What you
even say
talking?
it because you too country. You know how they say scrimp, scrimp.
Scrimp. We don't say scrimps.
You just said swampsters.
No, what? No, I didn't. I said
You said
scriptures.
you said scrumptures.
I said scripture.
You said
Scriptures.
scrumptures like
I
shrimp,
said
shrimp,
scriptures.
shrimp,
I said scriptures.
shrimp,
Scripture. That's why I said First
scrumptures,
Corinthians.
scrumptures. I guess it was,
I
scramp.
don't say scrimps. Scrimps. What's up to the YouTube fam over there? What's up,
Might
Jag?
as
What's up,
well.
Cleveland Cooley? Rodney, what's up? Brent, what's up? Want to let y'all know that I did put the playlist together of the songs. I'm trying to figure out how to get it to the nerds, to the YouTube nerds. I got to figure out how to get the link to y'all. If y'all are not in the Discord, if you want to be in the Discord, please reach out to a YouTube mod so we can get you the private link to the Discord, and then it'll be easy for you to access the playlist via that. But if not, Chicago's gonna teach me how to talk to y'all on YouTube because I don't know how yet.
And the best thing about YouTube, they did update it. Now you can actually add one guest on if you ever go directly on
What?
YouTube. You can have one
When?
person on at a time.
Oh, y'all, we might have somewhere to go if the American Israelis take over this app. We might just be going to YouTube and doing one guest at a time. The fact that they're doing one guest at a time tells me that they're going to end up adding, they're going to end up letting you do more. They're probably
Mm,
like playing around with it to see if they can create the same type of experience
right.
that we get with TikTok Live, which this is perfect because they know damn well if they do what they're trying to do, they're gonna lose a lot of money. TikTok is TikTok USA because motherfuckers are already saying we're not downloading no app that is backed by Zionists. So like
Well,
they're gonna waste a lot of money. I'm not downloading the shit. I'm just telling you that now.
they don't even need you to download because like the way they change the stuff. Like one when Rubberneck got injured and everything like that, a lot of us black folks was like making videos about it, and we were getting like views out the butt. Like there were people getting views out the wazoo. Then all of a sudden, when a day or two happened, and then they recognized what was going on. Those paying people lost their account. Like I had a few big creators who lost their whole main account because they was speaking negative on Rubbernecky. So yeah,
Who is Rubbernecky?
I'm not even gonna go into detail with you. You know, you already know.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Orange head?
Nope. But
I don't.
we're gonna just move right along. We're gonna move right along. They get it down there. That's all that needs to matter.
No,
They
because you
know.
talking to me on the stage. I need to know. Give me another clue.
You know,
Who is that?
Cabernet.
Oh, okay. Thank y'all. Why rubber? What the rubber got to do with it?
I don't know because it was rubberneck when he got hit in the neck. He just rub it out.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, you got to say, I say it in such a way that the AI and everybody else can't really get it right away. You know what I mean?
I mean,
You gotta,
I guess, but call me a motherfucking AI, Chicago John.
you
Somebody
are,
did ask me if I was an AI the other day. She said,
you
"I'm
kind
so
of,
scared of you." She said, "I'm so scared of you." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because I don't think you're real." She said, "I don't think you're real. I think you're an AI." I was like, "I'm not no fucking AI."
well, I mean, but that's just the neurodetergents. So it's okay. So I'm a neurodivergent at the same time. So I get it.
What's the difference between the neurodivergent and the neurodetergent?
So the divergent is a virgin who got near getting his but never got some. So he stays a virgin. So he got near with it.
Also said, "Thank her." More like, "Thank him."
Mm, 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 mm.
You know, I have two sides of me.
I can see, but
I got two personas that like don't fucking play with me.
we know, you know.
I ain't mad about that.
We know though, but yeah, but I can see you as a good rope. I mean, AI, you would be a pretty good one until it start like losing battery and stuff, and want to do world domination, and then you hear that elevated voice of yours. I mean, it kind of happened a few, every time back when they had the old system and you were talking and it had that echo, and you was all elevated and stuff floating out of your chair because of all the air you had from your vape and everything, just blowing it out there, and you was just floating. So it happens.
Oh, pretty cool. So there a surprise guest is coming to Bash's Halloween party.
Ooh.
I summon Baal every night. Wait, hold on. Did you forget what account you were under? And also, huh? Like after I just showed you so much love. Seriously? Did you forget that you were not long body, homie?
Don't be doxing people, please.
They already know who he is. Why are you trying to act like it's a secret? They already know that.
Just because you can reveal God ain't real, that don't mean you need to reveal Santa Claus and all these other fictional characters ain't real. Just destroy one deity at a time.
I didn't. They already knew who he was. I didn't do that. They knew who he was from the beginning. Why are you
Anyway,
tripping, man?
make sure y'all get those super power ups too. Those little level nines. Those are pretty good as well too. Even though I think you want to take away our imagination and our dreams. See, that's the thing. That's the thing with these. These wonderful Jezebel ladies. They take away the spirit of the Lord and try to say, "Look at this. He's off the person." Mhm.
Wake up, tap up, it's time for the ride. Thinker in the room, y'all know the vibe. We live tonight, it's a whole new mood. Tap that screen, if you feeling this groove. Sing with me, Chicago. This ain't cause life, and we go all night. Trolls in the comments trying to say my soul, but
Nigga,
the check I joke, yeah, we already know. Bring your Bible verses, swing them like a bat.
nigga,
We gon' snap it right back, turn the lies to facts. This the late night lane where the truth gets bold.
get it
History, human
over.
stories retold. So
Get our
flood that
soul.
screen, let the numbers climb. We
Ain't no
learning, we laughing, this think of
soul
time.
for
We
your
live
end.
tonight,
You ain't gonna
it's a whole
heaven.
new mood.
You ain't going
Tap that
nowhere.
screen,
You'll be in the
if you
dirt.
feeling this groove.
Yeah, keep going. You ain't living for the Christ.
This ain't cause life, and we go all night. Don't need no savior in my live
Every
stream. Just
mm,
thinkers, rebels, and a wild ass team. If you came for control, better move aside. We got facts on deck and the chat on fire.
So share this out, let your people slide through. This the cave where we hide, where
Y'all
we
send
tell
your
the
super
truth. Now the
your
not
super
just tears, so
popular
the squad
vote.
is tight.
Make
Snippets
sure you
alive and
hit your
well
heart
night.
me's.
We live tonight,
mm,
it's a whole new
Move.
mood.
we are
Tap that
free.
screen.
If you're feeling
Mhm.
this groove,
Ain't no God
fit the text on
inside of
side.
me.
It's thinkers live and we go all night.
Now,
It's thinkers live and we go all night.
now that sounds like if you do like if y'all redid the trailer of Sinners and stuff with Thinker and everybody was in there in that movie. It sounds like that, like a Thinker Sinner version. I can totally see that.
That sound like a sinner song.
A Sinner song for sure in there. Who would be
Sound like
Cornbread?
something. What was his name? The one that had the guitar. What was his name? You look like Michael B. Jordan. You really do, Oso.
What? Let me look. I've never.
Oso said he looked like Michael B. Jordan.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, hey, a man can dream, so it's good. So,
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
ain't nothing.
All right, y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. Yeah, we've been talking about this, Jesus being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity for 4 months, maybe longer. Maybe longer. But I was just thinking before I went live that not one believer. Hold on. Who is this? Persephone. Hold on. Persephone? Oh wait, she
She's
damn, did she
sleeping.
get out? Do you see what her name is?
Future ex Mrs. Something.
Mrs. Longbody. Future ex Mrs. Longbody.
Mm.
Yes, that you believe he made you, whatever your name is, have us use them. Have use what? What the hell, y'all? What do y'all be thinking when they say username? Like, what be going through y'all's mind? I can can you read that? Have use. have yous in them's? Have yous in them's, Peggy? Are you asking if he's in you?
See?
What are you trying to say? Have you seen? Wait,
Have you
that's have
seen Miss
you
Peggy?
seen Miss Peggy? Ain't no way in hell.
You've been reading too much Hebrew.
Wait, hold on, wait. What? Oh, okay. I see.
Man, no more new languages for you for like at least a year to detox you.
Man, what the fuck? That don't. No.
Cause I was looking for what you were talking about. I'm like, I don't see what she's talking about. I'm scrolling up and down. I feel like Habba Hita, Iba Habba, Uba Gooba.
Oh my gosh. It didn't. Nope. It went right over my head. I swear. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Y'all know she loved talking in tongues, so I thought it was never coming back. So
Yeah, that wouldn't. No, that shit does not. It did not look like. Have you seen Miss Peggy? It looked like have. It looked like what I said. It looked like. That's why I was having the toughest time. But Miss Peggy, yes, I'm talking about that one. The one you think created you. Yes. The very fact, the very fact that there were two people, actually three, who prayed and fasted and believed that Jesus told them he was coming back on September 23rd, and that turned out to not be true. Now, either Jesus lied to them, or Jesus was fucking around for a laugh, or they weren't talking to a Jesus. They weren't talking to a God, right? And this just keeps happening, and I don't know when y'all are going to like just admit that you're talking to yourselves in your head and stop trying to make everybody else's life a living hell on earth with this hateful ass belief system. And it's filled with a lot of hate masquerading as love, right? Like you say it's love, but the beliefs you hold around it are hateful as hell. And it's been 4 months that I've made the statement that I feel that this Jesus, this idea of Christianity, a belief system where Jesus is God, Yahweh is God, behind Christianity, is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. That's and no believer has been able to change my mind on that, and not even just with scripture, but their behaviors when they come on stage, the things that they agree to, the things that they excuse. Like it's been 4 months, 4 months, and it's just gotten worse, honestly. So yes, that Jesus. But if you think that maybe you are a different type of believer and you think that you can get me to see this Jesus idea, this Jesus character differently, then the guest box is open. Neither do you, Dean, but you still come into my live stream, right? Neither do you, but here you are, Dean. Now, answer that question for yourself. Why are you here, Dean? Quickly, since you tagged me and you wanted me to respond to your comment, why are you here?
why have you found a good clippers for that beard, man? It's like,
Why
good lord.
you will come up with the proofs soon? I don't give a damn if your Jesus exists or not. Like you want to y'all want to argue whether or not this thing exists. I could care less if it exists. I still don't like it. I don't like it because I don't like what it does to you. I don't like what it does to me and my life. What proofs are you going to come up with? If you can't come up here and show me something different, convince me something different with the beliefs that you hold or the way that you behave, or show me how this Jesus has affected humanity in a positive way, then you might as well not come up here. I don't give a fuck about arguing whether your Jesus exists. You ain't never seen me argue that shit because I could care less. That's not going to change my, if he does exist, it ain't going to change my mind. It's the beliefs that y'all hold, and y'all don't listen to that. Y'all don't hear when I say it is the beliefs that I don't like. Y'all don't listen to that.
Look, I'm about to hop down because you're going. If you get a chance, please just text me what you're trying to do too, so I can, make sure I look over it because I'm not gonna really remember when I wake up or so. But just if you text me in the middle, I got you.
Okay.
All right.
I
All right.
calling me an angry black woman doesn't bother me, Sue.
She better not be.
I don't give a I don't give a fuck if she black or white or Mexican or whoever. Calling me an
Definitely.
angry black woman don't mean shit to me.
She's a
I
rubbernecker
don't
with
give
a
a
red
fuck
hat.
about your fucking microaggression. That ain't
Definitely a
gonna stop me
rubbernecker.
from cussing your motherfucking ass out. I will cuss your motherfucking ass out as an angry black woman. Y'all, the time is coming to where y'all little fucked up little weapons y'all think that y'all have that white supremacy created for y'all to shut black women up. That age is gone, motherfucker. I don't give a damn about you calling me an angry black woman. I don't give a damn about you calling me bitter, aggressive. I don't care. I am what I am, and I am the only one who can assign value to that. You cannot. And I ain't got nothing to do with the fact that you are scared of people who express their thoughts and do it with confidence and authority. Run, baby, run. That's all I can say. And cry at the same damn time. Mona Mia, did you come up on purpose or on accident? I think she came up on accident. Those be the ones that be like, oh my God, well, you're so mean. You're so rude. Why won't you let me call you an angry black woman? You're supposed to love. You don't have to get so angry. It's okay, Mona. I figured it was on accident. Matt and Chimp, did you come up on accident or on purpose?
I'm sorry, it was on accident.
Okay, no worries. Have a good night.
Thanks. You too.
If I don't think Heart 31, why the fuck are you here to listen to me? That means that your ass don't think. That means that you sat here, you clicked on YouTube, clicked on Thinkers Live to sit here and watch Thinker Not Think. That's some dumbass shit. And I bet you thought you ate with that. Thinker doesn't think. Ooh, burn. That's part of the fucking most intellectual shit you ever said. Think, think. Ooh, I'm smart.
I think you need to reset your gift goal.
Okay. These motherfuckers is dumb. Lamont. Lamont. Little Mont. Are you scared, Little Mont? Are you there? Vessel to the Most High. Are you there? Are you scared? You said just listen. Why don't you just say why don't you say it through the microphone? Why are you typing it? I'm gonna take it down. I don't want you to shit your pants. Like, do y'all get like scared when y'all come on stage? Like, if you come on stage on accident, like, do y'all like, does your voice box like freeze up? I'm just trying to understand. No, it's okay if you came in accidentally, but like, why text in the comments and say, "Hey, I'm just listening." Like, why not say it when you're on stage? Like, you hear me calling your name and you wait, and then text instead of saying, "Hey, thinker accident." I'm just gonna say, "Okay, no problem. Have a good night." But making me keep calling your name while you type something, why? I'm just asking. There's another thinker in here.
The name is Thinker. I hardly know her.
Where? Let's see. Oh, okay. Well,
You
oh, ha.
yes?
Well, y'all know who that is. That's also Ray's ass. I think I got a little too passionate too early in the live that I have scared them off. There were a few of them in the guest box, and then they left. I don't know. We have Dean in here who's waiting till he has proof. I don't know what kind of proof he's gathering. And then we had the vessel to the Most High who was just on stage, but he wouldn't talk. Maybe he's at work and he couldn't speak. I don't know. I don't know where the Christians are. But the good thing is that the live isn't just for Christians. If you are also deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, and maybe you want to reflect on the last 4 months of this conversation, something that you've been thinking about, you can come up, have a conversation. If you are an atheist, and of course, if you are a nerd, the guest box is open. This is a time where we can reflect on this topic that we've had for the last 4 months, whether any parts of the conversation has affected you in any kind of way, whether it's made you wonder if your deconstruction is the right path, or whether it furthered your deconstruction. The guest box is open. North Star,
Hey, how you doing?
good. How are you?
I'm not too bad.
Can I get your age, please?
34.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? A believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer in the God of the Bible. I wouldn't say I'm a Christian, but if you versed enough in the Bible, then I guess you would be able to understand where I'm coming from.
Well, I'm not I'm not looking to talk to just Christians. Like, it doesn't matter to me if you identify as a Christian or not. That's why I asked if you are a believer in the God in the
Yeah,
Bible.
yeah. 'Cause
Yeah,
I wouldn't call myself a Christian, but
yeah. I'm
I'm
not
kind of a
asking if you are
mixture
a
of
Christian.
a mixture of a lot of or a mixture of a few of the monotheistic beliefs. A little bit of Christian, a little bit of Muslim, a little bit of Hebrew Israelite, a little bit of Jewish.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm not asking if you are a Christian. Like, I'm not even asking if you identify with a religion. I'm just asking if you're the God that you believe in is the God in the Bible.
According to who in the Bible?
Say that again.
I said according to who in the Bible?
What do you mean according to who? I'm asking if you, North Star,
Yeah.
believe in the God in the Bible. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
I
asking.
do. I asked the question that I asked because if it's under the I guess under the prophet of Jesus Christ, then
I don't want to talk to Muslims. I'm not here to talk to Muslims.
I'm not a Muslim, like I
You
said.
are. You are.
I'm not.
You do hold Muslim
Now you're gonna
beliefs.
tell me
You are
what?
because you're calling Jesus a prophet, and the conversation I'm going to have is with people who believe Jesus is God, whether they identify as a
Okay,
Christian or not.
so
So I'm
okay.
not. Listen, I'm
So
setting a
there's the
boundary.
clarity.
Hey,
Yeah, okay,
hey,
I
hey.
understand that and I respect
All
that.
right. Thank you. Have a good night. The way they be trying to like sneak in the conversation, like you are a fucking Muslim.
Man, that's crazy. Instead of just saying who you are.
Yeah, like just be honest. Locked down Bowser.
Yes, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I've been up here before, a long time ago, but I was basically deconstructing. But tonight I'm gonna say I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Okay. And how old are you?
33.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
One second. Okay, sorry about that. I just wanted to read it real quick. Um, can you hear me okay? I'm like breathing hard
Yeah.
and
No.
okay. Mm, this is hard. Um, he's evil.
You believe that Jesus is evil?
Oh, I'm sorry. God. I was talking about God. I'm sorry.
Wait, do you believe Jesus is God or do you see them as separate?
I'm not sure, but I grew up understanding that Jesus is God. You get
Okay.
what I'm
And
saying?
then your deconstruction, you're starting to see them as separate entities.
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that the God in the Old Testament is evil and Jesus is good.
Yes.
Okay. You want to tell me why?
Yes. When I'm as I'm speaking to you, I'm just going to be very blunt and everything.
That
So,
I
we can
appreciate that.
no problem. No problem. Okay. The God of the Bible in the Old Testament was quite aggressive. When Jesus came, my understanding of Jesus, um, mm, 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 mm. I just don't want to get in trouble with what I'm saying. There's 300 people in here.
No, it's
Anywho,
okay. We're very like I don't candy coat in here.
hmm
You don't have to candy coat unless you're worried about like family members hearing you or something. Is that
no, not really. Okay. Let me just say it like this. I do have an issue with being judged. I'm on these things a lot and everything, and I say what I say sometimes, and also, I mean, common sense is common sense. If we need to feed
you
the
are you
hungry,
worried
feed the
about the
feed.
comments?
No, 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 not at all.
Oh,
Heck
okay.
no, absolutely not. I'm not even looking at. Let me tell you what I'm doing right now. I am looking at my father's book that he wrote about 20 years ago, and I have not cracked it open because my father was a pastor and I really didn't appreciate a lot of stuff. Okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
Yeah.
I'm finally opening it and I'm just powering through it, if you will, because it's basically the regurgitation of exactly what I've heard all my life, right? So that's just very hard to read, that he put it on paper, you know, and stuff like that. And so in my studies learning about Jesus and God, I do see that God is very aggressive in the Old Testament, and I see Jesus as what is it called when you a
A
barrier or an airbag,
pacifist,
right? Like an airbag,
like
if that makes
protecting
sense.
you from the evil.
From the impact of God's wrath, which, in my opinion, God's wrath is aggressive and it's quite evil. You get what I'm saying? And I'm hearing what you all talk about in here and everything. I enjoy your live. Okay, period. And I just it's just aggressive. It's very aggressive and it's evil and I don't like it and I don't like how I feel about it. When I think about the God that I'm supposed to love and that's supposed to love me, it does make me feel uncomfortable. So it's very hard for me to pinpoint, but like I said, for tonight's conversation, I'm gonna be very blunt.
Okay, and I appreciate that because it's going to challenge me, and hopefully it challenges you.
Yes.
And so what I want to start off with is asking how you see Jesus as the airbag that's protecting you from Yahweh's impact, right? Because from my perception of Yahweh, he punishes, right? Believers see him as the sovereign entity over all of humanity, and any decision he makes is just, right? So the same things that happened in the world under Yahweh's reign before Jesus came, those things still happen. When a person becomes a believer, they're not necessarily protected from hurricanes hitting their houses. They're not protected from dying from cancer or their children dying from cancer or, being kidnapped or dying in a car accident, or being shot in the face when they call his name. They're not protected from hunger. Like I I guess I'm not seeing the airbag in Jesus that you're seeing. So if you can help me see how you see that.
Okay. Let me bear with me 1 second. Okay. So one of the scriptures that I came across was I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head because I'm trying to find it. Basically, when Jesus was being tempted by Satan after he fasted, and what my father is saying in this book is that is how we ward off, aka airbag, aka we call on his name, on the name of the Lord, and we're able to ward off the devil, to put it plainly, right? And everything. So how I was taught is that, for example, saying the name of Jesus in a time of in a storm, right? Saying the name of Jesus in a storm will calm the storm automatically. And I personally have experienced many a times where I'm not sure if it's because I called Jesus or if it's because I calmed myself down, right? You understand? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like the airbag is, from how I was taught about Jesus, is like I said, him being the barrier in between God and human, or his creation rather.
Oh, do you see the God in the Old Testament as Satan, though?
Oh no.
Okay. So, in the example that you gave where Jesus is being tempted by Satan, and he's tempted not to use his divine power to satisfy his hunger, I don't necessarily see how that applies to humans because we don't have divine power. Like, we can't turn stones into bread. I also don't understand him refusing to even do that because his fast was over. He had fasted 40 days. He could have eaten. Was it just to say no because it was Satan? Like, I don't see the power in that. He was the second one was for him to throw himself from the temple so that he could get protection from the angels. And his response was, don't test God. Right. And so the devil was like, show, basically show that you can be protected by your father and his angels. And he goes, thou shall not tempt the Lord thy God. And so that tells me, like, if you are wanting to, where he says test and prove me, or test the spirit and see whether it be of God, you really can't, because Jesus is saying here, don't test God, right? Like, when, if you want to be, make sure that God can protect you, you can't test it out. You just gotta wait and see when it's time, right, to see if God is going to protect you. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know if you can tell me what your dad wrote about that specific thing.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to tell me what he wrote about Matthew 4? Hold on,
One
let's
through
pull it
11.
up. Did he do Matthew? Which one did he do? Matthew, Luke, or John?
Matthew 4, 1 through 11.
Okay, yeah, let me
And
pull it
so
up real
I'll
quick.
read it while you pull it up if you want me to.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So let me, my daddy will say, go, do the scripture before and after when you read it. Um, the the title of this page is How Do I Use the Words of Jesus?
Okay.
And this says, should you find yourself being tempted to do some things you did not, you did when you were unsaved, remember how Jesus dealt with the devil. It is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God. It is written again, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Uh, and then dot dot dot. He says, or ellipses. Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and only him shalt thou serve. And then he says, read Matthew 4, 1 through 11. That's how Jesus dispatched the adversary, by quoting the word of God.
The thing is that he didn't necessarily quote the full word, right? When he said, "Do not put the Lord your God to the test," that was only for the way they tested him at Massah, when they were asking for water and they were about to die in the wilderness, which I think is pretty crazy because Moses gaslights them into believing that them asking Moses for water was them testing their God, right? And he quoted Deuteronomy 6. Let me see. I think it was 6 and 5, or hold on.
I'm going there right now.
Okay, let me see. Wait, that's you should look. That's what he quoted to the. That was the commandment that he said was the greatest. Here we go. Do not put the Lord your God to the test as you tested him at Massah. And like he didn't he kind of re he kind of paraphrased it and kind of reinterpreted it, because it doesn't mean don't test him ever. It means don't test him the way you tested him at Massah. The like the Israelites were in the wilderness, and I don't know. Do you know of this about this story?
Not necessarily. The only I'm not gonna lie. The only thing I really know is what you repeated to me. I never understood what the Bible has said, and it has always been hard to, pick a scripture with my finger, as I've heard you say multiple times, and that's the universal experience, right? Pick a scripture with your finger and then figure it out. Very hard. You know what I mean? So I'm not
Yeah.
really sure. Um, I'm not really sure.
Okay, and that's okay.
Thank you.
I and I get what your dad is saying, because Jesus does give that, when he says one does not live by bread alone. I'm sorry, not that one. He says, yeah, again, it is written, do not put the Lord your God to the test. Yeah, it does say that, but it doesn't say ever. It says, as you did in Massah. And we can read it if you want, so you can kind of see what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay.
And let me
Hold
grab
on.
my
Let me find out where it is. Huh?
I'll be grabbing my highlighter.
Okay, give me just a second.
Thinker, we need a new goal.
Okay. I thought I just said one. Hold on.
Some people said F your goal, we want another one. No, that's nasty.
Okay, I'll set it in just a second. All right. Um, okay. From the wilderness of sin, the whole congregation of the Israelites journeyed by stages as the Lord commanded. They camped at Rephidim, but there was no water for the people to drink. The people quarreled with Moses and said, give us water to drink. Moses said to them, why do you quarrel with me? Why do you test the Lord? So do you see what the testing is? Like they're just they're just asking Moses for water. Like they're in the wilderness. They had been banned to the wilderness for 40 years, wandering in the desert, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they're just asking for water. And Moses says, why did you test God? But the people thirsted there for water, and the people complained against Moses and said, why did you bring us out of Egypt to kill us and our children and livestock with thirst? Now, a believer would say, well, they shouldn't have said this, right? They're complaining, they're not trusting God. And when you're in that type of situation, right, you're in the desert, you have your children, there's no water around, and you're thirsty and about to die of thirst, who wouldn't ask the person that you just met, because they didn't know Moses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, who wouldn't be like, like,
I'm
dude,
sorry.
what are you doing, right? Like, who wouldn't ask that question? So Moses cried out to the Lord, what shall I do for this people? They are almost ready to stone me. The Lord said to Moses, go on ahead of the people and take some of the elders of Israel with you. Take in your hand the staff with you, which you struck the Nile, and go. I will be standing there in front of you on the rock at Horeb. Strike the rock, and water will come out of it, so the people may drink. So, like, the God didn't say, "Oh, them damn Israelites are testing me." Like, he was like, "Okay, go. I'm gonna lead you to a rock. Strike the rock so they can get water." Right? Like, it seems like the God understands, right? Moses did so in the sight of the elders of Israel. He called the place Massah and Meribah because the Israelites quarreled and tested the Lord, saying, is the Lord among us or not? And this is where the testing is, right? But they're saying this to Moses. They don't know this man, right? Moses is like, oh, I got a God for you. This is your ancestors' God who promised your ancestors wealth and land and influence and power. Follow me, and I'm gonna, do that for you. And they're damn near about to die in the wilderness. What they see is you know, hunger. Like they had gone through a period of hunger too, right? Like who wouldn't ask this? But
Yes.
yeah, but what Jesus quoted was, "Do not put the Lord your God to the test, as you tested him at Massah." And
Okay.
he left off that part.
Okay. So basically Matthew 4, 1 through 11, I should connect the dots that, I'm sorry, connect those dots with Exodus.
Yeah, Exodus
Okay.
17, Deuteronomy 6, 16, and Exodus 17, 1 through 7.
17, 1 through 7. Okie dokie. Okay. All right. What was the original thing? Oh, Lord.
Matthew 4, Matthew 4, verse 7.
Oh, no, I was saying the, what was the original question? What was my original question? Or the original topic that we were talking
How,
about before we
how
went to
how do
this?
you see Jesus as the airbag? And you were saying
Okay.
that you were reading what your dad wrote pertaining to Jesus being tempted by the devil in the wilderness.
Okay. So would you say that this is completely out of context? Um, in this book that my daddy wrote. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I think your dad was writing from a place of what most theologians have written in commentary.
Mm-hmm.
And he was writing from his own understanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you don't really see a lot of theologians quote Deuteronomy 6:16 when talking about this and pointing out that Jesus didn't quote the whole scripture.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. All right now. That's I mean, I have more. I could go, if we
Yeah,
could
you
talk
can
about
keep
more.
going. There's no
Okay.
there's no time limit.
Okay.
Selena, are you able to mute? I think I hear hubby. Are you able to mute?
You know what?
No, that's
I
not
was not.
Selena. That's
No,
Selena's husband. I mean, that's not pressure. That's Selena's husband.
no, that's my baby. Yeah.
Oh, that's your baby?
No, I mean
Sorry.
that's my baby, my husband.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you able to mute?
Yeah, I didn't know I was unmuted. On my side, it looks muted.
Oh, okay.
So I'm
No.
a I'm a drop and come back. I'm a drop and come back.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. No, there's no time frame. So yeah.
Okay. Um, so again, I'm coming from a place of I would hate for the world to think about me like this, but basically a child who was like, Dad, you talk a lot about the Bible, but look at the world versus what, or how about look at Christians versus what Christians are what's supposed to be, or what Christians are supposed to be, or at least what you keep telling me I'm supposed to be as a Christian, right? So the next thing is getting connected to God's power. Now, clearly, obviously all Christians know the way to salvation. Romans 10, 9, and 10, born again, everything like that. I kind of I do want to know what you think about salvation itself, and then I could tell you about the 7 steps to getting connected that he talks about here.
Yeah. So I've been asking believers for the longest what this salvation does while they're here, right? Like what Jesus does for humanity. The one of the questions that we've had for probably the last month was, is Jesus the problem or the solution to humanity? And the answer they always give is he's the solution because of salvation. But when they talk about this salvation, they automatically say that the benefit is after death, right? Eternal life and not going to hell. And they have not been able to talk about what this salvation actually does while they are alive. And it's almost as if they know that it does absolutely nothing while they are alive. Nothing that a human who doesn't have this salvation can't do themselves, right? So what I see is that the salvation that a lot of believers claim to have is the ability to just be very unpleasant, undesirable towards humanity and still feel like they're morally superior. It's kind of like a like a club that they belong to that gives them a pass to be horrible humans, whether it's in their bigotry, whether it's them cheating, committing adultery, cheating on their taxes, just doing things that they would judge other people for doing, and still be seen as righteous or holy and worthy of eternal life. It's like a get out of jail free card.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So it's called the 7 steps to getting connected. Oh, thank you for that as well. I'm sorry for that. Um, the first one, I'm just gonna do the headings because again, this is low key my first time looking at this, but I'm just going off of what he told me. Um, Kingdom membership, kingdom power, kingdom connection. Okay, daddy. Pay your kingdom power bill. Okay, daddy. Have faith. Remember the promises of power and receive. Daddy, dad. Receive before you see. God dog. God damn it. Now, mind you, just for context, my dad passed away last year,
Oh,
in
I'm
March.
sorry.
It's okay. It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
I'm still grieving, but I love my daddy. But this stuff right here there's a reason why I haven't opened this book in 20 years. So let's just say that. You know what I'm saying? Let's just say that.
Yeah. Yeah. My dad was a pastor too. And he passed away in 2006. He was killed by a drunk driver.
Oh man.
Yeah. And, some of the things that he taught would have been in line. I don't know about the pay your kingdom power bill. That was a new one. Yeah, that's a new one. But yeah, some of the things that my dad taught would have been in line with what your dad taught as well. And but my dad did start deconstructing before he passed away. He had told me that he was done.
Oh yes. Um, Unfortunately, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that, so I'm not gonna say that. My daddy did not deconstruct. My daddy did not Let's move on. So,
Okay,
kingdom membership. I'm trying to read.
it's okay.
Salvation is the first step to getting connected. Whew. Salvation is the first step to getting connected to God and His power. You must be a born again believer to reside in the commonwealth or kingdom of God. So, in quotation marks, sell out to Him by making Him the Lord of your life. John 3:16, Romans 10:9 and 10, 1 Corinthians 12:12, Ephesians 2:12 through 13. Sorry, y'all. I miss my bald headed daddy.
It's okay. You don't have to apologize. We've all cried on this live, so don't ever apologize for that. And grief, it takes a long time to grieve. It took me 14 years, and I loved my daddy too. And I often say like my dad was my savior. I was addicted to powder, and if it had not been for my dad, I would have never had the courage to get clean. And so don't apologize for crying. I completely understand where you are. And talking about this and reading his book. Shut up, Oso. He said talcum powder. Yeah. Talking about this and reading his book at the same time. And at the same time questioning it, right? I completely understand all the emotions that you're feeling right now, and just know, you know, that this is what this space is for. And my hope is that it's a safe space for you to be able to do that and get your thoughts out and clear your thoughts.
Oh yes. I watch you long enough and see how you get down. So I need what I need. I need what I need. My biggest thing is I just want to understand because lately, of course, death in the family makes you think about death more. But I would like to know sometimes, is it lights out when it's lights out, or is it lights out then you see a bright light and then the rest is, which one is it
Yeah.
for real, for real? Is it lights out for real, or is it lights off? Just kidding. What we doing?
Right. And the thing is, like, nobody really knows, right? And this is why I tell people, whatever you need to believe to help you deal with the grief, like if you need to believe that your your dad is, in the spiritual world or in heaven, or that you're gonna see him again, I don't see anything wrong with believing that, because who's gonna tell you that you're wrong? We don't know, right? I i don't necessarily think that there is a life after death, but that doesn't make me right.
I understand.
Right. Yeah.
My a lot, well, pretty much a lot of my friends, but my best friend has been an atheist since the day I met her, and I have to ask her sometimes, how was I back then? Because I was a Bible thumper, and she would tell me straight up, and I appreciate that because I need her to tell me straight up, and everything, And I used to be a Bible thumper because this is what I was learning, you know. This is what I was learning, and exactly how he's talking about it is like this, and there is no in between. There's no nuance, and there's no room for error, and that was usually where we would bump heads.
Yeah. The good thing about it is, I I will say that our dads, both of our dads, were wrong about that. Well, one song my dad used to sing is, I know the Bible is right, somebody's wrong. I know the Bible is right, somebody's wrong. And I think about that often. And I'm like, damn, daddy, you were the one that was wrong. But the that's the good thing, right? Like, we know that there is not a hell, right? Could there be another realm where our energy goes when we die? I don't know. Like, the reality is that biologically we formed into what we are now. Are that there are infinite possibilities for what we become when we die. Like, we know the flesh dies. The flesh goes back into the ground or cremated. We know that dies, but we have absolutely no idea what happens to the energy that is us.
Mm-hmm.
But the way they explain it in this book, in this Bible,
Mm-hmm.
the the lake of fire, and new earth, and heaven coming down and all that, that's mythology, right? And so we know that we don't have to worry about that.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot, like, if we look at the way that it's given to us, everything is from a physical human perspective, right? Like, fire is an earthly element. Gnashing of teeth, weeping, and burning for eternity, like, that's all material. And the writers could only write from what they knew. Like, they didn't have access to any immaterial, another realm, another dimension type explanation or world. Like, they could only explain what they were trying to convey using what they knew, and they only knew the physical.
That's right.
Yeah.
They did not have Google,
Right.
and yeah,
Right.
Another thing was the relationship with my dad is very, was very back and forth, just because that was the thing. Like, logically, these things these things just don't make sense. Certain things that God talks about, and um, let me just say this, to the point where I had to grieve my dad. Is why it's hard, because I had to grieve my dad while he was alive, because of certain situations in his life, that he certain decisions that he made as a Christian and as a pastor, as my daddy, all the things. But the things that just, yeah, it just didn't make sense. And he was very big on disowning, you know, family members and stuff like that. So, it's a really, like, it's a struggle. The relationship is a struggle, but, honor thy father and mother, you know, that still has to ring in my head, because as I guess, the deconstructing Christian, I don't know, that I am, or whatever it is that I'm doing, um, I do heavily go back and forth when I think about my dad and when I grieve my dad and everything like that, with honoring my father and my mother. I always go back to honoring him some way, and I don't. In a way, I feel like this book is honoring him, but at the same time, I have no clue. You know what I mean? But anywho's,
And it could be, you know, there could be a way for you to honor him, one by reading the book and doing your deconstruction at the same time, right? And then, like, when you talked about, like, honor your mother and father, that is one thing that was drilled in my head too.
right.
Um, I like, I never had to have this conversation with my dad because he respected me as an individual enough to respect my thoughts. Like, he never
Mm,
really put me down for who I was. Like, if anything, I was a. It's funny that Oso called me a wayward child, but I
mhm,
was a wayward child.
mhm,
Seriously,
mhm,
it's interesting because I wrote a song called Champagne
mm.
a couple of days ago, and I actually wrote the song a long time ago, but I rewrote the lyrics a couple of days ago, and there's a part in the song that says, self denial. I was taught self denial was the pathway to truth, and I drove on that road straight to troubled youth. Right, so my
Whoa.
my like, I literally went straight to troubled youth. Like, I read away to the projects, just started doing some of everything, and I have not lived with my parents since I was 15 years old.
Wow.
I've been on my own since I was 15. But and my dad had every right to to say some of the most craziest shit to me. Like, there were times where he had to come and get me out of juvenile, and he never did. Like, there was one night I got to fighting at a party. I was drunk as fuck. I got to fighting at a party, beat the bitch's ass with a lamp, with a lamp that had two African people kissing. I picked up the lamp and I whooped her ass with that lamp. And my dad had to get out of bed in the middle of the night and come get me. And
Mm.
the worst thing he said to me in the car was, "You stink. You smell like uh, beer." That was the worst thing he said to me in the car. Like, he was mad, right? He was mad he had to come get me, but that's the worst thing he said. He could have said,
Mm.
some outlandish shit. Like, to my mom, I was the devil. I was a demon,
Mm.
right? It was always, "Satan the Lord rebuke you. You are the only child that blah blah blah." Like, but my dad never did that to me. And so, but whenever I would have conversations with my mom, I had to tell her that me standing up for myself doesn't mean that I don't love her, and it doesn't mean that I disrespect her. I'm going to stand up for myself against the things that you say to me in a respectful way, but I have the right to do it. Does that make sense? So, because I know they try to make it seem like you pushing back on the things that they're trying to say, that they're trying to call you or say to you or put on you, is you disrespecting them. Like, you don't have that right to do it, and that's not disrespect.
Exactly. Yes. And I definitely concur because plenty of Bible study fights happen when I would throw "Don't provoke your child," parents don't provoke your child, and everything, because honor your father, your mother, and everything. That was always a problem with the pushback where my father was concerned. My mother would in my opinion, I would just say she would sit there and watch, but you know, whatever. This is not therapy, but but yeah, that's where a lot of the problems were lied. They were just a lot of bumping heads when I would ask these questions. I personally just needed the steps in between, and that's all I asked for. You know, that's all I asked for. Like the other things, uh, I think I would have done exactly what he wanted me to do if he had done that, listened, instead of doing what your mother did, because that was him. Everything but a child of God, yeah, type of stuff, and yeah, very much women need to be submissive.
Which is probably why your mom just sat there and watched, because she was probably taught that by her parents or taught that by your dad, that he is the discipliner in the house, and that's probably why she sat there and watched, not making an excuse for her at all,
I understand.
but I'm pretty sure that's probably why she sat there and just watched.
Yeah, me and my mom and I, we definitely been deconstructing that. I can tell you that for real.
That's good. She's willing to have the conversations with you about it.
My mom is all over it like white on rice.
That's good. I love that for you.
Thank you, Lord. And see, look at me. Thank you, Lord. Black people. But anywho,
My daughter was watching Bash's live today. Do you know who Bash is? Have you seen him on
not
the live?
sure.
Pink Beard. Have
Yes.
you seen him? So my daughter was watching his live today. She heard him say, "Thank God," and she said, "Mama, I thought Bash was an atheist." I said, "He is." She said, "Why is he thanking God?" I said, "It's just something black people say." I said, "We like it's a colloquial term now. Like we just say it, even though we don't believe in the God."
Or just have a rocky relationship. Like, what's really good? And also, I'm studying African American studies as well, so that's part of the reason why I cracked open this book, because I have to. It's time. It's time. The Bible is a history book, so I have to. I'm just that type of student, I guess you could say, or whatever. But I'm sorry, number two would be Kingdom Power. So for this one, he put know that the
Well,
soul. I'm sorry.
before we go to that one, let's talk about the membership one, because I don't think we talked about that one yet. What did
Oh, my
he
bad.
mean by membership? Because I'm gonna tell you what I think, and then you can tell me what your dad wrote. But I see this religion as a clan type religion. The Israelites were a tribe. They were supremacists in nature. And so it was a membership type thing. That's what the covenant was about. Like if you were in covenant with Yahweh, then the laws of Yahweh pertain to you. And then you also got the benefits of whatever the blessings of Yahweh were, as long as you were obedient to the laws, as long as you obeyed the rules of the tribe. And theirs was based on ethnicity, so not race, but ethnicity. And then people outside of the membership were treated differently, or seen less than. Early Christianity. Well, let me start with Jesus. Jesus built a similar style cult with his early followers, which were Israelites, where he was telling them to sell all they had and follow him. And then he had a group of them using their own resources to cover, their daily expenses. And then Paul and Peter set up that same type of communal type community, where everybody sold all their stuff, gave it to the apostles, and the apostles divvied it out to make sure everybody had the same thing. Nobody had more than another, and you were to take care of the believers, right? Like you were, Paul taught that you showed hospitality to those outside of the cult, but also you made sure that the needs of the people inside of the cult were taken care of. And then he says, like, you don't judge people outside of the cult, but you judge the people inside, because that's who you're supposed to be worried about. And then when you get into actual history within Christianity, at the beginning, Europeans were Christians, and they treated like I think it was called the mother's pension or the widow's pension, something like that. Like you could only get this wealth, like the first welfare was for white women, and you had to be white and Puritan to get it, and you had to look a certain way. You couldn't be white and low income and look trashy and get it. Although even if you were a Christian, but only white Puritan Christian women could get this pension. And then other communities started fighting for it, and when they started giving it to women of color, they changed the name of it and called it welfare, and made the black woman the welfare queen. Although this program was originally created for white Puritan Christian women, and so it was a membership style type thing, and so I see this belief system as being supremacist and clanny in nature.
I could understand.
And churches may, a lot of churches are kind of like that too. Like if you don't give tithes to the church, then you can't call the church and ask for them to help you pay the rent, or to for their pastor to preach at a funeral, or for you to have your wedding at their church. Is that like, that's how I kind of see it? What did your dad mean by membership?
Membership. Let's see. Salvation being the first step. Okay. So let me just go to, well, I mean, John 3:16, Romans 10:9 and 10. Those two I'm obviously, we all kind of know. But first, Corinthians 12:12, I'm unfamiliar with. Do you want to go through that?
Yeah, let's see. For just as the body is one and has many members, and all the members of the body, though many, are one body, so it is with Christ. I'm gonna read 13 too. For in the one spirit we were all baptized into one body, Jews or Greeks, slaves or free, and we were all made to drink of one spirit.
Sorry, one second.
Your Misogyny on YouTube, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, I used to ask my mother why she never opened her mouth. She told me I'd never understand because I never married. Actually, today I do. I was never a believer. I deconstructed misogyny and self-hate. I'm glad the conversation helped you understand that, your misogyny. Thank you so much for that comment. It is kind of, I would say it is kind of difficult for women who want to be Second Timothy wives, or and who was raised in this, because their voice is taken away at a really young age. Most of our parents, my mom married when she was 19. Yeah, and she was with my dad until the day he died.
My daddy's been married 4 times, twice to my mama.
Wow, he must have really loved your mama.
Mm, 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 mm. Boy,
Was she the last one? Did he marry her again? Like, was she the last marriage?
no.
Oh, okay.
Mm-mm. 2 marriages, 2 divorces. I should
Oh,
not be
okay.
telling 352 people my mama business. Anyway, um,
The good
but
thing is, don't nobody know who you are.
you're right. You're right. But yeah, definitely that what you just said, you hit the nail on the head. Taking that freedom away from a very young age, and I've been feeling that for a very long time, and working through that in therapy now.
I love the fact that you're going to therapy, and most people who look like you and I don't. see therapy as a useful thing. But more of us are starting to see how therapy can help us work through some of these things. So I love the fact that you are doing that, and I love the fact that you said it to over 361 people.
Oh, thank you. You
You're
know,
welcome.
yes. Um, definitely. So, and the crazy part is, I asked for all black therapists. All my social workers are. I'm also a veteran, so the VA has hooked me up with everything I need. So far so
That's
good.
what's up.
And what am I trying to say? I asked for them to be Christian so we can do this. And I need, my thing is, when I'm going through, you know how you going through your therapy, is it I have to deconstruct this thing. I have, before I turn 60 and set in my ways. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. All right. But yes, we were reading 12:12.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that? What did your dad say about that?
Sorry about that. So he really didn't give much after that. After he gave the scriptures, he just went to straight to number two. Let me see here.
Hold on, Danny. Danny said, Danny said, Danny said, my mama was married 5 times and only divorced once. I have no idea how they worked.
Mm-hmm. Whew, Lord have mercy. Trying to keep my mouth closed. I'm trying to keep my mouth closed. Black men, please deconstruct before it is too late. That's all I got to say.
Yes.
That's all. Not, I have a lot more to say. Um, but I'm gonna close that door.
You don't have to hold back.
Don't do that, thank you.
That's
Don't do
what
that.
this space is for.
Well, I'll just say, like I said, I grieved my daddy while he was alive for, in my opinion, a very valid reason, because he showed me after my parents divorced the second time, which was right before the pandemic. Well, actually, well, pretty much at the end, in the pandemic. Um, what I'm sorry, the Panini Press. I don't know. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. But because of honor my father and mother, I was really practicing, because me and him used to get into it bad. I'm talking about real bad, physical fights, all that stuff, like ridiculous, and everything. But I was really trying to so change myself so his reactions towards me would be different, you know, and everything. And a lot of the time it just kind of was the same. So we ended up going, back to square one a lot of times and whatever. But basically he found his wife while he was still married to my mama, and told me that he was don't y'all talk about my daddy in the comments. Told me that I still love my daddy. Oh my god. He's married to a woman who told me that feminism is evil, and I don't know what to do with that type stuff. So that's what I'm, what I'm saying. This is why I'm
Yeah.
deconstructing. you can
Yeah, there are a lot of women who believe, like they're believers, who think that a woman that stands her ground, a woman that is intellectual, that's confident, that's loud about it, right, are Jezebels. I don't know if she, referred to you as a Jezebel, or told you that a Jezebel is a feminist. But a lot of believers think that way because they're taught that Second Timothy wife thing.
mm-hmm.
The crazy thing about it is that in the Old Testament, there are no laws in the law of Israel that says that a woman has to be silent or that a woman cannot lead. Like there isn't any, and all of that is New Testament, and I'm gonna say New Age, teachings. It's from the Pauline, the pastoral letters, and most of those were written after this Paul person would have died, and it was written when they were putting together the structure of the church, and that's what most evangelical fundamental Christians hold to. And they teach women that they are second class humans, and that males dominate over them because that is the natural order. And in order for them to have eternal life, a lot of them have subscribed to that idea, and they feel like that they have to know their place so that they can go to heaven. Some of them do it because they're scared of hell, and some of them do it because they feel like that makes them a more valuable woman, and it allows them to look down on other women while at the same time being jealous of those other women.
Sorry, pick me, if you will.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, deconstructing that too, but we ain't gonna talk about it.
No, yeah, because that, like to be honest, I had internalized misogyny because I was taught that as well. Like I was taught, don't let your husband eat from a paper plate and use, plastic spoons. He always needs to eat from
Yes,
a nice plate. Fix his food first, wash his clothes, iron his clothes. Like I was taught all of that, right? I
yes.
had to deconstruct internalized misogyny as well.
That is unfortunate for you, of course, and refreshing to hear that because I'm gonna just tell this random story. Not long at all. My dad taught me how to iron, and I was very much on my dad's hip. That's how I was back in the day. And my dad was teaching me how to iron his pants the way that he. And because he was my daddy, that's my daddy. I'm going to do everything my daddy wants, blah, 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 because I'm his daughter, blah, 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 blah. And so I'm just, happy as hell because I get to do something, I guess. I was also sheltered, so I was just happy to do whatever and everything. I'm here to serve. But I was like, he taught me how to iron. And one day I was at my uncle's house, and my cousin was there, female cousin. Oh, my cousin is a girl, I should say. I don't know. Anyways, sorry. So I basically was just sitting there, and my uncle was like, "Hey, anybody want to help me iron my pants?" And I was like, "Ooh, me," because I learned how to iron pants, and I was happy about that for some reason because I was a child. And basically, my uncle allowed me to do it, right? But my cousin put the iron on my hand and burned my hand. I still have the scar today on my left hand, you know, and that type of stuff. Really, like I've been thinking about that scenario a lot in regards to this internalized misogyny, um, because think about that. You get what I'm saying?
You think she did it on purpose? Is that what
Oh,
you're saying?
100%. First of all, she looked dead in my face, picked it up and
Oh
did it,
wow. Oh wow. She
and
was
didn't move
jealous
it.
that you were ironing that her dad let you do. Wow.
Basically, yeah, like literally,
Goodness gracious.
she was upset with me, upset, and was looking me dead in my face, and put that the iron was on high. I'm putting creases in my uncle's stuff, like because daddy like his creases, so I had to hook my uncle up with the creases. So I was like,
Damn.
putting them in there, and she did that, looked me dead in my face, and I'm looking at this scar right now, and everything, but on both parts, there's me, ooh, let me iron, you know. In my little brain, of course, I'm thinking, like I said, I'm just a kid. Yes, I would like to serve. That's how I was raised. That sounds cringy, don't it? Does that sound
That
cringy?
no, because that's what you were taught, right? And
Okay.
little kids want to do that, even if they're not taught that.
Okay.
Like, yeah, it's normal, right? Because you've learned something, you want to show that you're good at it, and then at that time it's fun to do because you're doing something that you see grown people doing, right?
Yeah,
Ironing and
that makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah. And so on my part, I was like, doing that, and then on her part, I didn't understand that. Now that I'm just deconstructing, I low key see the difference, especially I don't want to talk about my cousin, but I see the difference with things when it comes to my relationship with men and her relationship with men. Funny enough, it's damn near the same. I just didn't have any offspring, you know, and
Yeah.
everything. Where men run the show, even if they're shitty, right?
Yeah, and it's funny that you say that because I was thinking about like everything that I was taught on how to be a good wife. Fix his food first. Don't let him eat off of plastic or paper plates. Never deny him sex. Like I was taught all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I did all of that. I'm talking about pedicures, head rubs, back rub. Like I did all of that. And
Laughing.
it didn't stop him from hitting me. It didn't stop him from, after I had my second child, I had a cesarean with my first child and a cesarean with my second child. So he got invited to go out with this famous rapper that we know, and I wanted him to stay home with me and help me with the kids. Like I literally had a 1 year old
Mm-hmm.
and a newborn. Like they are literally 11 months apart,
Wow.
11 months and 14 days apart,
Mm-hmm.
and I asked him to stay home with me and help me with the kids, and he didn't want to. We got into a fight, and we ended up rolling off the bed onto the floor, and he sat on top of me and just spit loogies in my face over and over, calling me a hoe.
Mm.
Like it didn't stop him from doing shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't stop him from cheating on me and having a baby on me either, right? Being this second Timothy wife, making sure that he eats on glass plates, making sure that his food was fixed first, making sure his clothes was always washed. Like he never had to wash his own clothes. I did all of that and worked a full-time job. It didn't stop him, right? And so for me, like the misogyny is this internalized misogyny that we internalize. It's not for us, it's for them, right? And I was thinking about this today. It's to make them feel dominant. It's to make them feel like they're smart and dominant even when they're not. And either a man is intelligent or he's not. Either he has the capability of leading or he doesn't, right? It doesn't make sense for a God to create a law that says women have to dumb themselves down and not be what he's so-called created them to be. Like, why create this female with this much intellectual ability, right? With this much influence or power or charisma if you want her to stifle it? That can't be natural, right? Like the laws of this God go against my natural state,
Yes.
and I was thinking about that today. It's the misogyny benefits them only. It doesn't benefit
Mm.
us.
That makes sense because I was thinking about that as well. Uh, when you say my natural state is basically to be what we are right now, right? And everything. My natural state would be to be what I am right now versus not being able to have any influence. See, I was raised. I'm not really familiar with the second Timothy wife, but I was raised with the Proverbs 31:10
The
situation.
virtuous woman.
Mm, um, very much beating my head. Very much did not understand what the hell I was reading as well. Also, I was the child that got put on punishment for 31 days and was made to read a chapter a day for 31 days by said father.
Oh wow.
Just saying. This is my life, guys. Hello. But Lord of mercy. Um yeah, uh, deconstructing is fun. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of lost my train of thought too. I'm not gonna lie, because it's a lot to unpack. It's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, the thing is like it takes time, right? Um, some deconstruction is an ongoing thing. Some people feel like they can start deconstructing and then get to a point where they're like, "Oh, I don't believe in the God anymore," and then I'm done. But they don't continue deconstructing the core beliefs that they uh, have adopted for themselves, that they've picked up from the belief system, or that they've picked up from people within the church. I talk about one of the core beliefs that I picked up for myself
Mm-hmm.
was when, one of the church members, she was a white lady. I had gone over to her house after church. Me and my little sister did. I was 9 and my sister was 8, and I had a crush on her son. And I was outside playing with my sister and my friend Ada, which was the church member's daughter. And I went in to get some water, and uh, the church member was sitting at the table with her son, and he was telling his mom that he liked my little sister.
Mm-hmm.
And his mom said, "No, no, no, you don't need to like the light skinned one because she's light skinned and pretty." She said, "You need to like the brown one because she's brown skinned and ugly girls treat you better." And when I tell you that, like, that hurt my heart so bad, I went into Ada's room and sat on the bunk bed and just cried. And I didn't tell my mom, I didn't tell anybody, but I took that as fact because she was an adult. She was somebody that I loved, that I respected. And it was the day that I learned that I was ugly, right? From
Mm-hmm.
a church member.
Right, and it had to
And
be right, right?
yeah, and that became a core belief
My
my
goodness.
whole entire life. And so I told myself that I needed to love harder so that people would love me back because I was brown skinned and ugly. And so that's something that I had to deconstruct. And so there are things that people say to you in society or in the church, things that your parents might have said to you growing up, and you respect these people. And so you internalize it and it becomes truth for you,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Yes.
so deconstructing that, like, it takes a while, right? Therapy is the first step, but also like doing extra things, right, to get to know yourself and
Mm-hmm.
ask yourself, like, what do I believe about myself and where did this belief come from and what do I need to do to deconstruct this belief, like to either get rid of it or reconstruct myself a healthier belief, core value about myself.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And also, I have a quick question. Do you think that religious psychosis, or what am I trying to ask you? What am I trying to ask you, Lord have mercy? Borderline personality disorder. Do you think that this situation causes that when you're taught these things?
It can. I think that there are a lot of people within the belief system that have undiagnosed mental illnesses.
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely think that the belief system causes it. And people doing what they think Jesus wants them to do,
Mm-hmm.
going out and making disciples of all men. The ask for me and my house, we gonna serve the Lord
Serve the
type
Lord. Good
family.
Lord, yeah.
Yes. And the parents feeling like they gotta beat it into you because you're not naturally accepting it. You naturally have questions about it. It sounds illogical to you. And instead of them embracing that and allowing you to do what's natural and critically think, they beat the critical they beat the skill of critical thinking out of you. And they sometimes it's done by whipping, and a lot of times it's done with their tongue, you know and that creates a lot of mental illness
Right.
that people, especially people in our community, we don't talk about. We we turn it into some type of spiritual thing,
Mm-hmm.
right? We then start thinking that, you know, we go through what we go through because we're chosen, and we are a prophet or a prophetess, and Now we see, we have dreams and have visions, and God is talking to us, or Angel Michael is talking to us.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality is that a lot of us have mental illness or depression that we're just not dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. I agree. I agree. So do you want to oh, did you want to go to, well, you said you wanted to see what Dad said more about the membership. Um if you would like to take a commercial break.
No, we're good. We're good. I don't
Okay.
know. Y'all, do y'all need a commercial break?
Well,
A
I
song
just need to
break?
find what I need to find.
Oh, okay.
Loving this.
I don't know. Do y'all want a song break in the comments? Or we good?
Yeah, because we need our taps up. Maybe they'll tap and not type.
A single would be fun. A single? Um, let's see.
I just say while you're looking for that, he says pretty much after all the seven, he says make no mistake. Your connection with the Lord is not in vain. You're plugged into the source and he is waiting to promote you to new heights. It's time to thank God for doing his part to ensure that you live a life of blessing. Therefore, make it a point to praise the Lord, rejoice, accept your victory over adverse circumstances, and enjoy your God given power in him. And then he goes on to the seven keys to hearing from God.
Does he ever say what the God given power is?
Let me see. Let me see.
Is that like a lot of times I hear believers talk about this power that they have,
Mhm.
but it never sounds like anything that you know the humans who don't believe in this God has. And then like I hear the so that you can live a blessed life, and I don't know how he's defining blessed
Mhm.
because as far as I'm concerned, believers go through the same thing non-believers go through. There are,
Mhm.
wealthy believers. There are wealthy non-believers. There are, believers that live a comfortable life. There are non-believers that live a comfortable life. There are believers that are struggling and living in poverty. There are non-believers that are struggling and living in poverty. So, like, I don't see any extra benefit that this membership
Mhm.
gives any believer outside of them feeling morally superior to other people, except for the ones that are in power, like the supremacists, ones that have the power and the wealth to, move the
Perform.
needle.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Here he says at the end after Matthew 4 1 and 11, to kind of give a little bit about the power. You must understand that Jesus came to us through the power of God to be an example to us. Jesus gave us the right to use his name to deal with every situation we encounter. Simply put, it was never simple. Okay. Simply put, he gave us the power to tread upon serpents. Excuse me. By studying and using his word, you will experience the benefits of exercising the authority you possess through his magnificent power. You know, it was very vague a lot of times. I'll just say that. Very
It's
vague.
always vague. And
Mm-hmm.
one of the questions that I asked recently was, like, believers say, they do the no true Scotsman thing all the time. That
Mm-hmm.
he ain't no Christian, he ain't no real Christian, she ain't no real Christian. And I asked, well, if they're saying Jesus when they pray, and you say Jesus when you pray, and there's supposed to be power in the name of Jesus, then like how are you determining that the Jesus you say is the right one versus the Jesus that they say is not?
Mm-hmm.
Because if there's power in his name, then like nobody else should be able to say the name, or and it, you know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
it just doesn't make sense to me. And then one guy was like, I know a lot of Jesuses. And I said, well, if you know a lot of Jesuses, then there can't be power in his name. Or all those other Jesuses got power too.
Oh man, is it schizophrenia? Sorry.
Right. Like, so it doesn't make sense. Thank you, Shadow Slay. I appreciate you for that, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad you are enjoying the conversation.
Let's see. I'm looking at excuse me. I'm looking at Dad's table of contents. Jesus the door. Basically, the book is called. It's not a book that's for sale. It's pretty much, you know, it's you're not gonna find it. You know what I'm saying? But it's called The Blood Book, and it's all of the red letters.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty
I
much
was
what the,
wondering why he named it the Blood Book, but now it makes sense.
yeah.
Okay.
Um, if you would like, I can. I don't want to go through it because that's just too much. Because I'm just thinking about all the churches we have gone to. Basically, nomadic living is what it feels like, you know, and everything. And this is from 2003 or 4-ish, you know. So I'm just remembering all of that stuff, and yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. He was a
It's
leader in a lot of
interesting.
churches.
Okay. It's interesting. I would say trust what you are feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't mean that, you know, because you deconstruct what you were taught growing up by your father, it doesn't mean you don't love him. Like I said, my dad
Thank
was
you.
an avid believer. I used to say he was a man after God's own heart. Is what I used to say. But my dad was just a good person. He preached hellfire and brimstone type shit,
Mm-hmm.
but his actions, right? Like he loved everybody. Like
Yeah.
he just treated people with respect, no matter what status of life you were, no matter who you were, he treated you with respect. He was literally the type of person that would give his shirt off his back and has done it.
Mm-hmm.
And his birthday was September 11th. Like he worked for the
Oh
electric
wow.
company. He
Mm-hmm.
was a foreman at the electric company when he died. He's been dead now for 17 years. And the
Oh.
electric company sent a message on his birthday this year, sent a DM and was like, hey, we still honor your dad here. And the culture that he built here will never be forgotten. And that's the type of person he was. Like at his funeral, like his funeral was standing room only, and we had it at the bishop's church, like a really big church. And we right before we closed the casket, a motorcycle gang walks in and chaps, like, and it's a all white motorcycle gang. They walk in and chaps, and they do this thing to honor my dad. And we was like, we looking like, who the fuck are they? You like, what? But come to find out, my dad rode motorcycles with them. And
Mm.
like, he just never met a stranger,
Yeah.
right? And before he died, he told me that he was done preaching. Like he was getting ready to deconstruct. But even if he hadn't told me that, with me deconstructing, with me not being a believer, I I don't feel like that's me disrespecting his legacy. People try to tell me all the time. Like there was one lady who came in here in the live late last year. Your dad is rolling over in his grave. Your dad was a good man. He'd be ashamed of you.
Mm-hmm.
Blah blah blah. And like she went on a fucking tour on TikTok and started telling everybody that my daddy was a preacher. Like I hadn't told people that, but she was trying to make me feel like I was doing something wrong. And like I told her, my dad had his life, and I have to live mine. And this doesn't mean I don't love him. This doesn't mean that I don't honor who he was in my life, because I do. I love my dad, and I talk about him all the time. but I am who I am, and that's all I can be. And I don't want you to feel like you
Sorry, go ahead.
deconstructing is dishonoring your dad's legacy, or dishonoring who your dad was to you.
That's exactly how I feel. I
I
went
can
to
hear
bed.
it.
It's hard. It's bad.
I can hear it. And it takes time, but you have to live your own life, you know and what you feel inside, the thoughts that you have, that you have to work through, and then you have to be safe and comfortable and peaceful and sane for yourself.
I completely agree. One moment while I garden.
Okay. While she's gardening, we're gonna do a song. I'm gonna play the song that I wrote about myself, 'cause I just feel like this a fast song right now would be kind of wild. Um, so I am gonna play the song that I wrote about me. This is the song I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah. Here's a sum total of everything. How I think, why I'm shy. You see confidence and strength. That's more complex than it implies. Strength's a complicated thing shaped by perception and strength. Built from practice and patience and a bottle of champagne. When I was younger, I couldn't see myself at all. Not my lips, not my eyes, nothing big, nothing small. I was taught self-denial was the pathway to truth. So I drove down that road straight into trouble youth. I live quiet in shadows to shadow explain. A lifetime of silence I carried in vain. Try to be human, to walk where they stand, but I never belonged, never part of their plan. A stranger on earth, watching life from the rain. And I closed out the night, opened another bottle of champagne. I met her, yeah, we had lots of fun, but I sat back in silence, analyzing what I'd done. Every joy, every stumble, every scar, every gain. Felt like I opened another bottle of champagne. The laughter would linger, but the question remained. I replayed every moment in my mind like a chain, trying to measure my worth in the shadows I cast. Pouring champagne in the glass, sipping slow on the past. Caught in the shadow explain. A lifetime of silence I carried in vain. Try to be human, to walk where they stand, but I never belonged, never part of their plan. A stranger on earth, watching life from the rain. And I closed out the night, opened another bottle of champagne. I tried by their rules, but they never aligned. I borrowed their footsteps, but fell over mine. The mirror kept asking a name I can't claim. Attempted as human, overflowing glass of champagne. I live quiet in shadows, a lifetime of silence I carried in vain. Tried to be human, to walk where they stand, but I never belonged, never part of the plan. A stranger on earth, watching life from the rain. And I closed out the night, opened another bottle of champagne. Yeah, tempted as human, but never the same. Champagne, champagne, I whisper in my name. I carry the silence, but it won't define me. Turn shadows to lessons, let the light redesign me. Yet I stand unafraid. Champagne in my story, but look what I made.
All right, are you good? It be so interesting to me to watch believers listen to these types of conversations and think they're funny. But
Wow.
the whole purpose of them believing in the God they believe in is because that God is supposed to care about things like this. But they will sit and listen to these conversations and think there's something to fucking laugh at.
Yeah.
That's what I mean when I say I don't necessarily see a benefit in the salvation they have, because it makes them just become so disconnected from humanity, because all they care about is defending the thing that they've chosen to believe in and identify with. That's that membership.
I agree. Defenders of the faith,
Yeah.
by all means.
Yeah. And it's
You're in the
just,
army of
ew.
the
Like,
Lord.
I don't want to be that.
Hmm. That's man, oh man. You know, we know. Um,
Yeah.
did you want to go to the next one? Or the next
Yeah.
scripture in the same?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are we? Ephesians 2:12 through 13.
Okay. And what did he title this one?
Oh, actually, this is still in kingdom membership.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Ephesians 2:12 through 13.
Let's see. Remember that you were at that time without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel and strangers to the covenants of promise, having no hope and without God in the world. But now, in Christ Jesus, you who once were far off have been brought near by the blood of Christ. So he's, what is he saying about this? Like this, anytime I tell believers that they say God created everybody. Like there's a believer in the comments right now who is saying that that God created all of the universes. Justice for Palestine is saying that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is basically saying that non-Israelites didn't have this God, right? They had no hope because they didn't have this God. He was the God of Israel. And Paul is saying that they now have access to this God because of Jesus's death and Jesus's blood. But if he is the God of everybody, why would he eliminate or alienate a whole, everybody else, and just choose a small group of people and then make his son have to die to invite them into the cult?
Right. That was always my question, for sure. For sure. Just why? Because it didn't make sense. None of it made sense. Um, Especially the part about sending Jesus to die for all of our sins. Have you ever seen The Passion of the Christ?
Yeah, and I saw it when I was a believer, and I actually cried. I can definitely tell you, Justice for Palestine, I didn't kill nobody. Like y'all tripped me out trying to make me take on some debt that some motherfuckers did 8,000 years ago, or 2,500 years ago. But y'all want to scream, we ain't never owned no slaves. Like if you can go all the way back to Adam and Eve in the garden and claim we ate the fruit, we fell, or you can go all the way back to the late Bronze Age when the Israelites were not obeying their own law and say we couldn't follow the law of God, or go all the way back to first century Rome when the Romans supposedly killed this Jesus and say we killed him, then when your ancestors enslaved mine, you did too. Say we owned slaves. We lynched black people. If you're gonna do that, because the first thing y'all would scream, Is I ain't own us. Like nobody alive today was a slave. Nobody alive today owned a slave. Shit, nobody alive today killed Jesus. Nobody alive today lived in Israel and was in covenant with this God. And nobody alive today ate a piece of fruit in a fucking garden. Don't put me in that shit.
Facts. Well, yeah, you said you cried as a believer, and I completely relate. Were you young when you saw it? Like,
I
as a
was probably
child?
in my early 20s.
What does that
I
mean?
was probably maybe 18, 19, something like that.
Okay.
What year did it come out?
Ooh, good question.
Oh, damn. Thank you, Vibrating Sky. The $50 super chat. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Hey, hey. 1 second.
What year did The Passion of the Christ come out? Let me see.
2004.
So I was 24. Yeah. My early 20s.
2004. This book was published in 2004. Lord have mercy.
So you think he wrote it after he saw The Passion of Christ?
Oh, 100%. If oh, I don't know. He said, okay, let me.
Yeah, I was 24 in 2004. I'm 45. I told y'all I'm a grandmama.
Introduction. This is from his introduction. On October 24th, 2003. We've been in 2020 so long, I keep thinking everything. Oh, have mercy. October 24th, 2003, at approximately 7 a.m., Jesus awakened me from a deep sleep. In a gentle yet firm manner, he commanded me to get my word out now. Out of that time spent with the Lord, I learned what the title of this publication should be. And, you know, basically he goes into delayed obedience is disobedience. Have you heard that before? Um, he went on to say, he basically saying what Jesus told him about delayed obedience. Being God goes into being God. Therefore, God,
What did he say Jesus said about delayed obedience is disobedience?
uh, I'm gonna go to it. Let's see here. Out of that time spent with the Lord, I learned. Oh, he learned what the title of this should be. This really excited me because of what the Holy Spirit had spoken to my heart the night before. While attending Bible study at the ministry I work, the Holy Spirit shared with me that delayed obedience is disobedience. He went on to say that I must respond immediately whenever He leads me to do something. To delay would be a blatant act of disobedience. What are we talking about?
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out like where did Christians get that from? Because
Mm,
it's not, there isn't anything in the Bible where the God says that. I, like I think someone interpreted multiple stories, and like I just feel like that's something that pastors and church leaders use as a way to get people to do what they want them to do when they want them to do it, because
mm-hmm.
that's not biblical. Like I'm wondering where they got that from. But it's interesting that your dad said Jesus or the Holy Spirit said that to him, because that's something that is taught throughout, but it's not biblical. So it came from somebody else, and your dad had to had heard that from somewhere, but he's attributing it to the Holy
To the
Spirit.
Holy Spirit. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I get that. Lord, this is hard, boy. This around the time when we used to have so many arguments and physical fight over this.
Over delayed obedience is disobedience.
Over Bible study, just in Bible study, just whatever it was that I had a question about. My God. Because I was a child that did not understand, and he had told me before to ask questions if I need to ask questions because I had an issue with a teacher who wouldn't allow me to ask my questions because I didn't understand stuff. So he would tell me to ask all the questions I need. But when I would do that and ask him all the questions that I need, it'd be a problem. I'm just thinking about 2004. I cried as well when I watched he made us go watch The Passion of the Christ. We didn't go to the movies often, but a lot of things that we did had to be related to Jesus. We didn't celebrate Halloween. We went to Hallelujah night. Okay.
Well, we were allowed to celebrate Halloween, but we also had Hallelujah night.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. My goodness. My goodness. Give me who's. Woo, Lord. What am I trying to say? What I looked up here, this is from christiangrandfather.org, whoever that is. Delayed obedience is often viewed as disobedience. For instance, Genesis 24:55 through 56. Abraham's servant is instructed to go to his master immediately, emphasizing the importance of prompt obedience. Additionally, Psalms 119:60 states, 119:60, yeah, states, I hasten and do not delay to keep your commandments, highlighting the urgency of obedience. Delayed obedience can hinder one's relationship with God, and lead to negative consequences. That's at least what that website is saying.
Yeah, but he didn't give any examples of delayed obedience. Like he didn't. That person didn't give any examples of that, and that's what I'm saying. I think this is an interpretation, right, of some theologian, and people are saying that it's God when it's actually. Well, I mean, I think all of this is man.
Man-made.
But yeah, but if we step outside of the book, that delayed obedience is disobedience is an interpretation of some theologian or some pastor who's saying, "Oh, I see a pattern here." Right? Lot's wife didn't obey. Do y'all know what it means? Delayed obedience. That means they didn't obey at first, but they finally obeyed. That's what delayed obedience means, right? Uh, One could say Jonah. Jonah would be an example of delayed obedience.
Like begrudgingly.
Yeah. Lot's wife would not be an example of that. Neither would Samuel Saul, when Saul killed the Amalekites. Like he didn't kill all of them. Saul just he didn't obey what Samuel told him to do. And it was Samuel who, like, it's so interesting because when Saul asked for forgiveness, Samuel was like, nope. It was Samuel who made the decision on whether the God was going to forgive Saul or not. Like, this is the one time in the book where you see the God refuse to forgive someone. And like, people reading that can't see that that's a human.
Yeah. Samuel saying that.
Lot's wife didn't delay, Megan. Lot's wife just didn't obey. Delay means that they took a while before they obeyed.
Also, you hit the nail on the head one night. You said basically pastors and Christians love a good rhyme. That's so hilarious to me. Euphemism? Is that what that is?
Euphemism is like a a meaning attached to a word, that that's usually like applied to like sexual, some sexual connotation.
Oh, never mind.
Megan, I just take a second, Megan. Sit down for a second and ask yourself what delay means. Delay doesn't mean not doing it. Just stop for a second. Like there's no need for you going back and forth with me over that. Just ask yourself what to delay means. Because if they were talking about just not obeying, they would just say disobedience is disobedience or disobedience is wrong. Right? It's to hesitate. Lot's wife just didn't obey. Lot's wife looked back. She did not hesitate to obey. That doesn't make sense, Megan. Who is talking about your time? Megan, stop. Just stop. Sit and think first before you respond. Can you do that for me, Megan? Because you're arguing about something that you shouldn't be arguing about. This is what believers do. Like y'all get stuck in one thing and then you don't listen. Like your whole thing is defending the God. At least listen. What are they doing, Lori? What are they doing? Where are they at? Is there a mod in the chat? Megan, nobody is getting ready to take you through kindergarten and teach you what the word delay means. Dry copying everyone? Yeah, I got them. They're gone. Go ahead. Sorry.
Bowser. You can say Bowser.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out if I was going to say the whole name and I just decided against it. Yeah, go ahead, Bowser.
All right. So yeah, it doesn't look like he really went. It doesn't look like he really went into much about delayed disobedience, at least where the scripture is concerned in the introduction. He more so just went into explaining why the book is the constructed the way that it is and everything like that. Let me see. Oh, he did say,
See, Urban, yeah, Gideon would be an example of delayed obedience. Somebody needs to teach Megan as that. Sorry, Bowser, go ahead.
I'm wait. What's that you said? The example?
Gideon, when the God commanded him to go and basically tear down the shrines and stuff, and he did a test. He put out the leaves and or the mat and asked the God to make the mats wet and the ground dry around it, and then he did it again. Like he kept testing to make sure he was hearing from his God to go and do this thing before he actually went and did it. That would be an example of delayed obedience, but also believers use that as an example for how to know when God is talking to you. So is that right or is that wrong, right? That's why I said like this interpretation of delayed obedience is not biblical. And it's an interpretation of a theologian that Christians have made their one of their core beliefs, and they fight for it even though it isn't the word of their God.
Is that where where Christians or when we would say test the spirit by the spirit?
Yeah, and see where there is God. Hannah said Hannah said she tried to do that. She tried to do that with a washcloth when she was 7 years old. She
Oh
tried to
my.
test God to see if God was talking to her at 7. Can you imagine
Oh.
trying to do what the Bible says at 7 and then being disappointed?
Yep.
She said she hid a washcloth in the bushes overnight. Wow. Interesting. I bet you were devastated. That's sad. It's funny. It's funny now that you're an adult, but that's sad. That's like writing Santa Claus a letter and not
Yep.
getting an answer.
Interestingly enough, we were raised not to believe in Santa and not tell other kids that Santa wasn't real.
Were you Jehovah? Were you Jehovah Witness?
No,
Oh, okay.
non-denominational. Yeah,
Non-denomination.
that word.
Okay.
Non-denominational Christian. Mega church. We went to a mega church at least. He was a pastor at multiple, well, minister for a long time, and then became an ordained pastor and whatnot. After a while,
Were y'all the first family, or was he like a pastor at multiple churches where he
I,
was contracted to hop around?
I guess you could say contracted.
Okay.
I couldn't even really tell you honestly. I just knew we moved around a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When you were younger, did you know what was happening around you when you were a child when things would change, or did you feel like it was an atmosphere change every time things were happening?
Like when you
Especially
say things would change, like what do you mean? Like in the church or in the world or?
mm, maybe like in the church or in the world. Well, I think I'll have to come back to that question when I dig a little deeper into that because I am actually dealing with a lot. So I really got to come back to that stuff, you know. But that's
I mean,
okay.
I noticed a lot of things, and like I said, I was very vocal about things that I noticed. Like my father was very faithful. Not anything like that, but there were things that I noticed, and I would, speak up about it or ask questions about it, and it got me in trouble a lot with my mom.
Mm.
Like when y'all, so I was in the youth choir. I was 12, okay, and it was Saturday. We was at choir rehearsal, and my mom wanted me to sing the solo, and I told her I didn't feel like singing, like I didn't want to sing, and she got so mad at me, like I was irritable, right? She got so mad at me. She went off on me in front of everybody at choir rehearsal. She didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. The next morning, I start my period for the first time. Right, it's Sunday morning,
Wow.
and I go into her room and I say, "Mom," I say, "I think I started my period." I said, there's, you know, in my underwear." She said, "Go in the bathroom." So I go in the bathroom. She opens the door and throws a pad at me and says, "Here, put this on," and closes the door. And that's it.
Oh.
That's it. She was still mad at me for not wanting to sing the
Mm.
solo. And, you know, thinking about that over the years, I realized that the reason I didn't want to sing the solo is because my body was changing. Like I was irritable because my body was changing. But she didn't have enough,
Patient.
uh, yeah, to even consider that. And I've talked to her about it, and I told her, I was like, like I had to learn how to take care of myself from my cousins.
Oh my God.
Like,
This is something else.
yeah,
It's the
because the
amount of
God came first.
my goodness. Don't yell at me, okay? It's so uncanny. The resemblance is so uncanny. It's out of control, and that's the part I hate because it's like we all went through this, and then I'd be like, "Were we really in the cult though?" Like, nah, for real. Somebody answer that question.
Yeah, yeah, no, we were,
It-
and like it. I love the hell out of my mama. I'm not like we didn't get along
yeah.
growing up. When I had cancer, she was there, both times. When I had my hysterectomy, she was there. We don't have that type of relationship, but we have some form of a relationship now. And I see her as someone that I need to protect because after my dad died, we had a conversation, and she took us all to the cabins or whatever. We had a conversation, and she told me like she don't know how to be alone. She's she only knew, she went from her parents to my dad, and all she's known is church, all she's known is God. And in fact, she knows, that I'm deconstructing and that I'm researching. And she asked me not to tell her the things that I learned because she said it would break her heart if she learned that what she dedicated her life to wasn't real. And so I promised her that I wouldn't share any of this with her unless she, tried to push something on me or ask me herself. And I've kept my promise with that. But
That's great.
growing up, whew, and then I was Satan,
Ooh,
like I was demon this and like that's why when a believer comes in here and calls me a demon, I could give less than two fucks. I've been called a demon my whole damn life.
yeah.
Like it doesn't do anything to me. But like when I talked to her or tried to talk to her about the things, it turns into me bashing her. Like she becomes the victim. So I decided just not to even have that conversation anymore and just enjoy the relationship that we do have.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that she's in a place to where she could even apologize or even accept,
Mhm.
you know, accountability.
Yeah. Sorry about that if I was clearing my throat all up in y'all's ears. But
Oh no, we didn't hear that.
oh good. um exactly. Exactly, and my sentiments exactly. 100%. I think a lot of our minstrel stories are the same, like not the same, but similar. Um, my older cousin, the same one who put the iron on my hand, told me that you're a woman now, and I was very complex because what even is that, And I was 12. Um, uh, the first time, basically after the first time experiencing intercourse, um, I was a teenager, but I guess the schools were making the girls get pap smears or something like that. At least that's what I was told, you know. And so I had to get one, and my mother was in the doctor's office. TW, trigger warning for those whose boundaries have been tested multiple times by their mother, by their parents, and everybody else. Yeah. Um, the doctor asked, "Are you active?" And I said, yes. And I turned my head and I looked out the window and I ain't looking at my mama the rest of the way, but I could feel her eyes on the back of my head. I swear to God, I know I could. I had a perm, so you could feel everything. When your hair's not natural, you could feel every bit of everything. And on the way home, she told me either you gonna tell your daddy or I am. Yeah. No thanks. You know, no thanks. No thanks for me because I wish that was I wish she would have just talked to me about it. I really wish she did because
Yeah.
she knew how abusive my daddy was about that and how deep it was for him about my chastity belt. You know? So it's just like what in
Did
tarnation?
she told him,
I
or did she make you do it? Did you end up
I'm
doing it?
really not sure. I'm really not sure. I really don't know. But I'll just say this: what did happen was he came to my room with a real sad look on his face, and basically, to put it in his words, or to give you what he said, because I don't know how he felt because religious psychosis is real, but um, he was just like, uh, basically, did you do it? You know, and I said yes, and he shunned me for 2 weeks.
Like,
I
where
don't.
in the Bible does it tell them to do shit like that?
I've been
Like
in
how?
therapy for 10 years. I've been needing therapy for 10 years.
Like it's the they take on the responsibility of being judged or, forcing you into this way of life. If Jesus is real, why don't they actually trust the Jesus to come to you the same way that he came to them? And then why don't they extend the same grace that they preach that this Jesus offers with his death? They don't. Like I honestly don't believe that they actually believe what they claim they believe in. Because if they did, they wouldn't feel like they had to do his job. And in doing so, like, they're hurting a lot of people. And this is why I say, when Jesus says, to be my disciple, you must hate your mother, your father, your son, your daughter, and even life itself. It's this shit like this that I'm saying that Jesus is saying you have to be willing to do. That they believe that, like, and it's not stoning your family anymore for not believing in this God. Now you're killing them with your fucking tongues. You're killing their spirit. You're killing their hopes. You're killing their dreams. You're killing their self-esteem. You're killing their confidence. You're killing their personalities. You're fucking killing their minds with your fucking tongues.
Mm-hmm. This shit hard. This shit is hard body. Hard body. This is not for the weak. For the week. And that was a really hard 2 weeks. I loved my daddy. You know what I'm saying? So that was really hard. That was really, really hard. Especially the fact that I did it with somebody he really hated, you know, and everything. But man, woo, I don't even want to touch male centeredness again. That I am working that out in therapy. Okay, we're gonna talk about that behind closed doors.
But can you? I can only imagine the shame it made you feel, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and then, like, going forward, like, it's. I'm sorry that happened to you. I really am, and I would say my dad was upset. I was 14.
I
You
was,
know,
yeah, about the same age.
yeah, and my dad, he was upset, but he didn't show me. He took me to Shoney's, and we talked about being responsible.
Mm-hmm.
And he when our fudge sundays came, the fudge sunday cakes came, he made a joke, and he was like, "Do you want my cherry since you ain't got one no more?" And
Now,
I was just like, "Daddy."
now, now I would
I
have,
was like, "Daddy."
I would have accepted that. You know, that would have been great. But I tell you, that's hilarious. And you know what's funny? My daddy was funny. Like, why were you funny at the wrong times?
Right.
Oh my goodness, my goodness. This stuff is some damage, boy. It's some damage. That lets me know that you can be both, Dad, right? You could be both, you know. And that I'm telling you, that was the back and forth all the time. You know, and I'm just like, why do you keep having to, or let me just say this, why do I keep having to watch your face mentally um choose between empathy and apathy, your daughter or Jesus, righteousness or your baby girl's heart or mental health, the one that you prayed for, by the way. You get what I'm saying? They always pray for
Yeah.
a baby, but then the baby's life is hell, if you will. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And whatnot. That's some confusing stuff.
Look, I'm gonna let y'all listen to something, and I guarantee this is gonna, like, jog memories, because it jogged memories for me. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Not her. I fucking love Rayshonda, but hold on, not her. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Please tell me I reposted this. Damn. Hold on. Did I at least like the video? I know I commented on it. Hold on. Is it this? Nope. Not that. Hold on. Oh, man. Damn. It's a video of a mom going in on her teenage daughter about the rapture. It like the stuff that she is saying to her. I don't think I liked it because it pissed me off. I think I just commented on it. It was like, this is abusive as fuck. God, this is what I get for not liking the fucking video. I didn't think I would bring it up again. Shit.
When it happens.
Ah, shit. But the mom was like, he's coming for your soul, and you are like, it's. She literally said, she said that the atheists were gonna bite her, and infest her and infest her with non-belief. She's like, they want to bite you. Like she's like saying this. I'm like, hold on, I've got to find this video. Did I send it to anybody? Hold on.
No.
Yeah, she basically called us zombies and told her that we were gonna bite her, and but it reminded me so much of like what I was taught growing up.
Mm-mm. What y'all wearing? What y'all wore to the rapture?
We were gonna wear our Adam and Eve outfits, but it didn't
Oh.
happen. So we were all ready to put on our Adam and Eve clothes.
Happy birthday. I'll tell you what. That was something else. But
Yeah.
people were talking about the aftermath of people who sold their cars and or sold their children, whatever they had to do. Because I'm stories about people giving their children to foster care. I don't even want to believe this stuff.
Yeah, that is crazy. But it's true. The neighbor ended up making a video.
Okay.
The lady, and now the lady is fighting to get her child back.
I saw one
I
video.
found the
Oh,
video
sorry.
because I sent it to Christina. Hold on, this. Get the internet to act right. Come on, TikTok. Okay, here we go.
In 13 miles, take exit 18 to merge on Drive 495 toward Baltimore.
So that when it happens, he got you. And what you gonna do? Who's gonna be there to help you? That's exactly what he wants, is to distract you with stupid stuff. Stupid TikTok videos that don't even mean nothing. Where your soul is at stake. Your soul is at stake right now. And you don't even care. And you call yourself a Christian and a believer. Really? Well, God is about to be the judge of all of that. If that's how you think, and you think I'm crazy, you know what the Bible says? The Bible says it's because they did not believe, and because they rejected truth. They didn't want to hear it. He turned them over with the sinners, where they burned. That is what Scripture says. He allows the same thing to happen to you as to the atheist and the unbeliever, because you refuse to hear the truth. You refuse to know it, and you don't even believe it. So this is a wake-up call. I'm telling you this because I love you, and I want you to escape. I don't want you trapped here. I don't want people biting you. I don't want that. Because once they bite you, it's just like in the movies. You become one of them. when your DNA comes erupted. And it's over for you. You're dead. Open your eyes in hell. This is serious. I'm not so quack. I'm telling you, this is serious. And the only time you're going to realize it's serious is when it happens. Irritate you. You're going to feel
In
irritated
13
by
miles,
me, or
take
irritated.
Did you hear us say when they bite you?
That's wild. Yeah.
Yeah, the daughter recorded. She was in the back seat recording her mom. Her mom
What?
was driving while she was saying this to her, but yeah,
Interestingly enough, um, we don't know the day or the time or the hour, correct? About the rapture. And the whole time, UPS is in the background telling her where to go, and she's distracted by, Christian stuff.
well, the Bible, I mean, the rapture isn't even biblical. There's nothing in the Bible that says anything about a rapture.
Mm.
And when Jesus is talking about no one knows the day or time, he's talking about that when the day of the Lord is going to happen, when that wrath of the God of Israel is going to come and
Mm.
clean the sinners off the earth and then restore the kingdom to Israel.
Mm.
And so when he says one will be taken and one will be left behind, the one that's taken is taken to the valley of Ben Hinnom, where they would, take people who were being executed, like capital punishment. So Jesus isn't even talking about anybody being snatched up to heaven, but that's how Christianity interprets that scripture. So like even the stuff that she's saying to her daughter isn't biblical. She's indoctrinating her in a very abusive way with a idea or theology that came from a man named John Nelson Darby in 1830. It's not even biblical.
What's that name again?
John Nelson Darby.
I think I've heard of that. What that sounds like is what I just read the other day for class. Um, the ISIS papers. Um, was it the ISIS papers? Oh, biscuit. No. It was something else. I'll have to go off the app to look for it, so I wouldn't be able to do it. But basically, where was it a British convention or whatever British convention back in the day? I think it was the 1800s. Talking about using religion and all the things to control the masses, um, and things like that. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, it starts with a B. When you said, oh my God,
I'm drawing blanks. I'm not. Oh,
it starts with a B. I'm drawing blanks right now too. Is it the Berlin conference? Is it Berlin? Is it the Berlin conference? Is that what it's called? It starts with a B.
excuse me.
It's the same conference where they divided up Africa.
Where they invaded parts of Lagos.
Yeah, Berlin conference.
And let me just type this.
Yeah, it's called the Berlin conference. There's another one that starts with a B, not Burlington Mall. Really, knowledge. There's another one that starts with a B. Another like war. But yeah, the Berlin conference is where they divided up Africa, and Leopold took Congo, and they decided to use Christianity to disarm the people so they can go in and claim their land and take the resources. Is that what you're talking about?
I think so. Yes, I'm just gonna say yes, but once I find it, I'll confirm, of course. But that's where he was talking about religion specifically, it was like three things he said, and yeah, that was definitely religion was definitely one of them to control um the Africans, or at least I don't even know if he was that specific, but control the masses, right, and everything. So you're saying that the Valley of Banhala is
The
I
the Valley of Ben Hinnom is
Lord.
in Jerusalem. It's what they call the Valley of the Shadow of Death.
Okay.
It's where the Israelites would go and sacrifice their children to. They were sacrificing to Yahweh. The God. There was no God named Molech in history ever. The translators of the text didn't know what MLK meant in Hebrew, but it's sacrifice for, sacrifice to. And when they found the funeral urns in Phoenicia, the urns had inscriptions on them that said MLK to Yahweh and Asherah, or to Yahweh and Asheroth. And so the Israelites were sacrificing their firstborn. There were different sects of Israelites in antiquity, which they don't talk about either. Like they all didn't believe the same thing or teach the same doctrine. And so there were several of them that did believe that Yahweh wanted them to sacrifice their firstborn child. And and they did. And so to separate themselves from those sects, the the priestly source, when they were, writing their theologies, they redacted a lot of it and then reinterpreted some of the scriptures to make it look like there was like this rebel sect of Israelites that were sacrificing to a different god named Molech. And
Mm-hmm.
so, but the Valley of Ben Hinnom, or the Shadow of Death, is where they would do that. And then they later turned it into, once they got rid of the sacrifices and did the reforms during the Deuteronomistic period, they then started using the Valley of Ben Hinnom as the place for judgment, where they would send people to who were being judged. And that's what Jesus was referring to, the place of judgment in Jerusalem.
Okay. What did that just remind me of? What did that just remind me of? The people who are usually with the rulers, basically keeping up with the scrolls and elaborate like a African griot or something like that. Is basically what you're talking about. I was trying to connect my dots. I have to use a bunch of colors and stuff to connect my dots
What
and
What do you mean
everything.
African griot? What are you referring to?
The griot being what is the exact word? Basically, like the historian. Let me make sure I'm saying this
Are
correctly.
you talking about like for Israel?
Yes, the griot.
Well, they didn't have one keeper of the histories, kind of like
Mm-hmm.
African societies did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Israel didn't have that. There were several people who wrote, and in fact, when Nebuchadnezzar came into Jerusalem and destroyed Jerusalem and destroyed the temples, they burnt a lot of their books. When he took a lot of them to Babylon, that actually did happen. And so they lost a lot of their culture while they were in Babylon. And a lot of them married women, Babylonian women. They set up businesses there. A lot of them stayed there when Cyrus commanded that Babylon release all of their slaves, and commanded that the Israelites be allowed to go back into Jerusalem. The Jews be allowed to go back into Jerusalem and rebuild their temple. Some of them stayed in Babylon. And it's estimated that about 30,000 of them went back into the Levant area. And when they went back into the Levant area, their culture had changed because the Greeks had moved in. They were under Greek occupation, and so they started to become Hellenized and adopt Greek spirituality. And so we see this in the text where Ezra and Nehemiah starts doing like a "Make Jerusalem Great Again" type
Oh wow.
campaign. Yeah, and they start kicking people out, kicking the foreigners out. They make those that had married foreign women and had children with them leave their
Mm-hmm.
wives and their children so they can get back to what Ezra calls the pure race. And they started rewriting their stories during that time. So a lot of this is written during that period because they had to rewrite what they lost,
Mm-hmm.
right? And things that they had told orally over time. And so we see different writers throughout the periods of with the text. So they didn't necessarily have a keeper of the history like African societies did.
Okay, makes sense. So, I'm sorry. I was about to say with the Levant area era, or I'm sorry, area.
Yeah, like
Um,
what they call the Middle East today.
okay.
And then let me say this. So let me say it like that. So if we want to say they had like a keeper of the history, it would have been the king's scribes,
Okay.
right? That were writing most of the time, writing like what the king wanted them to write. So it would have been the scribes who would have been the keeper of the histories, but not tribal like African societies would pick or anoint a person to learn all the oral traditions and be responsible for keeping them alive and passing them down. It wasn't like that. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, oh, and you were saying the Levant area. When you were saying, basically, are you saying was that the Hellenic period? Hellenic?
Hellenistic period. That's the period
Hellenistic.
where the Greeks ruled the Levant area. Alexander the Great, Antiochus, the Ptolemy dynasty, and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the Jewish people adopted Greek ways of life and their spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we get the whole concept of a soul.
Yeah. God.
Prior to that, the Israelites didn't have a concept of like life after death or a separate soul. They didn't have a concept of a Satan, like a enemy, an opposite of God. And so they start adopting these types of beliefs as they're mingling and with and I want to say they were mingling with them and kind of this is where they start allowing some of the Greeks to participate in their temple worship. Like at first it was closed off, so they opened it up during this time. So it would be during, yeah, it's called the Hellenistic period. Is the
Okay.
best way I can, yeah.
And when you were talking about the souls, have you ever heard of the seven souls in like ancient Egypt?
No,
Oh,
no.
okay. Basically, the soul is like the first one, and the the number seven is the soul and the most important. And then it goes down to number one, which is, um, I guess, your physical things or physical body and things like that. But just the breakdown of the human, human,
I no, I've not heard of the. That's interesting. I know usually I hear it explained, like you have your physical, then you have your astral and your ethereal body, and then you have your eye. So I know it was like four. I didn't know it was seven. Like, are you talking about the seven chakras, maybe?
No, I'm more
Oh,
so
okay.
talking about ancient Egypt.
Yeah, like from what I've studied, I've heard of like the physical, the material,
Mm-hmm.
the ethereal, the astral, and the I. I've heard of those four things, but I don't know what the other three would possibly be.
I have to I don't have it in front of me, but Lord have mercy. If I go to it, I have to swipe off the app, and everything. But I don't mind if that's okay. But
No, yeah, I'm interested in what the other three would
okay.
be. Like the four that I named. Are four, or is it four of those? The the physical, the astral, the ethereal, and then the I.
I'm not sure about the I, but the other three sound familiar on there. But
I know
I'm not gonna count that.
from my studies, the I is was the ultimate goal to reach.
Interesting. I love history. This is like the thing.
If you're in the guest request box, can you please comment? I want to make sure that we give other people a chance to come up as well. But sometimes people are in the guest box, and sometimes it'll show me that people are in the guest box and they're not actually there. I see there's 5 people in the guest box. Okay, so there are people in the request. Are y'all requesting to come up and talk about what I'm talking about with Bowser, or are you coming up to have your own conversation about the topic? Can you let me know? Because I might do something different tonight. I don't do testimonies here. I'm not looking to hear testimonies. So, are you, those of you that are in the request, are you coming up to talk about what we're talking about with Bowser? Or are you coming up to have your own conversation about the topic? We don't have any testimonies to give you. This isn't testimony service.
Amen. All right, I was able to pull that up. Um, so, oh crap. So I'm in a psychology class this semester, um, and we're learning about ancient Egypt and the psyche, right? That was a term that was created by the Greeks, right? Was it the Greeks or the Romans? But the 7 souls, like the functions, it's called the 7 Ka or Ka. That's what it apparently is.
Calming spirit.
And so number 7 is Atum, the human soul, destiny, purpose, lifestyle, spirituality, immorality, immortal. Number 6 is Jehuti, intellectual body, synthesis and dream, thinking, fantasy, clarity, and that is the mind. I'm going to mispronounce all of this. I'm just letting you know. Seb and Ta, Ptah. That's the communication body, creative direction, speaking, listening, and characterized as the will. Ab or AB, or spelled AB, is the knowledge body, which is compassion, balance, commitment, and orders to do with discipline and law, or at least characteristic discipline and law. I think he pronounced it Kabit or Kabit. I'm not really sure. Kabit. That's the astral body. I think that's what I was thinking about with astrology, but it says astral body. That is the motion, will, power, the willpower, motivations, basically all senses and activity, and he characterized it as drama. And then Ba is emotional body, feelings, sexuality, attachments, and social relevance. And then split flow. I'm not sure what that's about. I'm gonna have to study it though because I got a test on it next week. And then Kat, physical body. That's the number 1. That's at the bottom of the list. All organics, nutrition, protection, mobility, and basically overall presence.
Okay. So while you were talking, I did some research here. So I do see components of the Egyptian soul, the Ka, which is the spirit, the life force, the Ba, your personality, Ak, which is the transfigured spirit, the part that could achieve spiritual existence after death. I think this would be the I, Ib, your heart, Ren, your secret name, which is a part of your person's identity, Shuyet, the shadow, and then Sekem, which is your power. And so what it says is that different texts, like the pyramid text and the Book of the Dead, talks about the belief in ancient Egypt that the soul had different forms, but none of them put them all together, right, and named like seven. The idea that Egypt believed that there was a seven soul process is a new concept, basically. But I think I think it's described differently. I think the Book of the Dead talks about two of them, and then the text that I read talked about the four, and it was a book about reading the signs of the apocalypse. But it mentioned the Egyptian process of like how to reach the ultimate I, and it broke it down to like the four that I knew about. But so basically it's described differently from different authors throughout ancient Egypt. So like this is saying that there could possibly be up to 9.
Jeez.
Yeah, it says in some interpretations, these 7 souls can be seen as developing in phases, moving from elemental to stellar or lunar forms before culminating in a spiritual form within the human body. Ancient Egyptians believed the human being had multiple spiritual components like Ka, Ba, Ak, Ran, Shut, Ib, Kot, and the number wasn't fixed. Sometimes it was 5, sometimes it was 7, or even 9. 7 souls as a set doctrine was not an Egyptian teaching, but a modern interpretive simplification, especially popularized in the 19th to the 20th century by mystical scholars.
They had magic.
No, like mystical, more so those that believed in like the metaphysical and stuff.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. But I think the important thing is that like this, like the Egyptians, like when black people say that this God is African history, the very fact that this teaching teaches that there is one soul, one God, where African religion or spirituality did not teach that, right?
I found that interesting as I'm, reading this stuff, that we did go from multiple Orishas. I can't think about it right now, and for Buddhism and Hindu and everything like that. But we did go from multiple deities to one. I found that very interesting in my journey of being a Christian and everything. That the questions I could never get answers for.
Yeah, because how else can they instill fear, right? And ultimate loyalty. Like I was thinking the other day, I was talking to an 18-year-old in my last live, and we were talking about the story with Joseph going into Egypt, taking over Egypt, and the God basically giving him the plan to have the resources switch from the people to the Pharaoh that Joseph controlled, right? And then the Hebrews were given favoritism, and so were the priests. And this is basic capitalism, and where the power control the resources and the people become the slaves and work for food, right? Work for their daily necessities, where it wasn't like that at first.
Mhm.
And I was explaining to this 18-year-old, like, this is the plan that those in power use. Like, it's written out for them in this book. And he, denied it. And I said, well, what do you get from the story of Joseph and Egypt, and, the God giving him this 7 year of plenty, 7 year famine, and then all the resources end up under his control? And he said, the power of God. And I said, that's all you get is reverence and awe,
Oh my.
right? Like, for someone who don't plan on enacting that plan and being someone who controls the resources, the only thing you really can get from that is more loyalty to the God, to the beast, right? Which makes you more dedicated to it, feel like more in debt to it, and more afraid of it, because this is the power that this entity has. And when you have that type of reverence for one God, right? And
Mhm.
you feel like
One source.
that God created you, you can't see anything else but that, you know? And I
Yeah.
think that's why they did that. Because at first, even Rome was polytheistic. Greek was polytheistic. Rome polytheistic. The northern Israel was polytheistic, right? And it was beneficial for them to move everything into one God, because then they didn't have to manage so many different gods, so many different pantheons, different cultures and holidays and things like that.
Okay. Do you think that the merging into um, monotheism is like a social response in general, like just basically well, mm, I'm kind of negating rulers who were let me just say like terrible rulers, right? Like Caesar or something like that. But what am I trying to ask? I'm trying to put it together. Sorry. Um, do you think it just happened over time, like the frog in the boiling pot of water situation, uh, from polytheism into monotheism, or do you think it was like a collective? This is correct.
No, it definitely happened over time. Like the Israelites, like it happened over time with them, and then it happened over time with Rome, and then Rome went throughout. The Europeans went throughout, and everybody that was pagan, they either killed or enslaved, or forced them to convert through violent means.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it was just like through fear tactics, like sending missionaries in,
Yeah.
backed by their military.
Through
So yeah,
conquer.
yeah, through conquering and stuff. So it wasn't a collective effort. It was definitely a campaign.
Okay. Yeah. It's definitely making sense. It's coming together. It's a little ghetto. I ain't gonna lie.
Like, we ask believers all the time, like, if Jesus was real, why did he need to go into other nations in the body of, you know, European men?
Lord.
Like, why couldn't he just go to Africa himself and be like, hey guys, I'm here? Why did he have to send Europeans into Africa to tell people that he exists, or that he died for them?
Interesting. I hate it here. So therefore, I still, I mean, like every day now since I've been deconstructing, I'll thank the Lord for waking me up, and then feel bad if I don't, and then just kind of continue on with my day. But it's like the back and forth. I swear, it's so stupid. The back and forth. That whole thing is just, this is so back and forth. This is so fickle, and that's
I
the
mean, and it
problem with
takes
religion.
time Shit, today I cooked some wings and them motherfuckers were so good. I felt bad for not praying over them.
I'm weak.
Like it takes time, and then I'm like, what the fuck? Like I cooked these wings. Like sometimes you're just so grateful for something, and your first thought is to be like, thank you, Jesus.
Oh, Lord, Lord.
Yeah, them motherfuckers was fine. As a matter of fact, I'm finna warm me up some in a minute.
That sounds like a plan. But yeah, I'm telling you, I can go all night because that's just what I do, I guess. I can go all night. But if you would like to bring somebody else up,
Yeah, I am gonna give somebody, another person, a chance to come up. But I appreciate the conversation. You're welcome back anytime, and I wish you the best of luck on your deconstruction journey. Also, we do have a private Discord. I'm sure you've heard us talk about it in the live. If you want, you can become a nerd by hitting the gold star at the bottom by the comment box. And we have on that Discord a lot of research that we've done. I'm about to start doing a sub only live where we talk about the archaeology, the biblical history through a research lens, and teach the proper ways of researching. And we have some other things that I'm working on with two of our co-hosts, like with textual criticism, and so like there's a lot of benefit with being a nerd. So if you want, you can subscribe at the bottom.
well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do want to become a nerd. I'm not gonna lie. So. But thank y'all, and I appreciate y'all for helping me through at least the first one, because at least I was able to express what I went through, and I'm kind of glad he wrote it down. It's like a blessing and a curse. I'm kind of glad he wrote it down, so I can heal through it and remember just these things that that were harmful. You know what I mean? And it is nice to hear, or at least, what am I trying to say? With
I know what you're
how
trying to say.
yeah, like how
Yeah.
vague it is like, so I'm not crazy, right? This stuff is vague.
Right. Yes.
So it's different when I see it written down and I'm like, good grief. Lord have mercy, daddy. And everything. I appreciate y'all. This is so great. Y'all
Yeah,
have
I
a good night.
appreciate you. It was a great conversation as well. It was valuable to us. So thank you so much for being transparent, for not candy coating shit. And hopefully the next time you come up, you'll be able to say what you want to say and,
Yeah,
not have to think twice about it.
that's true.
So
Thank you so much. And I was wondering, is it possible, like, do you repost your lives?
they're actually streamed to YouTube.
Oh,
So
that's
you
right.
will be able to go back and watch it.
Okay.
My
Good.
YouTube is Arc Thinker.
All right. All right, y'all. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good
Have
night.
a good one. Have a good one.
All right, y'all.
Okay, we
If
need
you
a new
are in,
goal.
okay. If you're in the guest box, please comment so that I can bring you up. I did give you an opportunity to come on stage while she was on stage if you wanted to talk about what she was talking about. That opportunity has passed. When you come on stage, you do have to talk about the topic that is on the screen. I don't answer random questions about deconstruction unless you are a nerd. And so if you come on stage, you can talk about the topic and maybe work your question into the topic if you can do that. It is that is one of the benefits of being a nerd. If you have questions about deconstruction and need to talk about your deconstruction journey, you can do that. Come on stage by becoming a nerd. You get stage priority. Paula,
Hi,
hi. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are? I can tell you're deconstructing, right? Because I see your question, your comment. You're a deconstructing believer. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm 39, by the way. So I'm, above the age of 21. And you may not be able to answer this because it doesn't quite qualify with the prompt. I grew
Well,
up
do me a favor
in,
and talk about the prompt first, and then work your question into it. Can you do that? Like, what are your
um,
thoughts on the prompt?
oh, I believe wholeheartedly, Jesus is evil. The things that he did were, not great. He even went against his own father on several occasions. So yeah, I would classify him as not good.
When you say he went against his father, like, in what ways did he go against his father?
From my understanding, and I could be wrong, um, his father put that you don't get oracles from the dead or the unalive. I'm sorry. Um,
You can say dead. You can say dead, kill, murder. Just
okay,
don't say. Just say. Make sure you say grape or self extermination if you're talking about if somebody unaliving themselves. But you can say kill, murder, all of that stuff.
okay. I just wanted to make sure. All right, cool. Um, and he happened to raise the dead 4 days later, which is a no-no. Sorcery is a no-no according to his father, and from my understanding, when the Canaanite woman approached him and begged for him to help her with her daughter, um, at first he called her a dog. Um, and then when she admitted to being a dog, then without putting his hands on her or even on the woman herself, he claimed to have healed her. Um, and also, I believe it states that his father states, do not, I don't know the exact word, it's not mingle, but really messing with the spirit or ghost, um, which he does. So I'm kind of leaning towards, you went against your own father. He said don't do this, and you did it anyway.
I mean,
I
there
could be wrong.
are. Yeah, I don't necessarily see Jesus as someone that goes against Yahweh too much. I think the main thing that I see him changing in the law is when he's like, "Hey, it has been said eye for an eye, but I say turn the other cheek," type stuff. But he was a stickler for the law of Moses. So like that's what Jesus was really upset about. The Pharisees were reinterpreting the law and changing it, and Jesus was trying to get them to go back to traditional Torah teaching. So I don't necessarily see him as going against them. The in the Old Testament, Elijah raises the dead, right? The God's Holy Spirit is in the Old Testament where it possesses Saul. It possesses Jeremiah. So the God actually does mess with spirits in the Old Testament. So I wouldn't necessarily classify that.
Mhm.
You are correct. The Gentiles were under a harem ban, and they were not to intermingle or intermarry with them because they
Mhm.
were seen as unclean and less than. And Jesus was basically asserting that, you know, in the story when he's talking to the Canaanite woman, and because she admits, like, he sees it as only faith could help her see that, she is inferior to him as an Israelite or to the children of Israel. So he's like, "Oh, your daughter is healed." And but a believer would say Jesus interacting with the Gentiles is the plan of the God, right? Because he does say in the text when he gets mad at Israel that he's gonna go to a people who he doesn't even consider people to make them jealous. He says that in Deuteronomy, and then Paul quotes it in Romans. So the God did plan on using Gentiles to make Israel jealous. And so, like a believer can just, or most likely will say that it was always the plan of God to bring the Gentiles in, although it was always the plan of God for the Israelites to rule, and then to rule the nations, and the Gentiles as the nations would serve the Israelites and worship their God. So there are other reasons that I could say. I don't necessarily think Jesus was evil. I don't think that he is a good thing for society. Uh, if Jesus is the God in the Old Testament, then that God is evil to me.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily see Jesus as the evil thing. I think he is a source or a tool for that evil idea. Does that make sense? He was more so
Right.
like a tool, I think.
Okay. Yeah. I get what you're saying. Um, I didn't think about it that way.
No, it's a like you don't have to agree with me. I'm just sharing with you how I see it.
Hmm.
Yeah, like you don't. I'm not saying that you have to agree, but
No, but it's good to get another person's perspective on a situation that I guess I am just now deconstructing, and there's a lot of things that I'm not quite understanding. And I one of my grandmothers was an actual preacher. I grew up as Pentecostal, so breaking away from that and just now able to really deconstruct and look into this, I'm having a hard time because I know what was been told to me, but I also have a learning disability. So reading the Bible, I kind of struggle with it when I do read it because I'm not understanding what I read, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
absolutely. Are you trying to read the King James?
It's the King James and the Living Bible. So
Let me see what
I'm
the Living
confused.
Bible is. The King James will confuse you because it's written in a Shakespearean dialect, and we no one talks like that today, and so your brain is like, what the fuck are you even saying? Because
Exactly.
right, like, but there are other more modernized translations that can help you. But let me see what the Living translation is. The Living Bible, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Let's see.
It's a two in one Bible.
Okay. The living, see, remember that in those days you were living utterly apart from Christ. You were enemies of God's children, and He promised you no help. You were lost without God, without hope. But now you belong to Christ Jesus. And though you once were far away from God, now you have been brought very near to Him because of what Jesus Christ has done for you with His blood. Let's see if I do this same thing, and the Bible translation that I recommend is the New Revised Standard Edition.
Okay.
But I'm gonna see if this one is
It's
like,
like the way this Bible is the King James, the Living Bible and the King James are actually side by side on the page.
okay,
And I think that's what's confusing me. But like I said, I also have a learning disability where I forget what I'm reading and will have to read it like 10 times. one sentence before it will stick in my head.
Okay, even when you read the Living Bible translation.
I'm having difficulties making it make sense because I'm struggling to read it, certain parts of it, and then as I'm struggling and I'm focused on what I'm reading, I'm not focused on it's weird. I'm not focused on hearing it when I say it.
Are you okay? So I have two questions for you.
Hmm.
When you are reading it, are you reading it with a specific goal in mind, like to learn about a specific thing, or to answer a specific question, or are you just picking a random story to read it?
Um, Basically just trying to read it from front to back.
Yeah, don't do
Um,
it that way. I don't
okay.
recommend that. Yeah, I don't recommend that. I think because one, it's not the chronological order that the King James Bible has these stories in. It's not true. Like it's not. None of this stuff happened in this order, so you don't necessarily have to read it front to back.
Hmm.
But it's better, like if you want to learn about why, like if the story of like Nebuchadnezzar, if Nebuchadnezzar was real, right? The 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 best way to do it is to pick a time period in history, right?
Okay.
And say, okay, I'm going to study Nebuchadnezzar and his conquest of Jerusalem, right?
Hmm.
Then you research that time period, when did Nebuchadnezzar conquer Jerusalem in actual history, because the timeline in the Bible is always going to be at least two centuries ahead, or 2 centuries behind. It's not ever going to be the time that it actually happened. And so researching actual history, when did Nebuchadnezzar actually conquer Jerusalem, and then go to the Bible,
Hmm.
read that part, study that part, compare it with actual history, right? That way, it becomes a like a research project for you, and it's interesting because then it feels more like a scavenger hunt, and you're able to connect dots a lot easier when you focus in on one specific topic. Does that make sense?
Right, like break it down into
Bite
subject.
size.
Like if I want to
Yes.
learn, hypothetically, if I want to learn science, you're not going to read a math book just to find out, gravity. Well,
Right.
math isn't
Right.
gravity. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, or like if you're studying science and the subject is reproduction, you're not going to read the whole science book and go through learning about planets before you get to reproduction, right? You're just going to go straight to the subject, the chapter that talks about reproduction, and you're going to study reproduction,
Right.
right?
Okay.
If you yeah, so like if you want to learn about the laws and the different time periods, because there's three different covenants in the book.
I
You
know
want
of
to
two. What's the third? I know you've got the old covenant under Yahweh. You've got the new covenant under Jesus. What is the third one?
So that's different. I'm talking about three different legal covenants in Israel in the Old Testament.
Hmm.
You have the Mount Sinai covenant, the first one that Moses gives when he's on Mount Sinai, as soon as he takes the Israelites out of Egypt. That's the first set of laws that he gives, and that was given in a different time frame. Then you have the Deuteronomy renewal covenant, that was written during a different time period where they actually codified the laws and made them more. They clarified them.
Okay.
And then you have the Levitical law, which are the laws in Leviticus, which was the priestly laws. A lot of those were for the priests, but also the priests wrote laws for the Israelites. And so they were all given at three different time periods. And so when you study those, you want to take it one covenant at a time, right?
Got you. Okay.
One chapter at a time, right? And go. just bite-sized chunks. But reading it front to back, I don't recommend.
Yeah, because I'm getting myself lost, and I just yeah.
And
Now,
then I recommend audio. Um, are so I'm neurodivergent too, but I love reading. I'd rather have a book in my hand and read. Audio books I tend to wander off in my mind, but for some people, audio might work better. So, like, have you tried a audio app that can read the text to you?
actually, I just found from another live that she uses the what is it? The Bible Gateway um website, and they also have an app, and I actually just downloaded it. And you can actually read it. It reads it for you. It's audio, but you can read the text at the same time that it's saying it. So I haven't really tried it yet. I literally just downloaded it maybe 2 hours ago. Um, so I'm really hoping to do that. So not only can I read it and see the words, I can also hear it.
Yeah, I think that might be better for you. But and also remember to take breaks even with the audio, because if you're neurodivergent like I am, you might start wandering in your mind. Take a trip in your
Um,
mind.
oh, honey, you don't know how many times I go on trips and never leave the house.
Right, right. So you want to take breaks, and that's why I said turn into like a scavenger hunt. Like, you want to like ask yourself, was Nebuchadnezzar real? Was Belshazzar Nebuchadnezzar's son? Like, ask yourself questions and go on a search for those answers. Do it that way, and that's how you read the Bible.
Okay, and my last question would be, now that we have this as far as the Bible Gateway, would you suggest any other books that could possibly help? Um, I'm not going to say find the faults in the Bible, but give me more information that the Bible doesn't.
Yeah, there's a book link in my bio. Mompreneur, don't lie on me. I never said that all of these people in this book were metaphorical. And as much as you sit in this live, you have heard me talk about the kings in this book that were real. I don't like for people to lie on me, and I don't like for people to put words in my mouth.
Right.
There is a link in my bio with the books that I recommend, but also like I was telling Bowser, if you become a nerd, there's more information, a Google Drive with notes, research notes, and all of that that you get access to that'll help you with your studying. And then we're about to start a sub only class where we dig into the archaeology and the actual historical context of these stories
Okay.
in this book.
Okay, yeah, I would definitely do that. I don't get paid until the third, so I will get back up with you then and sub. And Lowen, I actually have that book in my Amazon, but like I said, I can't get that until the third either. So, but
Yeah, do you
I
know Deborah? Do you go to her lives?
I go to her lives, and she's also in uh what is it? Grumpy Books is live. Um,
Okay,
that
yeah,
I'm
in Grumpy's
that I'm
lives.
in, and Miss Fluff.
Okay, and Dr. B has lives as well. I think
Dr.
his page is
B.
Digital Hammurabi. And some of the books on my list are written by Dr. B also. And in
Oh,
fact, yeah. In fact, one of the classes that we're gonna have for sub only, Dr. B is gonna teach at a discounted rate to teach you how to do textual criticism while reading the text across different translations, so that you can see how the translators decided on what, which translation to go with and things like that. But yeah, Dr. B is another person that I would suggest that you follow and attend his lives as
And it's
well.
just DRB.
Well, on here he's Dr. Joshua Bowen, but I think the page that he goes live on with his wife Megan is Digital Hammurabi.
Digital Hammer Hammer what?
Hammurabi. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. That's great. I appreciate your help so much with this conversation, and you've given me some things to look up and help me break down the Bible on a better level that will suit me.
You're very welcome. I hope you have a great day and good luck with your deconstruction. And I put it in the chat for you.
Uh, okay, I see it, and I'm
All
gonna
right.
write that down. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You do as well.
What's up, Big Daddy Energy? Lori chatting with Kathy, Option, and Shira. I think everybody in the box are nerds. In the request, Miss Cray. Miss Cray. It's you said, but like your comment said, but none of them were real because they're all metaphorical to you. That's what it said. I don't know how I could have taken that wrong. I think the guest box is empty. Everybody in the guest box are nerds. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, and you are deconstructing or an atheist, guest box is open, y'all. Hey, Bridget. What did you mean? God is mompreneur, so that I can apologize if I was wrong. What did you mean? Bridget, do you want me to just start calling you Pumpkin? Is that what you why you changed your name? Let me know. What's up, King Mike? Pumpkin. Okay, I got you. All right, y'all. It is 2:42 in the morning. If y'all are just coming in, and if you are a nerd, the song playlist is available on YouTube now. All 28 songs that we've played during the live stream, you can listen to them whenever you want. It's on an unlisted playlist. The link is in the Thinker live chat on the Discord. And to the nerds on YouTube, Chicago is going to teach me how to communicate with y'all tomorrow, and I will send y'all the link tomorrow so that y'all can access the songs anytime y'all want to. Are y'all still awake? Where did all the people go that was in the guest request? Hey, Tamika. Did you come up on purpose or on accident? Tamika? Hey, accident? Okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
Yes, bye.
Bye. Thank you, King Ramir. I guess I'll play it for you right now until we get somebody. Hopefully we get somebody to come up. I know it's like in the middle of the night. Y'all know I don't like silent breaks.
They see you as broken, they see you as wrong. Family turning on you like you don't belong. Legislating your existence while you're not in the room. But your joy is resistance, your life is the blue. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred, it should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine, our voices combine. You are love, you are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you, we're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you, keep this on repeat. Our love is a victory. Your pride is the beat. No preachers, no scriptures should preach your rights away. The Bible doesn't really say it's a sin to be gay. They call you the devil, but we know the truth. Non-binary and trans, keep living your proof. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred, it should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine, all voices combine. You are love, you are here, never ashamed. That bigotry won't break you, we're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you, keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat. Let's dance through the fire, let's sing through the pain. Your colors unbroken, they shine through the rain. The hate can't define you, that loss can't erase. We're building a future with love at its base. There's a rainbow of voices making it known while others deny you. You're never alone, 'cause love is not hatred, it should never divide. You're queer, you're trans, your beauty inside. Let's rise, let's shine, all voices combine. You are love, you are here, never ashamed. The bigotry won't break you, we're reclaiming your name. Don't let them erase you, keep this on repeat. Our love is the victory. Your pride is the beat.
All right. Yeah, the song, the lyrics are copyrighted through Suno. When I create the song on Suno, they automatically copyright it for us. Thank you, Big Daddy Energy. The link is on it's on YouTube. Kareem? Kareem? Kareem, are you there? All right. I don't know who these two people are on the backup account, but I can't bring you up from the backup. It's going to tell me that I have to invite you. So I don't know. If you are trying to join the live, you have to send your request again, and hopefully TikTok will move you to the main page. I don't know if you came in through my backup. So for right now, it's only available to nerds. So if you are a nerd, the link is in the nerd Discord. 'Cause I did write it for the nerds. Yeah, and I am going to release it later, but right now it is exclusive for the nerd community. Unique, I thought we sent you the link to the Discord a long time ago. I think, as a matter of fact, I thought I sent it. Truth Teller, didn't we send you the link too? What? I remember sending it. I remember. What? Yeah. Are there any mods in the chat that can send links right now to the Discord? Yeah, I think that's what's happening. That they're not getting the messages before the link expires. Y'all see Joshua and Unity? Just tag them and let them know you need the link. Y'all know how to generate a link, right? Unity and Josh. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. You can come up, talk about the topic. If you are deconstructing or an atheist or a nerd, you can come up and reflect on the conversations that we've had about Jesus being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity over the last 4 months. Because, I was thinking today that in 4 months, there's no telling how many people we've talked to, and nothing has changed my mind about how Jesus affects humanity. And then people saying, "Oh, you don't want your mind changed." I'm not saying that I'm going to become a Christian, but you should at least be able to show me how Jesus is good for humanity. The only thing y'all can say or talk about is life after death, and that's not humanity to me. They're not human anymore after they die. EC5.
Hello, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
Oh, I'm actually 18, not 21, so
Oh, okay. I do have to take you down.
it's
I
preference.
do allow 18-year-olds to come up on Tuesday. Is Maddie in here? Give me just a second. Is Maddie here? I have an 18-year-old co-host that I allow to have the conversations. I just don't believe in talking to other people's kids about this.
Oh yeah,
Um,
sorry.
yeah. I don't think our 18-year-old co-host is here. Hold on. That might be her in the guest box. Let me see. 18 year old co-host. 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 18 year old No, it's not her. If you come back on Tuesday, I always tell 18-year-olds to come back on Tuesday and they never do. But if you come back on Tuesday all night, it's for 18 and up. If you could do that.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. I think she said she had a test that she needed to study for. So she's probably somewhere studying. To the person in the guest box, you don't have a username. You have a TikTok jail number. So if you could add a username to your account, I'd be more than happy to bring you up. I do have a lot of rules in this motherfucker, but it is for my sanity. Kind of like Yahweh had all those rules for his sanity. I'm just not going to violently enforce them, but I do not bring up accounts that have a TikTok jail number. So if you can create yourself a username real quick and then request again, I'd appreciate it. Who gave out bread and wine on Thursdays? Knowledge, you just be rambling in the comments. Selena, are you awake? I think Selena done went to sleep too, y'all. I hope we're not ending early today. I really don't want to. I know I don't want to. Okay, let me generate one for you, Joshua. Hey, King Mike, you were supposed to come back the other day.
I know you. I'm sorry, Thinker.
No, it's okay. I'm joking with you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. Good. Um. So, I'm just getting in the house. I always get off at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I sit in and I listen in, and I don't know if you remember, but I was going through some things with my dad and his family, the Christians.
Refresh my memory on what it was.
So I was going through some things with my dad, and his family was Christians and stuff, and I had just lost my cousin, and
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah, and so I I want to tell you about that night,
What happened?
man. My cousin on my on my dad's side, and I'm not really cool with them, and so my cousin on my dad's side, he had took, I don't know what he took, but he ended up pushing. But by the end of the night, he ended up pushing my mom and going to the car and grabbing the.
We can't hear you, King.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
You sound far away.
I don't know what. Dang. Okay, so my cousin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so my the cousin on my dad's side, and me and my dad never really had a good relationship. The cousin on my dad's side ended up pushing my mom. Like after the whole little thing, he ended up pushing my mom and going to his car and grabbing the gun and shooting up in the air.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, he did. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, these are the Christians. These are the Christians. Yes, this literally happened, and I think he was like more so. He was more so like my brother. What my brother told me, he was like, my brother told me he tried so much to be like you, and I'm like, well, I've been the, I've been the, stand down type ish. Like I haven't, like I don't like violence or anything like that. But yeah, he started shooting up in the air, and it was so bad. My dad was like, yeah, I don't want him over here no anymore and this and that. I said, no, you should have went off on him. I said you should have went off on him the same way you go off on me when you calling me all types of names as a child. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, I was kind of confused. Like, well, why don't you go off on your people like you do your kids? It was
What
very
did he
confusing
say?
to me. Well, I'm saying what my dad used to call me, like, but versus what happened
I'm saying, what did
after
your
what
dad say to
happened.
that? What did he say to
Oh,
you asking him why he didn't go off on your cousin the way he would have
oh, he
went
didn't.
off on you?
He couldn't say nothing to me. He couldn't say nothing to me. He was just speechless. And I'm like, damn, like you used to call me all types of punks and this and that. Like you used to go off on me. And I was just like, why do you do this to why do you do this to that certain type of family? I couldn't understand it. And yeah, I don't know. I checked out. I said, yeah. I was just like, yeah, you protect these motherfuckers, and you love them so much that you forgot who your real family was. And I'm like, damn, like, cause so me personally, I'm like, with if I had my immediate family, which I just have my fiance, um, I'm like, I would not put nobody before them. You get what I'm saying though, right, thinker?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So he's always had something against us though. He's always had something against his kids, to the fact that he don't, you know what I'm saying? He don't understand. Like his family is the ones that's dragging him away from his immediate family. And me and my older brothers, we all just noticed that. He said that he only care about his only daughter that's living, because we had three sisters. Two of them died. I told you about the one that died of brain cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and he was just like, well, I only care about my daughter and some of my grandkids. And he
Some.
said that in a drunk, yes, and he said that in a drunken way. He said that in a drunken way, but these are supposed to be the Christians. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like this shit, it don't make sense to me, thinker. It don't. It don't. He don't.
And
Yeah,
they
that's
try
what
to
he said.
justify it. Yeah, and they try
Yep.
to justify it like with this text. Like that, I don't know if you watched Christina's live the day before yesterday, and there was a
No, I
guy on
didn't
there.
see it.
There was a guy on there who was saying he was justifying excommunicating people who he felt like wronged him or whatever. And
Hmm.
he was saying that that's what Jesus was teaching. And I was like, no, it wasn't. Like Jesus was saying you have to forgive everybody, no matter how many times they ask for forgiveness, you have to forgive them. Yeah, no, not Rosman. Was it Rosman? Yeah, Rosman. No matter how many times you forgive, they ask for forgiveness, you have to do it. And he was saying to reconcile, right? And I was
Hmm.
saying how abusive that is because you should be allowed to like set boundaries. But he was dead ass set on reinterpreting that scripture to say that he can excommunicate people that he don't agree with, right? And that's what they
Hmm.
do. They reinterpret that scripture to make it fit their life, and make them right in whatever they do.
Yeah,
But, but
that's the same type of ways that my dad has been doing though, and I was telling and I was trying to and I'm trying to tell my older brothers the same thing though. Thinker, I swear I shared my life, I share it to them to try to get them to have an understanding, but they not really deep into that understanding like how I am with you. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, are your brothers a
Yeah.
Christian or are they deconstructing?
Not they not shit. They don't know what the fuck they is. I'm just they don't know. They really don't know. That's why I said like so I was telling my other cousins on my mom's side, and they was just like, yeah, just believe, just we all here for a purpose, and blah blah blah. And I said no. I said, hell no. I mean, I got that mustard seed of faith, but I don't. I'm still deconstructing. And I was telling my cousins and them there, and they was just like, well, you're here for a purpose. And I'm like, nah, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear it. I don't. Cause y'all don't know.
I'm surprised nobody whooped your cousin's ass for even pushing your mama.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. Like my mom is so she's a Gemini and like she is so like she really like she fight for my dad's side of the family and shit like that. And that's what I'm saying. Like am I the only one outraged? But everybody else is just like it's okay, it's all right. No, it's not all right. I really want to fuck this.
But you know what? It's
I
interesting.
really,
Like, it's some interesting shit because they do look at us like we're crazy for saying he need his ass whooped. I mean, I
yeah.
don't know if I told y'all why I got kicked out. Why I got kicked out the house. Did I ever tell y'all that? But
Um,
so
you saying with your
my
dad?
no, my mom kicked me out. I get home from cheerleading practice,
Right.
and it's like 6, 7 o'clock. My mom is in the living room arguing with my brother's girlfriend. Right? I don't know what they arguing about, but I hear her call my mama a bitch. Right? And so I immediately defend my mama. Me and the my brother's girlfriend get to fighting, and my mom and my brother break up the fight. I get in trouble, right? And my mom says to me, "You trying to kill my first grandchild?" This is how I find out that they're arguing because they find out that my brother has a baby on the way. And she slapped me in the face and told me I was trying to kill her first grandchild. And she put my shit in a trash bag and put it on the front porch and told me I had to go. And I was almost 15 years old. But that's why I got kicked out for defending my mom because
No,
my brother's girlfriend called her a bitch.
no, hell no, no,
And I
thank you.
like,
I
but the crazy thing is like, you that's the normal reaction, right? To defend your mama, and I would do it to this day. Like we've had our problems, but
yeah,
ain't nobody gonna disrespect my mama. I'm gonna whoop your motherfucking ass. Like you're
yeah.
not gonna disrespect my mom. And but they make it seem like you're the one in the wrong for
And the wrong all the
defending.
way.
Like what?
So you know what? Now that you said that though, thinker, I can go deep. I can go deeper into like uh I don't know if you noticed, but like the last interaction that I had with my father never really liked me though. And it was because of the fact that my little cousin on my mother's side, she got slapped by my father's people. And when she got slapped by her, I was reminding my little cousin because she was a kid at the end. She didn't know what was going on or whatever. And we had a barbecue at my mom and dad house and shit. And my dad was like, I was telling my little cousin like it don't matter. It's all good. Like she gonna get her karma. Her that shit is coming back to her. Even if I gotta, venge that shit. You know what I'm saying? And then my dad just blew up. He really wanted to fight for his family. He wanted to fight so bad for his family. He blew up. He blew up so bad. He pushed me and was saying, "Oh, you just trying to start some shit. You a shit starter." I said, "What? What?" Like, but your niece on your side, Dad, had slapped my cousin on my mama's side, and you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Like, God ain't gonna justify that shit. No, we gonna take that shit to the streets. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's what I was saying. Like, he just he pushes away the stuff that his family is doing, and he just like, man, y'all the problem. You get what I'm saying, thinker?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, when
he's
you
just
said he
like,
wanted to
yeah,
defend
y'all.
his family, like naturally, I automatically thought that you was getting ready to say that was the one time that he stood up for y'all. But when you said,
No,
like, what?
no, man, he done called me all types of fags, punks, all types. He done called me all types of shit, and I
Oh
said,
wow.
damn, you really don't like me, bro. I said you really don't like me. But when I do just step up for myself, now it's just like, oh, well, I ain't got nothing to say. Oh, they could just go, yeah. Because I don't play about my mama. When my mama was pushed, when my mama was pushed and all type of stuff, um, that the other side, his family side, the I want to say my auntie Sweetie, which is her kids that's always disrespecting my mama and stuff. That was the second time that my cousin had disrespected my mama. And I said, if I ever see you again, it's a wrap. I don't care. And my dad just like, I'm the problem. I'm the
Yeah, that's
problem.
crazy. No, you're not.
Yeah. Yep.
If anything, you're like honestly, he should have stood up for your mom. That's his wife.
Exactly. Exactly. And now I see more and more why my mama got a boyfriend. I bullshit you not. I bullshit you not.
Oh my gosh.
Yup. Yup. That's what I said. Like, look, because I just be trying to get my mama away from certain type of stuff. And it's just like, I have been dealing with that for so long. Like, my dad was my bully. How? How does that happen? How does your dad become your bully? You know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Thinker?
Yeah. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
it sound bad, but like, and I love my mama, but she was my bully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
That's
that was a
crazy.
story that I had to bring to you, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta talk to Thinker about this shit. so
I know
so
you
she
were
can
dreading
like,
it. You were
yes,
dreading that. Yeah.
yep, yep. Especially the other day, because I kept requesting. I'm like, okay, wait, maybe it's not now. Is not the time. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. Did anybody call the
Yeah.
police on him for shooting the gun in the air?
Oh, they called it. Yeah, my dad ended up calling the police and then giving him the name and everything. But he had peeled off and he almost hit me and my mama. But my dad really he just shook that shit off. Yeah, my dad just shook that shit off. That shit. That's why I said that's so crazy how life is like, and that's why I said like I don't. As far as the karma thing, I don't believe in karma, right? Because I had been through some like some situations with my uncle on my dad's side, and my dad called us liars. What am I to do with that, thinker?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
he it sounded like your dad really used his tongue to harm y'all,
Yeah.
because he probably wanted to use his hands most of the time. Like he sounded like
Yep.
he, like, yeah, like, I don't know. Is he a
Yeah.
deacon or a minister, or is he just a
Nothing.
churchgoer?
None of that. He ain't none of that shit. He ain't none of that shit. That's what I'm saying. Like you always try to be like we Christians, we Baptists, we this and we that. Y'all don't even know what the fuck we is because y'all motherfuckers ain't right.
Do they even go to church?
No, man, they go to church when things go wrong, thinker. Like, I'm like, come on, not like, what
Or
the
on
fuck is
Easter?
going
Easter and Christmas?
Right. He's like, what? Like, no, y'all not, like, no, no. And I had to tell, and it's so funny because I had to tell my mama that, like, well, Mom, you really wasn't in church like that. When Grandma had us in church, my grandma, her mother, had us in church. And she had got us baptized and stuff like that, but she really wasn't right. She really wasn't right though. Like the the grandkids that she did adopt because my auntie was like on substances or whatever. She had put them out the car, called them crackheads and this and that, and that's why her car wasn't starting. It was a whole. That's what I'm saying. Like my whole family is just. I'm like, no, I don't believe in this Christianity, this Baptist shit, all of this shit. I don't believe in none of this shit. I just don't. Cause y'all, y'all just do y'all are doing stuff that y'all are doing negative stuff and it's really breaking me down. And I'm always the one to speak out and they be like, no, Mikey, you ain't supposed to think that way. And I'll be like, man, fuck that. You fuck y'all, fuck y'all Christianity, fuck y'all beliefs, fuck all
Cause,
that
cause
bullshit.
how
I
how
don't
you
like that
telling me
shit.
that I gotta ignore your behavior and believe that
Yup,
your savior makes you better? Like you telling me to
yup,
deny my reality and to deny my experience with you, to believe a fucking lie, and then I'm the
yup,
problem because I see your
yes,
bullshit and I call your bullshit
yes.
out.
Yes, and ever since I've been following you, like I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, I would tell my family members to like, follow a certain type of person, follow thinker, follow her, and y'all will see where I'm coming from with my beliefs and stuff like that. And they just be like, yeah, I know you got that mustard seed of faith and blah blah blah, and I'll be like, I don't even have that shit. Like, I'm trying to deconstruct. Period. Fuck y'all. Like I don't
But
know.
mustard seed of faith to do what? Because it ain't helping your ass.
that's
Like you
and
still
that's what
doing the
I'm
same
saying. And
shit.
that's what I'm saying. Yep, my cousin tried to tell me last week, thinker. She was just like, but you here for a purpose. And I said, man, you ain't got no kids and I ain't got no kids. What is our purpose on this earth? You know what I'm saying? Like we just here. We here, but at the same time, just like we ain't gotta have no kids to have a purpose on the fucking earth. Like you're like that shit. It was so confusing. It was just like, yeah, I had
Why?
to get off the phone with him.
Why do they always go to the you have a purpose? Like, but they never ever say what
Yeah,
their fucking purpose is. And then like their
exactly.
purpose is never anything that is I don't know, like impactful to society, right?
Right,
That's
right.
gonna
My
make the earth better. Like, what is your purpose that you believe that this
ex-
God just had to make you and you had to exist? Like, to worship the
exactly.
God?
And that's what I was telling my cousin. That's what I was telling my cousin. I'm just like, well, what is our purpose? And she really couldn't tell me that though. So I'm just like, hello, like the fuck, like it just really didn't make sense to me. So it's just like, I guess I guess I just been keeping my beliefs to myself and then online.
That's
And
smart.
that's when I wanted to talk to you the other day. And I was just like, dude, what did I do? Like, did I do something wrong or something like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, that's what I said. I was talking to my cousins and trying to talk to my mom and my dad and stuff, and they really don't understand it. Yeah, they really don't understand it.
I think like they're probably because they don't go to church and they're still like very adamant, right, that you
Mm-hmm.
adopt something that their asses obviously don't even believe all the
Yeah,
way. Like, I think it's fear, right,
I think
of
so
being
too,
without the
Thinker.
God. Yeah.
Yep. Yep, and that's what I was telling my mama. I was like, I think you fear that you're not gonna be so much closer to heaven, and it's just like it ain't really no damn heaven. Like, I don't know. Am I wrong when I say that or what?
No,
Like,
at least not like that.
okay,
Like this what like
yeah,
they don't even know what heaven's gonna be like. Like, first off, it doesn't say
right,
that they're going to heaven. Heaven is the place where the gods are and the angels are in this book. And then like the book says heaven comes down to earth. Like they're
right.
so like they don't even know what even that would be like. They're
Uh huh.
believing, like, here's the thing, they're all, you might as well tell yourself what life after death, if you want to believe in life after death, you might as well tell yourself what it's going to be like. Make it up yourself, because what they currently believe isn't even in this
Right,
Bible. So they already believe in something made up, right? Because they
right,
can't point to anywhere in this Bible that tells them that they're going to heaven or that they're going to live this amazing life in heaven, right? So like they've
hey,
made it up, and you might as well make it up. Don't type in caps in
hey,
my comment, Yahweh. Well, the Northern Israel. God damn. Like, just come in here and just be normal. Shit.
right.
Yelling at people at damn near
Goddamn.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Just have a conversation like I did. It's
God
not that
damn.
serious.
Exactly. Like they be going off about this guy, but will let somebody call their mama a bitch. Like, chill. Shit, crazy.
Look, Thinker. Listen. I would just sit in here for hours and just listen to you going off on people,
Because it don't
going
make
off on
sense.
people. No,
Like, you,
yeah.
right? Like, they would rather disrespect the human that they see in front of them to defend a God that they can't see, can't touch, right? Ain't
Golly,
never
somebody
seen or
who's
touched.
fucking imaginary. Like this is what's wrecking my brain every day. When I found you, like, Thinker, when I found you, you didn't have this many followers and believers and people. I swear, and it was just like, and from day one, I was just like, okay, Thinker is my inner thinker. I
Oh, I
would just
like
put it
that.
like that. Yeah, Thinker's my inner thinker.
Hold on, before
And,
you
and,
go
and
further, those were the days before I had a microphone, and I still had to yell at
you
motherfuckers.
didn't have
And the reason I had to get a microphone because I was losing my damn voice
yeah.
yelling at motherfuckers. Like, I've been yelling since day one.
Yes, man. It was before Lala, all of them. You was just by yourself, and I was just like, wait, hold on. She got a fucking point. Like, oh my God. And man. It was yeah, it was crazy. Yep.
And then
Yes.
after all that time, right? Like after still nobody has been able to convince me otherwise. Like that's the look, motherfucker. I done told you to stop typing in all caps in my damn comments.
Oh
Like nobody's
Lord.
gonna read what the fuck you said. Like it's gone now, and you can't type anymore.
That's sad. That's so sad. Like these and these people, they just they try to do they try to do something and it doesn't work. And then they be more mad. Like, what the hell?
And I think like I be wondering like why they get so mad at people who don't believe. Like honestly, they're not
Yep.
supposed to care if we don't believe, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're only supposed to
Mm-hmm.
care about those inside the membership, inside the body. But they always
Yep.
focus on somebody else's shit that they can't pay
Yep.
attention to the fucking mess that they have attached themselves
Yep.
to.
Thinking they
Yeah, I
gonna
think
save somebody else. How are you saving somebody else? You're not even saving yourself.
that's the like
You know
how they
what?
don't recognize that though. Like they don't recognize that they're in a burning ship. Like literally, half of
Yep.
them are holding Klan rallies right now, and giving
Yep.
Hitler speech and Yahtzee speeches. Your body is infested with racism and white supremacy and
Yep.
black supremacy
Mm-hmm.
and homophobia. Like y'all, like literally, y'all are one big conflicted ass head. Like the
They don't
fuck.
like us. That's I mean that's a sad thing. The sad thing is they don't like us, and at the same time, it's just like what, just like that TSU or the university when they tried to start some stuff with us, and it was
That's my
just
alma mater.
it did not work. It did not work.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
I was so proud of my future alumni. When I saw that, I
Yep.
was like, yes,
Yep.
my TSU babies.
Yep, and they tried, and that's what I'm saying. We didn't even have to they didn't even have to put their hands on them,
Hmm.
and that's what made them even madder.
Did you see the
That's
video of the
sad.
black guy mad at them for what they did? There's a black guy. He made a video. He was like, "Since when do we?" He said, "Violently chase people off of our college campuses. If they wanted to have a conversation, you should have had a They should have had a conversation with them. Like literally saying that the kids should have bowed down to the men and debated them. Like nobody. First off,
That
don't come to us to try to make you the next fucking Charlie Kirk. Like
right.
all of them right now are vying for Charlie Kirk's spot because there's an
Yep.
open spot, right? They're all vying to take that spot. Don't fucking come bother us so you can make a name for yourself. Like get the fuck
And
on. Y'all wouldn't come into our campuses when Charlie Kirk was alive.
that's
Get
my thing, thinker. If they was there for a conversation, no, they tried to really start a riot, and we really wasn't going for that shit. I
right.
mean, we didn't put our hands on them or nothing like that. And that I think that's what pissed them more off. That's what pissed them off more. You know what I'm
Young.
saying? Like, yeah, we supposed to be these egregious, this and that animals, all types of shit that they call us. Y'all got mad that we ran these two white men off that we didn't. Come on now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we know why they were there. They
Yep.
don't give a damn. And then the topics that they
Yep.
wanted to debate, DEI should be
Yeah.
illegal. Y'all already made that shit
Yeah.
illegal. The fuck are you coming on? Like you
Yep.
chose that topic specifically because you're at an HBCU. You already
Yep.
made the shit illegal. The fuck? Like why we finna debate about it? Well,
The
for
thing
what?
is, they just trying to involve us. They just trying to involve us in something that we have nothing to do with.
Wisdom,
Why?
stop
Like
lying. Yeah,
why?
nobody is rejecting you. Stop lying. It's only one person on stage at a time.
Yeah. If you need me to drop down, think go ahead and
No,
go and
no,
argue. You know, what I'm supposed to
no.
say.
You're a nerd. Shit. If he ain't got patience, that's on him. He better go back to Jesus and ask Jesus to fill him up. Shit. Sitting up here lying in the name of his Jesus.
Right. That's just, I'm saying that's crazy that they trying to push our buttons. They are really trying to push our buttons, and we have nothing to do with what happened with CK. I'm not. Yeah, that man. No, that's got everything to do with y'all.
Exactly.
But
And
stop trying to put
honestly,
us into that.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was even done on purpose so that it could rile their base, like for whatever
Oh,
it
most
is, like those
definitely.
speeches that they're doing. Yeah, like they need
Yep.
the less intelligent of their base to be mad
Yep.
and be willing to do the shit that they want to keep their hands clean of. And so I wouldn't be
Mm-hmm.
surprised if that was part of their plan and he was used for that. Like,
Right. So, Thinker, let me ask you something. Okay, you already know about Jasmine Crockett, but do you
mhm.
know about this other dang, I can't think of her name. This other lady that's running for congresswoman. Dang, I can't think of her name. And they are just spewing just negative, just I swear what they do with black women, they just I can't think of her name. Uh I'm gonna inbox you on it. It's another congresswoman. She running for Congress, and she's a I believe she's a black woman from Texas, and it's just like that. It's nothing but negative, 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 just negative stuff about this lady, and I'm just like, that's that shit just kills me.
They do it to all black women. Even Candace gets it.
Yeah,
Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
yeah.
Like it's that, and I, 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 I really think that it's because one, black women, we have been the most oppressed in society
Mm-hmm.
and damn near every culture, and we know
Yep.
what it's like, right? So we can empathize with everybody up the chain, and they know that, and they know that
Yeah.
we will, and they know that we will be vocal about it. And it's been black women at the forefront of most of the civil rights
Of
movements.
everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely everything. Yep.
And so their
And I
tactic is to demonize black women, to silence black women by calling black women angry black women or aggressive black women or unintelligent or ghetto or hoe or
yeah.
Jezebel, so that black women don't want to be like that, and they want to gain proximity and be palatable to society. That's why, like, I'm gonna tell y'all what I think. There's this account that will come in here. They'll follow me on other panels, and I see what they're doing. Like, I've had to block them. Anytime Fee talks, they'll say, "See, this is why I love Fee. She's so calm or so well presented, put together." And then their next comment will be, "I don't like Thinker," right? So what they're trying to do is it's trying to say Fee is the good black woman, right? Like I can
Oh,
handle
she's one of
this
the
type
good
of black one.
ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I've
Okay.
blocked this account several times, but they'll come back on a different account and do it. And what they're trying to do is basically call me an angry black woman without calling me an angry
Yep.
black woman by using Fee and her intellect and her demeanor to do it. But little do they know, shit, I fucking look up to Fee. The reason that
Right.
I chose Fee to be a co-host is because of her demeanor. Like I'm not intimidated by Fee. And Fee is Fee and I am me. And I'm not changing who the fuck I am. I don't give a fuck who likes it or don't, right? But
Listen,
they're
Thinker.
so afraid of
Yep.
like they're yeah, they're so afraid of black women, even when we are, you know, uh, intelligent and poised. It doesn't matter because I guarantee you, the most poised black woman to them is still ghetto. It's still
Yep.
aggressive because we could be
Yeah.
whispering, right? We could be
Thinker.
whispering and
Well, but listen, thinker. I'm gonna tell you something. Okay. So yeah, before you got your microphone, and before anything else, you was definitely being disrespected, and it was showing, and it was just like once you got that damn microphone, and you could cut a motherfucker off, and it don't matter, black person, white, I mean black guy, white guy, it didn't matter. I was like, yeah, hell yeah. Nigga, I got the voice in this motherfucking chat. You know, you know what I'm saying? I was just, oh man, that shit. Like, I was like, okay, all right, thinker, I see you. Yeah, yep.
it's crazy because I never had to fight this damn much to enforce my
Yeah.
boundaries. But of course, it's
Mm-hmm.
because I'm talking to more people than I do in my actual life. Because in in my actual life, I don't fuck with people. Like my circle is
Yep.
small, small, and but like on this platform, it's some
Mm-hmm.
disrespectful motherfuckers out there.
It
And I be damned if
definitely
I let a motherfucker disrespect me just to look palatable.
talk
Fuck
over
yeah.
you, anything. That's why I say yeah, I just, man, yeah, that's why if I had the microphone, like, yeah, definitely, because I don't play that shit. Like, I swear, like, I love my educated black women, and they the most educated black women on TikTok. Period. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, it don't matter what, if you going through Christianity, ghetto, I mean mess, whatever it is. Like, they are, y'all are the spoken voices that people don't hear. They just choose to ignore, and it doesn't make sense to me. And that's why I'm like, well, damn, y'all don't listen to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think they
the
know.
black,
Like they definitely
yeah,
know. I told you I
yep,
was watching a K drama, and in the drama a guy held up a poster with women on it of different ethnicities and races. And
hmm,
he asked his student, who was a grown man, like he was teaching him karate and taekwondo and all this stuff. And he asked him, he held up the poster. He was like, which one, which one? And he was like, teacher. He was like, I'm trying to cook dinner. I'm trying to eat. And he was like, just pick one. Which one is the best? And then he pointed, he was like, the South African queen, that one right there. He chose the black woman. He was like, he's smart. And I was like, they fucking know,
yep,
regardless of how they try to portray us.
yep,
And it just takes for the black woman to know, because for a long time we didn't, right.
yeah,
For a long time we listened to the racism, we listened to the stereotypes, to the microaggressions,
mm-hmm,
yeah, and tried to gain proximity. And no matter, even in corporate America, like that shit is horrible. It doesn't matter how palatable you are, how you follow the rules. You are a black woman, and success, like when you are successful, it feels like, to them it feels like you try to take their place, and they will
yeah,
treat you like that, and they will disrespect you, they will sabotage you. Like I went through that at AT&T, and I was trying to learn from this person. She was my director. I was trying to learn from her, and I remember sending her an email telling her what my goals were in the company. So she scheduled a meeting with me, and in the meeting, she talked so down to me.
uh-huh,
And then I told her, I said, well, I don't know if I should stay, if that's what you think of me. Like, I don't know that this is the place for me to stay and grow. And she looked at me and she said, what you want me to do, give you a retention offer?
no,
And this
no,
was my
no,
director. And but the crazy thing
What?
is, let me tell y'all what ended up happening to her ass. So she ended up, she this man came down to visit, not knowing at this time that he
Oh,
was coming to take her job. She didn't know that. So took him to lunch downtown, and they were walking back from the restaurant back to the building, and a tool from, like, they were doing construction downtown. A tool fell on her and broke her shoulder after that happened. And then and I still didn't celebrate, right? I didn't celebrate. Other people in the office they were laughing because she was just a bitch. Like, she was a straight out bitch. And then we found out that the guy that she took out to lunch was coming to replace her. So, like, they announced that she was getting fired and he was replacing her. Guess who
Oh
threw her a going
wow.
away party?
Who you?
Because nobody in the office wanted to. And I was like, man, I was like, that's fucked up. That's sad. Like, nobody wants to throw her going away party. She's been our director for like 6 years. And I threw her a going away party.
Well, I guess that it wasn't nothing wrong with that, but it kind of seemed like she was long overdue for this going away party. Goddamn it, she should just
That lady had me using up my EAP like crazy. You hear me? My therapist put me on a schedule. I was seeing my therapist twice a week.
for her.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
talk about
that's
her
not.
ass
Yeah,
in my
that's.
book.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
I dedicated the book to the man that took her job. Because when he first started, I did the same thing with him that I did with her. I sent him an email. This is my goals for the company. This is what I want to do. Please tell me what
Right.
I need to do to accomplish this plan. And he met with me, and he promoted me right then and there.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
bad. It.
Hold on,
What gets me
we
is.
can
I'm
the
sorry.
water in the background is loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, no, I'm saying what gets me is like the fact that we as black people have to work 2 to 3 times harder. I'm a truck driver right now. My fiance is a truck driver. She just lost her job. She's losing her job come October 3rd, and I just got dropped down from $28 to $24. And it's just
Damn.
yes, yes, thank you. That's why I'm saying what are we doing wrong?
Nothing. That's
It's
fucked
and we
up.
truck drivers, yeah, and we truck drivers. So it's just I'm trying to understand this thing called life, but at the same time, it's just like nah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, it the crazy thing is, like, we can do all the right things and we'll still
Mm-hmm.
be the problem in society because that's what they
Yeah.
want people to believe. I
Yeah.
saw a video of a guy begging people to leave the evangelical church after he was a member of the evangelical church. He made a video pleading for white evangelicals to leave the white evangelical church. He was like, he said after the Stephen Miller speech,
Mm-hmm.
he said, I know you think that this doesn't have anything to do with white supremacy. He said, but you are literally attending a Klan meeting. And he was talking to the people that was there. I think he knows these people the way he was talking, but he was like, you attended a Klan meeting. And I know you don't want to believe you did, but that was a Klan meeting.
Right. Who is Stephen Miller?
I forgot, what does Stephen Miller do? He's in he's appointed to do something for Trump in the White House.
Yeah, he's in
What?
the cabinet. I can't remember the position. He's like the bald guy, like real mousy looking, sneaky. Well, that's kind of all of them. But I just don't remember what
Right.
position he holds.
Hey,
Any
Fee.
Hey, good morning. I heard Thinker
I
talking
know.
about
I feel like a
stupid shit.
superstar on this panel, especially me talking to Thinker. I love it. I love it.
She is amazing. I woke up hearing you say, "What? Who said that stupid shit?" I hate when they do that because the
Yeah.
reality
I'll
is,
tell
you
you her
if
name.
if you're a black person, if you're a black woman specifically, I don't care how you say it. I don't care how calmly you say what you say. If they don't like it, it's aggressive. I would get
Yeah.
that all the time in corporate America. Even in I think what I do now is not necessarily corporate, but my prior job I had that with white women. When you are direct, I don't care how soft your voice is, how loud your voice is, they're going to interpret it as aggression.
Mm-hmm.
So I hate when they do that, like pitting one person or trying to pit one person against another. I've sent Thinker to screenshots of DMs they'll send me. You need to talk to Thinker or so and so, and I think that what they say Thinker coach them. I was like, oh, how the fuck am I gonna coach my coach? What are you talking about?
Right.
Well,
Like
Right.
shit,
That's
you
a
my coach.
yeah.
What the fuck?
and look,
Like,
that is what I think the beauty of black sisterhood does. Like you're
Yes.
not pitting us against each other. That's simply not happening.
Yep.
And
That's
people,
and that. I'm sorry. Shit, I'm sorry to cut you off, feet, but but I'm saying like the way that y'all do this. That's what I'm saying. Like I send so many people, and they like like so many of my people. They be getting they just be in their own little world, but it's just like damn, like if y'all can understand where I'm coming from, like listen to these black women and listen to what we really going through, and it's just like it don't, you know what I'm saying, like it irritates me. I be like damn, y'all so fucking lost.
yeah.
It's yeah, it really irritates me,
Because my thing
but
is,
y'all yeah.
what I would always say, I always say to this to people who come at me that way. I will never accept the compliment that comes attached to the denigration of another black woman. It's not going to happen.
Yep.
I don't care what
Yep.
exactly.
you are not doing that to me because that neutralizes whatever it is that you admire in me. Because we are not a
Mm-hmm.
monolith, and people communicate
Mm-hmm.
differently, and people have different strengths. And like I think I told Thinker this before. Like if we all think about our favorite teacher in school, all the students are not going to give you the same name because different people learn different ways, and that is okay. You can't sow those seeds of division.
Yep.
They
That's
they
definitely
don't know
true.
they don't know me. Like I'm a girl's girl.
Exactly.
But and I don't fuck with bitches. Like if you are the type of woman that will put down another woman to get ahead, fuck ya.
Ain't got nothing to do with you.
Ain't got nothing to do with you. But I'm a girl's girl, whether you were black, whether you white, Asian, native,
Yep.
Latino. I believe in supporting women. Like we're all fucking oppressed.
Hmm. I
That is
remember.
that. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead, V.
remember a few years ago, I interpreted this conference of women of color in academia. And it was, I mean, the speakers were amazing. Like the conversations were great. And I remember there was this Native American woman. I forgot what she taught, but she stood up in this panel discussion and she was saying how she's so sick of everybody elevating the plight of black women because it's not just black women. And there was this older black woman in there, like she just had this regal presence to her. I don't even know how to describe it, but I think every black woman in here knows exactly what I'm talking about. And she so clearly and directly and kindly, like, not neutralized her position because she has a right to feel like how she feels, but she presented it from this standpoint of when we all work together to talk about oppression, and when it hits very differently than when we have this comparative suffering approach. Like and I said this the other day, if we talk about the plight of people who are oppressed and we look at it as more of a relay race as opposed to a tug of war, I think we'd get a whole lot farther. because, like, to Thinker's point, it's oppression across the board at a certain socioeconomic level. It's oppression across the
Right.
board, across those racial lines, those divides that have been arbitrarily driven. So, no, I'm not going to support you in bringing somebody else down, even if that is directed as an accolade for me. I'm not part of that camp at all.
Right.
Absolutely. And then I
Um.
think, like, for me, any you know, other ethnicity that's around me, like, they have to, you know, acknowledge or be okay with me addressing racism that is geared specifically towards white women, and not be like, not try to make it seem like I shouldn't, right? Because the same way that I'm going to back you when you talk about the oppression that's geared towards Latino women or Native women or even white women within your own group, I'm going to support you and back you, because there, although women are oppressed across the board, it does look different, and the experience is different for each group of women, because society just approaches each culture differently. And so I don't agree with doing the oppression Olympics, but I do agree with acknowledging and supporting and backing each other as a whole, with the individual things that they have to highlight and bring and make aware of and fight for. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I've always seen you do that. Like, Thinker. Like, you never really, you don't bring it into a race thing. And like, I clearly see exactly what you're talking about. Like that. Yeah. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying with that.
that's how we gonna, that's one way, like, that's how we gonna fight what the fuck is coming, because if we're
Yep.
fighting each other, they're going to fucking win. And I just want to say that, like,
Mm-hmm.
that we cannot be fighting each other, not right now, because
I think
that's
that's
what they're
how they
hoping
win.
for.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how they have won consistently over the centuries, because they've so successfully created so much oppression for each group that the
Mm-hmm.
moment there's a rallying call or a collective outrage, there's going to be something that some group points at and says, well, why didn't it happen for this? Or we needed to do it for here, as opposed to, you know what, let's rally, because it's all the same thing. It's just wearing
Yep.
different clothes. That's all it is.
Yeah, and I just hope that we as a collective recognize that when they do it, because they're going to do it.
Yep.
I just hope that that we recognize that we are stronger together, and that's the only way that we're going to survive and win against this, because what we're fighting is the disease of white supremacy, right? not
Right.
not white
Right.
skin,
Right.
white
Yeah.
supremacy, right? The
Exactly.
idea
Exactly.
of that. Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I think the concept that white supremacy can only be defeated by black supremacy is erroneous. I mean, like,
Yeah,
supremacy of any sort is gone. Like, I am pro black, blackety black, black, black. Like,
exactly.
Right.
I'm
as
black before anything.
Right.
before
Fee.
anything, and as fucked up as so many people in the world treat melanated folks, I wouldn't want to be anything except this. Like,
Yeah.
that's how much, our culture and my identity means to me. But one
Yeah.
supremacy is not going to defeat supremacy. Like, it's just going to perpetuate the cycle of hate and
Yeah.
oppression over and over again. And
Yep.
so
Most
I,
definitely.
I think, Thinker, you're
Mm.
absolutely right. Like, they are going to I think they do things to try to promote it.
I and you
Thinking
know
that,
what, Fee? I'm
Hold on,
sorry.
hold on.
Go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry, Fee.
just relying on the system to keep rolling, to keep, feeding itself. And I'm, like you said, Thinker, I'm so hopeful that we can identify it now, that we have access to talk about these things in this day and age like we haven't before.
I think too. I saw a video. This white man commented on this other white man's post. Right, the man whose account it was was a biker. He had the tattoos all over his face, the biker vest and the long beard. And I think the white man that commented on his post saw him and was like, "Oh yeah, he one of us." And hold on, he said, "Give me just a second. Hold on, I know I reposted this one. That lady was digging in her ass while giving a speech. Hold on.
Oh
Who?
Lord, shut
I just pulled up TikTok and the lady is giving a speech, digging in her ass while giving a speech. Like the fuck. Hold on. Let me see. Here you go, right here. Hold on. Okay, so wait. So the guy, the white man, commented on this white man's post, and it says "white pride" with the muscle, the strength emoji. Brother, love your identity the way Black culture loves their own. That's what the comment says. Now I'm gonna tell you what I thought about that comment, but listen to his response to it.
Oh, would you look at that? You know what you could do with that? Take it, shine it up real nice, turn that sumbitch sideways, and stick it straight up your ass. I ain't your fucking brother.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Like when they come at them with this white power, white supremacy shit, like it's gonna take white people to say fuck you. I don't want that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and I'm gonna show you what he looked like, because I think the guy thought that, oh, he's one of us because he's a biker guy, right?
So this was a white guy to another guy?
Yeah,
Another white
it's a
guy?
white guy to
Okay.
another white guy. Yeah,
Okay.
and you see the comment says white pride, brother, love your identity the way Black culture loves their own, and it's
Right.
like that. Remember, I said there's always that jealousy. Like Yahweh is jealous, right? It's like
Yeah.
they. I think I was telling Fee and Christina the they're colonizing oppression right now. And it's I'm gonna mute you right quick, King. Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I'm sorry. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. That's okay. They're colonizing oppression right now because it's crazy, because we make oppression look easy. This shit ain't easy, but we make it because we're still living, still laughing, still creating, right? Still influencing and moving the needle forward, right? Despite everything else, despite it all, they put the message out there that Black people are lazy, Black people are 13% of the population and 90% of the problems. But they know that's not truly the case. If that was truly the case, they would not be in such a fucking rush to try to undo what the progress that has been made, right? And a lot of the progress that has been made due to the civil rights movements, the protesting, the acts that have been put in place due to Black people fighting for certain rights, right? And due to Black people saying, hey, be proud that you're Black, like undoing the mind fuck that has been put on Black people. So like when we say we're proud to be Black, it's not because we're doing Black supremacy. We are reprogramming our minds to undo the harmful thoughts that white supremacy has made Black people feel about their Black skin, right? It's an empowerment thing. It has nothing to do with Black power, like white power, Black power type thing, but he thinks it does. So he's like, if Black people can do it, then we should be able to do it, right? So it's like colonizing oppression. Like they've taken DEI and made it MEI. They've taken MLK and now they got CK. The cancel culture, freedom of speech thing that used to get their asses in trouble all the time. Now they're using it to get people fired or take away freedom of speech online and things like that. And I was telling Fee that it reminds me of like Yahweh being jealous and wanting the things that other nations had, and sending his promising other nations shit to his people, and then telling them don't do what they do, don't take their culture or their laws because it's unclean, and then turns around and makes the Israelite culture and the Israelite laws similar to the cultures who he claims to be better than. We
Yep.
see Rome do the same shit, right? Like this is what Rome did. Rome didn't create shit. Rome just took other people's ideas, other people's shit, and slapped their name on it. And basically, I forgot which emperor it was, but he said this is the most pragmatic thing to do. This is the most pragmatic way to be. It's to just he said it's pragmatic to take what's already working and claim it as your own, and that's what
Right.
we see happening right now.
So thinker, that's what I'm saying though. Like, okay, so it's more so of them. The thing is, they can't live without us, right? So by them trying to make these white white towns and white stuff, just trying to whitewash certain things. If they're trying to do that thing to us, um I'm thinking like, why is it bad that we're trying to do the same thing as far as like as far as the segregation thing, right? So I'm saying, does that make us bad that we all want to like, well, certain ones of us want to segregate from certain people?
Yeah, do you remember in last year when it went viral that a developer created a all black micro community? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that. No.
Online.
And I think it was in Atlanta. He was a developer and he was building houses, designing houses, really nice houses, and it was for an all black community. And they screamed racism. It was wrong. Blah blah blah. And then not months later, it comes out that they've been building an all white community in Arkansas. Right, that South Africa, the same people that Elon Musk has coming over here have been building an all white community in South Africa. And it's like that for some reason it feels like they think that it's okay for them to do, but when we do it,
Yeah.
then it's racism. But when they do it, it's segregation because they're better. Right? Because they don't want to we're uncivilized and they need it for their peace. Like, oh my God, I have black fatigue. But
Mm-hmm.
it's wrong when we do it. It's holy when they
Yeah.
do it. And it's the
Yeah.
same thing that we see when we talk to believers, right? It's wrong for humans to do a thing, but it's okay if God and the Israelites do it. It's holy when they do
Right.
it. It's divine. There's a bigger plan when they do it, but it's demonized when anybody else do it. When the Canaanites do it, the Assyrians do it, just basic human race do it.
Well, how do
And
they know that it's a Christian thing, though, thinker? You know what I'm saying? Like,
how do who know?
how do they know when they bring
They
it up,
don't.
talking about, oh, it's the Christian thing. This is the right way to do it, and I just be like,
Hold on,
wait,
King.
what?
Hold on, King. Hold on,
I'm
King.
sorry.
Give me this. No, no, no. You don't have to apologize. Motherfucker. If black fatigue is so fucking exhausting, why the fuck are you here with black people? You are exhausting your own motherfucking self. I didn't come get your ass. You here because you fucking want to be here.
Exactly.
You here because you get energy because you are fatigued with your own damn self. You are bored with yourself. And that's why you are here. Go ahead, King.
That's what I be saying. When you be going off on the comments, my thing is, y'all sitting in here listening to this shit, and like,
That's
I love
crazy.
you.
Like you
I
sitting around, you literally sitting around talking about black fatigue and sir, like motherfucker, you doing it to yourself. Why the fuck are you sitting here listening to us? Go find a live that has the people that you looking for. The fuck?
and just scroll away. But what somebody else was telling me is that they have to be in black people's spaces because without our spaces, they don't have nothing else to do. They can be in the ghetto spaces, they can be in the whatever spaces that we have, but they have to be in our spaces. Just like with I think that's just like with the college thing. It didn't that CK did not have nothing to do with us. But those two white boys went over there to Tennessee to do what? Start some stuff with us. Like what do? We ain't do nothing.
And you,
Right?
It's the base. Like I'm telling you, like I think they're trying to rally up their base. They're
Yep.
but the thing is, like, I don't think the majority of the world want the shit that they're trying to
they
feed
don't.
them,
They
right? And
absolutely
so,
Yeah.
don't.
yeah, and so what they're going to try to do is start this race war and start black people and white people arguing back and forth with each other.
Yep.
And like I saw a video where a man was just basically telling the kids at the colleges, don't feed into it, don't argue with them, don't
Yep.
debate them, go to your classes, pretend like they ain't even there, because what they're trying to do is start a race war. They're the only ones
Yeah.
that want that shit. The
Yep.
majority of the majority of the United States don't want this bullshit.
Yeah.
Like if you look at how
I get
like
it.
the people who showed up at that Starbucks, I forget where it was in a diverse area, and she said that the barista wrote "loser" on the cup. Did y'all see that? It was it was a white family, some MAGA folks who tried to pretend like the barista wrote "loser" on the cup because the name on the order was Charlie, but it wasn't. Like the camera showed that she did it herself, and then she had the MAGA people
Wow.
come up there. It was like seven or how it was a small group of MAGA folks coming up there trying to protest that space. But if you to your point, thinker, if you look at the number of people that show up against this rhetoric as opposed to the number of people that show up for it, if you look at the fact that I live in a somewhat diverse area, but it's predominantly Caucasian out here because I'm out of the city. I'm like 35 minutes out of the city. And I don't have any issue in my neighborhood. Now, I fully recognize that I live in a very small microcosm, right? My reality doesn't reflect the overall global reality. But I do think that the people that we all speak to, everybody that's listening to me speak right now, we're able to live our lives without the danger that they try to perpetuate that we are creating as black people or that their little idiotic racist ass movement is trying to create. And I agree. I think that they are trying to incite us. I think that the fact that so many people are realizing I'm not participating in this bullshit. How the fuck you gonna come up to a HBCU with a sign that your seventh grade little brother wrote for
That's what
you?
it looked like too.
That's exactly what it looked like. How are you? What was that? That is what y'all call organizing? What is that even supposed to do? And I think it's just to be incendiary, and that shit is not working. And I hope it continues. I
Yeah.
hope we as a people continue to just take the wind out of their sails because this shit is not taking them anywhere.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
think they're gonna find out
I'm
that
sorry.
I just want to say they're going to find out that the majority of white people don't want this bullshit. They don't want to go back to whatever the hell they're trying to take society back to. And I think they're hoping that they're going to be able to get you know a larger base, and they're starting with the ones that are already like that. I think they're gonna find out, and they're gonna have to incite violence, unfortunately, and that's the one thing that we unfortunately have to be ready for it because that's what they're going to do. But I think fighting with our dollars as a people, because if that's one thing that they need, is that,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
Especially the black community has the highest spending power in the trillions. You know, if we recognize the power that we have with that, because that's their businesses, right? That's why they have power, is because we
Right.
funnel our money into their bank accounts. And if we stop doing that, then they would have to listen, right? They would have to change course. There was a video of a guy, a white guy, who was like, the country is about to change in October, because they're about to decapitate the military and they're about to appoint super generals. And he was like, "This is a playbook right out of the Yahtzee. This is a play right out of the Yahtzee playbook." And he was saying, like, as a people, we need to, fight back with our wallets, because these, they got loans, that they have to
Mm-hmm.
pay. They have employees that they have to pay. They have their own bills that they have to pay, and they have a lifestyle that they need to keep up. And if they alienate the people that's even giving them the power that they have in the first place, then they lose that, right? We don't have
That's what
to
I.
allow, right? We don't have to allow
That's what I.
this. Hold on, I'll be right back. Can
That's
you take
what.
over? I gotta go to the
I'm sorry.
bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, dang! That's why I was saying like that. That's what I don't get. Like, I think when they, Auntie, and like when they try to put us against each other, you know what I'm saying? Like they trying to, they trying to get rid of all these illegal immigrants. You get what I'm saying when I do the two things.
Yeah, the air quotes.
See,
Yeah, the air
yeah, that
quotes.
shit is. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all, without all of us, and then just y'all white people, who's gonna survive?
Well, I
You know what
mean,
I'm saying? Like,
yeah, and I
like
also think that as generations grow and change, we grow and change. Like I
yeah,
grew up. I'm Gen X. I was raised by baby boomers, and the world is rapidly evolving in the same way our technology is evolving, and I think it
right,
scares them, and it's unfortunate because, like, to Thinker's point, the vast majority of people in this country don't think that way. But I do think that the machine is so big and so powerful that the only way it's going to come to a halt in the same way that it did in Italy is if we collectively realize how much power we have. But the way that
right.
that collective power is consistently neutralized is through this sort of social division, and it's all like superficial. It's every single bit of it is superficial because the people that are living in like rural, I live in Virginia, in like the rural Appalachian Mountains, who are struggling to find health care or find food. It's the same thing as people living in the ghetto in the city. Like,
All right.
it's the same thing as the food deserts. It's the same thing, just in
You
different
are right.
clothing. And it's not until we stop and look at who benefits from us fighting each other that we realize that we do hold the power. We hold the purse, and they realize it. So I think that that's why they work so hard. Even with this, I saw this video of this woman who was walking past a Hispanic lady sitting in her car, minding her business, on the phone, talking to somebody. And she went, I mean, just all up in her business, taking a picture, telling her, making accusations about this woman that could not have been based in any reality whatsoever. But it's that hatred that they continue to fuel. And that's the only
No,
reason this shit continues to be perpetuated.
Sophie. Let me tell you, and I'm not afraid to say where I'm at. I live in Detroit, and I'm on the east side. I'm on the east side of Detroit, and there's probably two white men that work with us, and it's just like this white man. He's a switcher just like me. We do the same job. We do the same thing. Why is it that you every time you come in, you so red in the face? Why are you so mad? And I'm just trying to like I said, they took us from $28 to $24, and you still red in the face. You still so red in the face and dropped the trailer, then did all types of stuff, but everybody is still pandering to you. Like, this is what I don't get though. And I think that's why I'm about to quit this job. Because it's just like they are so pandering to this man, and it's just like it really don't register to me. But he yelled at me the other day, and I yelled at him back. I said, "Well, I gave him the same energy." And they got like and the higher ups, which is black people, they got mad at me. I
Yeah.
said, you know what? Yeah, that's why I said, man, I guess this job ain't for me. It's
Yeah.
not.
And sometimes it's, you realize that the space is not, if you're not
Yep.
safe, if you're not respected. No, like to Thinker's point, what she was talking about earlier in corporate America, there's this expectation to just be this punching bag, this idea of this
Yep.
authoritarian type of leadership, and you see it perpetuated in so many different spaces. You see it in this Bible, you see it in corporate America, you see it in the government, you see it where the concept or the idea is, I'm the person in charge, so I can treat you like shit. I am the person in
Yep.
charge, so I can say whatever to you any way I want to. And people are realizing now, no, that's not what that means. And no, I'm not going to allow
But
you to do that.
but you know what, Fee? I was looking at it like, why are y'all so scared of this? Why are y'all so scared of this man? And y'all are above him. He got the same job as me. We both are switchers. He got the same job as me, but y'all being okay, y'all are over him, but y'all more scared of him because y'all think y'all gonna lose your job. And I went off on this man plenty of times, and they just be like, "Well, Mike, yeah, I don't care." You really don't care, but at the same time, it's just like, why y'all so scared of this man? It's sad. I feel so sad for our people. I
Yeah.
do, because I don't be, yeah.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's gonna take, my son was telling me the lady that works in, I guess, the HR department or whatever at his job. She's an older black lady, and literally no one likes her because she has a very unpleasant personality and terrible communication skills. But she has a picture of Trump on her desk, like a little, like you would have a picture of your family member.
Yep.
And it's sitting on her desk, and it's facing outward to the person that would be sitting in her office talking to her. So you know it's for the
Yeah.
purpose of being incendiary. It's, you know that
Yeah.
it is for the purpose of sending a message. But I'm saying that to say, not all people want to see, well, one, not all people see the same thing. It's about perspective versus perception. And I think so many people get so caught in their own perception that they don't see that there are different perspectives to so many situations. And this is
Yeah.
just, I think this is just a continuation of a cycle that's been in play for so long that the concept of pushing back against it, it may be too foreign to them. I don't know. But
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I am so hopeful that enough of us continue this momentum. And if it means that folks that want to stay beholden to the system stays connected to it, okay, I hate that for you. But we're not going
Yeah.
backwards.
Yeah, we can't. That's just like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Yeah.
It's crazy that that there's people that would even want to, like,
Yeah.
and call it holy, or a good, and then to even see black people say, y'all better, wake up and realize that you serve a white God, and that God is about to come up against the God of blackness, and you better bow down. Like, that's some crazy ass shit. Like, how much did they fucking
Thinker,
pay you to make
man,
that
that is
video?
I swear, that's why I said by them taking us from $28 to $24, and y'all still pandering to these these like they tell us we supposed to be working more harder, and I'm like, no, man, please, I'm taking my time like everybody else, and they just like, oh, nah, man, you gonna get fired. I don't care, like, bro, like y'all. It's so sad. It's really sad. That's why I said, like, I gotta get the hell away from this job, cause nah, they pandered to that one white man. I was like, oh nah, I can't do it. And y'all done took us down to $24 an hour. Y'all like, man, nah, we got hot trailers here, there. Like, I'm like, okay, like, and they just be looking at me like I'm the problem, and I'm like, I gotta go. I just gotta go. I gotta
It's
go.
crazy.
Yep.
Did you have anything else, King?
Oh no, I'm
Or
good. I'm
maybe
good.
somebody?
I'm good, man. I love y'all. Listen, go
I love you
ahead, do
too.
your thing. Yes, yes, yes.
All
Love you,
right.
Fee.
Love you too.
Man,
Stay
love
safe in
y'all.
this room.
Oh yeah, yes.
All
I'll
right.
talk to y'all soon.
All
Again.
right. Have a good one.
All right, y'all
All
too.
right. Bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how some people get like when they get some type of notoriety because she wasn't Tiffany Montgomery wasn't always like that.
Who was Tiffany Montgomery?
She's a black prophetess.
Is that the one that was talking about blackness, or don't be so pro-black that you're antichrist?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, did
And
you
then
see? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Melanie did a video. I was shocked to see this person because when I was a Christian, I used to listen to this person and like I used to like want to be like her. And Melanie did a video to I'm Black Before Anything, and she played a clip with this person saying she's Christian before she's black, and that identifying as black is a problem. I mean, or having black power is a problem. And I was like, I cannot believe I used to look up to this person.
Oh wow.
Yeah, hold on, I'm gonna play it. But what were you getting ready to say while I look for Melanie's video?
I haven't a clue. It'll come back.
Sorry.
Recently, Tiffany Montgomery went live on Instagram and said, "The God of black skin is going up against my God, and the God of black skin will not win." She called it a prophecy. He also warned us that the God that was going to try to come against him this year was the God of our skin color, black. The issue is, it wasn't going to win, which is not a good thing for black people. And I would like to put a caveat out there. That's not to say that the white races are not going to hell, because they're going with gasoline draws on. That is also not to say that we should not love our beautiful skin color, because we do. We're in it. That is to say, however, we do not glorify it and we do not worship it above our maker, who is God. We don't crown our skin color king because we serve the king of all kings. And that's not really all that hard to understand. Y'all just be acting stupid. Now, that's not the first time we've heard this kind of thinking. In 2018, Priscilla Shire said something very similar. She said, "I do not identify myself as a black woman because that's not my primary identity. I identify myself as a Christian woman who happens to be black." I do not describe myself as a black woman because that gives too much power to my blackness. I don't want black, my race, to be the describing adjective, the defining adjective of who I am as a woman. I'm not a black woman. I am a Christian woman who happens to be black. Different words with the same root message and the same underlining damage. And the root message is that black identity is dangerous. That black identity is secondary. That black identity is an enemy when it comes up against their version of Christianity. But here's the deeper problem. This is self-hate disguised as God. Think about it. Both of these women are black. Yet, instead of affirming their identity, they demonize it. They push it to the back seat and then stamp God's approval on it. This is harmful for so many different reasons. One, it teaches people that valuing their blackness is a rebellion against God. The same lie used during slavery to strip us of our culture and dignity. 2. Christians first, black second. It makes blackness sound like a liability instead of something to celebrate. 3. Not racism, not white supremacy. Instead, black identity and black dignity itself becomes the problem. 4. By calling it prophecy or theology, it protects Tiffany and Priscilla from accountability. And if you hold them accountable and if you push back, it's not them you're resisting, it's not them you're rebelling against, it's God. 5. The only way to belong is to downplay or erase your blackness. That's colonization repackaged. And the psychological cost is heavy. If you believe the very skin that you live in, your blackness, your identity, your dignity is an enemy of God, you'll spend your whole life shrinking yourself, apologizing for who you are. Instead of living free, that is not liberation, that's bondage disguised as faith. Here's the truth. Black identity is not an idol. Black pride is not a false god. Black liberation is not rebellion. It's survival. It's dignity. It's humanity. And the real false god isn't black pride. It's the lie you must erase your blackness, your very identity, yourself in order to belong. That's the false god. So to people who think like Tiffany Montgomery and Priscilla Shire, don't ask me. Don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. Recently,
I love the fact that she ended that fucking video with that line from that song because yes,
I know that's
like
right.
what the fuck. And to the tired ass motherfucker that's still in the in this live, let me help you out since you don't know how to help yourself. Another black woman doing something for a motherfucking racist. Get the fuck out, bitch.
What they say in the
That
comments?
same motherfucker talking about he got black fatigue. Still in here and then coming talking about why y'all make everything about race. Like, bitch, you still here? 20 minutes later? I thought you was tired a long time ago, motherfucker.
They are not well.
But yeah, like the this is why we constantly have to talk about why it's okay to identify as black or why we have to say I'm proud to be black because motherfuckers keep trying to tell us that our race doesn't mean anything. Why we have to honor everybody else's motherfucking race. Why you up there telling people that your God is white and black people need to bow down. Like I'm gonna keep saying I'm black and I'm black before anything. This ain't about idolizing my blackness. This ain't about black power. This is about my identity that you keep fucking trying to tell me doesn't matter. That you keep trying to fucking belittle. This is me standing in that shit. Fuck you and your God.
For real. And I don't know how black Christians don't, specifically the evangelical ones, don't necessarily realize how erasing this ideology is. There's no other people that have to do this. It's only applied to black people. It's only an issue for black people. Hispanic people don't necessarily have to do this, and they love Jesus. Like they are very religious. A lot of several that I know are Catholic, but they are. It's appropriate for them to identify or carry both of those identities in tandem. One doesn't have to supersede the other, but I think because Christianity has been the tool that's been so effective for the control of black people that for us now to be looking at our identity as black folks as more important than identity as Christians, like that's the control that's being taken away from those who need to control us, and that's all it is. But I don't understand how more people aren't realizing and recognizing that pattern.
Like it's crazy. Like she goes, I do not identify as a black woman because that is not my identity. Yes, the fuck it is. Whenever you go and you fill out an application for anything, motherfucker, you don't check Christian, you check black and you check woman with your lying ass. Send up there lying over the pulpit. I'm fucking pissed at Priscilla Shire because she has a large audience, and the fact that she said that shit just to get a fucking clap from your predominantly white audience and that you're willing to mind fuck the minds of black people who are already fucking struggling to heal from the fucking hatred of their hair, the hatred of their skin. You little black girls starting to love themselves, bitch. Fuck you. I am fucking pissed at your ass for saying that shit.
It's insanely irresponsible, like on so many levels. Just like the woman who was talking to those kids, telling them they deserve to go, they deserve to die. Like I don't know that they realize how much power words have, and how it's so important for us to realize and the impact that our words can have on the people that listen to it. Because, like you're saying, like not only is that telling, think of the message that is giving black people in her audience, but also think of the message that is giving white people. Like it's ultimately telling two groups of individuals to ignore the identity of humans. That's what you're saying. Like that's literally what you're saying, and that is so dangerous.
Exactly. Like they don't think about who they're affecting. Like she don't see the videos of the little brown skinned girls who's crying because they've been told that their skin was ugly. The shit that I had to fucking deconstruct, the internalized hatred that I had for my black skin because a white Christian woman told her son that I need to be the one that he go after because I'm ugly, and ugly people treat you better because I'm brown skinned. Like fuck you. And if your Christ needs me to hate my black skin or ignore my blackness, fuck him too. That's not a savior. The fuck? And if you want to worship white supremacy, by all means, you do that shit. Don't try to bring every other black person in with your ass just because you getting a fucking paycheck or you believe you going to have a mansion when you die and you already living in one. And you telling this to people who can barely make ends meet because they watching your videos from YouTube. They can't even afford to go and see you speak in person. And you telling them to deny their blackness for fucking what? A mention in death, bitch? That shit just pissed me off. And I'm the one who played the fucking video. I should have known it was gonna piss me off. I should have known it was gonna piss me off.
But I get it though. I get it. It's so damaging and so dangerous and irresponsible. All of the above. But you see the selfishness, like you hear the selfishness in it. Because this isn't about like who does it benefit? Again, who does it benefit for a group of people to believe what she's saying is true? And what does it do in that person's life? Like her goal is to force them to, or convince them that their identity as a Christian is paramount to everything. But to the point that you were making the other day, nobody comes into this world a Christian. Nobody comes into this world even knowing what the fucking concept of a God is. They like to say that, oh, it's baked into us. No, the fuck is not. Like the concept specifically of this Christian God, no, it is not. You can test that theory.
Like she ain't gonna be able to say what the fuck does the Christian identity do for any black person? What benefit has it given any black person on this planet? Absolutely nothing. Why the fuck? Why the at least if identifying as black, you get to go to the fucking cookout. At least identifying as black, you understand the fucking sign language and the facial expressions.
Right.
The fuck?
Yep. I think it's just an arbitrary, it's kind of like a button on the lapel that, like the hall monitor, thing that you used to wear. Like we used to have the hall monitors or the PE helpers or whatever they were called at school. Like that's all it is. It's just like a sash or a badge. It doesn't do anything, but they want to act like it is the only thing that gives you value as a human being. That's the other thing that's so frustrating, because they connect their religious beliefs with their value as a human being, and that shit is just diabolical in my mind.
Exactly. Like I just and it's all for clout. Like it's all because you thought you ate with that shit. You thought you ate, and then you swear up and down. Priscilla Shire swears up and down that everything that she teaches, every message that she gets from the Holy Spirit. She gets from her God. So your God has told you to tell black people that they don't need to identify as black; they need to identify as Christian. Where? Show me where your God has told white people that. Show me the same message given to white evangelists in your same tax bracket. Where are they teaching and preaching that same fucking message? Because according to Stephen Miller, the God is telling him something else. Shire. I was finna call this man Fixie Jesus. Oh my God.
Hey, I get it. Sometimes you can get out of your body. I feel it. These type of topics, you know what I mean? I just feel like this is what the world needs, you know what I mean? Based on, what y'all, obviously believe in, your opinion. You have every right. So, obviously I'm not going to condemn and judge y'all. I do believe in Jesus and I disagree with the topic, and you guys have every right to feel how you feel. So I like to keep it respectful, you know what I'm saying? So basically, in my opinion,
Hold on. How old are you?
I just turned 25.
Okay. Fee, I gotta change my battery right quick. Can you start off?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
go
What's your
ahead.
name?
Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
What's your name?
Hey, my name is Shay.
Hey Shay, how are you?
Good. How about you? I've been in the debates all day. Trust me. So I didn't. I done been in atheist group chats. I done been in Christians. I don't really, do the religious stuff. So I just, I like to come with, non. I wouldn't say bias, but I don't really do the religion thing as well. I'm more spiritual in a sense, based off my experience. So,
So hang on just a second, Shay.
go
So
ahead.
these conversations are geared towards folks who believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay.
Are you not a Christian?
I'm not a Christian, but I do believe.
Do you believe in the God in the Bible?
Yes,
Okay. All right. So
I
what are
do.
your thoughts on what are your thoughts on the topic?
So I was basically going off of what she said is Jesus good or evil, right? Or is this the worst thing that happened to humanity? And I disagree. And like I said, she has every right to feel how she wants to feel. I think Jesus isn't the worst thing that happened to humanity because let's start with, the fruits. He healed, he loved, he sacrificed himself to save us. If you read the Bible, it states his life. And I feel like the evil that we do see in this world, and in history comes from people misusing his name. You know what I'm saying? Not from him, but people that are using his name, badly. So I think if we look at his life, his actual life and words, I think it's actually the best thing to ever happen to this world based off his life and his words, right? As far as like the religion, like back to what she was saying when it comes to the religion, I feel like there's people that abuse religion. Like it's true, people do have done terrible things in the name of Jesus. Can't we agree? Let's start with wars, colonization, hypocrisy. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Jesus himself is evil. That's just human sin, basically twisting up his name. Let's give a perfect example. Let's go back to Matthew 5:44. Love your enemies. Jesus never commanded, crusade, slavery, or hate. You know what I'm saying? So I would blame the abusers of his name, not the one who gave his life. You know what I mean? And love. That's just my opinion.
Do you? Oh,
I think we should base.
hang on a second. Hang on a second, Shane. This is a conversation, so you got to give me a second to
Oh,
respond.
go ahead.
Do you believe that Jesus in the New Testament is the same as the God in the Old Testament?
As far as,
As
give me a.
as identity, like the God that's worshipped, because Jesus is not mentioned in the Old Testament. He's only mentioned. He only comes into the New Testament. So in the. Are you still here? If are you still here, Shane? I don't know if you said your name was Shay or Shane. I'm sorry.
Is he going to see what the Old Testament is?
I'm not sure.
I'm still here.
Yeah, you
My
still
phone,
here?
my bad. I do credit repair, so my phone be pinging.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think that Jesus is the same as the God that was worshipped in the Old Testament?
I'm sorry. Do you have time to have this conversation? Because we're not going to talk to a teacup.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. I think it. You think that he isn't?
Well, I'm asking.
Can you come back? Like, if you're
Yeah,
going
no,
to be
I'm good.
doing that, we can
My
move
phone is
on.
lagging. I think Jesus is revealed in the New Testament.
What is his phone doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just keep going on teacup, which
Oh,
means you're
okay.
swiping out of the app or getting a call or something.
Okay, hold on. My bad. Okay, I put my phone in D. All right, go ahead.
All right. So my question is, a lot of Christians think that they
Okay.
believe in the Trinity, right? They think that God in the
Yes.
Old
Three is
Testament is,
three
Hold on.
persons.
Don't talk. Do not talk while she's talking.
All right,
Okay.
my bad. Go ahead.
they believe that God in the Old Testament is Jesus in the New Testament and also the Holy Spirit. Do you accept that as being true?
Yes, and I can give an example of why I believe.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily an example of why you
Okay,
believe it. It's
okay.
a
Just to be
Can you
log.
stop? Stop.
Well, I'm saying just to be
Stop.
logical,
I
I
don't care
agree.
what I don't care. If she's
Okay,
talking, you shouldn't be. And I
okay,
already said it nicely once.
okay.
So when you focus only on what Jesus's message was, and we could go to the Bible because I definitely don't see all the love and kumbaya that you see in the New Testament, but in the Old Testament, this God did command those things. It did command genocide.
Can
It
you?
did command violence. It commanded a host of atrocious things that replicate what we're seeing the Bible being used in the name of being Jesus being used for today. So if the Bible tells you that God is the same and he never changes, you can't ignore all of the actions done in the Old Testament and just focus on the new.
Okay, and can you give me examples of these things from the Old and the New Testament? You know, I'm pretty sure you study the Bible as atheists.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
he
that would be perfect. You know, I'd rather give you this. Like you said, she told me not to interrupt while you're talking, so I just want to
I'm not sure what the interrupting had to do with the end of that question, but yeah, like there's multiple scriptures where he called for the annihilation of whole people groups, annihilation of the Amalekites, like conquering of the Canaanites, conquering the the direct instructions to kill everybody, babies, children, women, people who haven't, one town they went into, or one group of people that they annihilated, they were given the instructions to kill all the boys and every woman who slept with a man. And you see who that leaves. So these things that are being done in the name of religion, such as the Crusades, such as the Inquisition, such as what's going on in, so many areas of our world today in the name of religion was laid out in this book. Now, a lot of people like to say that, Jesus came and he changed things up and it was about love your neighbor, but he was talking about loving your Israelite neighbor, not everybody, only those who were of the same ethnicity as you. So the way that racist people are using Jesus, the way that the KKK is a Christian organization, none of this is antithetical to what Jesus represented if you actually read the book.
Oh, are you still talking? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, I went silent, then I went on mute. So,
Oh yeah, I don't know what happened. So I was you like just stopped talking out of nowhere, so I just unmuted myself.
yeah, that was the end of my sentence.
Oh, okay, so yeah, so basically, I feel like the New Testament, as far as this, I think the New Testament, it's basically like I was giving you an example of, I believe it's the religious abusers who use that, like the Christianity. I don't really believe in the Christianity because I feel like it does divide people in a way, in a sense. I'm going off of biblical facts as far as, for example, let's look at what Jesus actually did. Like I said, he fed the hungry, he lifted up the poor and the outcast, he forgave our sins and showed mercy. And then obviously, lastly, he died on the cross. And that's what I choose to believe in, though. You guys obviously don't have to believe in that. I'm just, I just think that those things were rooted in, sacrifice and love. And I think his life shows it. And I don't think that's evil, you know?
Jesus didn't feed the hungry because they couldn't feed themselves. He wasn't feeding the poor. He
And
did that because the people had been following him all day.
his disciples,
No, the crowd. Like if you read the stories, both of
yes.
them, it literally says
About the 5,000
that.
people.
I'm sorry. Why the hell are you interrupting me?
Hey,
Like
there's no, just,
like you
hey,
got Jesus. Listen. You got Jesus. I don't. Right?
okay.
Jesus is supposed to give you this power where you can love your enemy, where
Yeah,
you
and
can
I don't have
have this
anything against
patience.
you.
Why the fuck are you talking while I'm talking?
I don't have.
Then
Okay.
get the fuck off my stage. Then if you can't control yourself, get down. Like, I shouldn't be having to tell you this. You are a 25-year-old man.
I
You
am,
claim you
but I
got
have
this
respect for
power of
people.
Jesus. Okay, bye. You don't fucking respect anybody, motherfucker. You keep talking every time we open our mouth.
Just because you're
Every
yelling.
fucking time. Now, exercise Jesus' power and tell him to put you back on stage.
First time you had
Don't make no fucking sense.
good conversations all night.
So don't think he was 25.
I swear they some of the most undesirable ass motherfuckers on this planet. And I'm talking about believers. I don't know what race that motherfucker was, but undesirable as fuck. Dragon Eye. Dragon Eye?
Hi, can you please take me down, please?
Yes. Have a good day, okay? They're gonna talk about I respect people. No, the fuck you don't. You don't even know what respect is. Oh, Theo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit decline. I was trying to hit accept. Dragon Eye, you're back in the box. You're back in the request again, love. Theo, send your request again. What are you coming up here to ask, Theo? We're not talking about Adam and Eve right now, Theo. Theo, you're not a nerd, so you can't come up and change the subject. We're not talking about Adam and Eve right now. Dragon Eye, you're back in the guest request. Do not type in all caps in my comments. Y'all rude motherfuckers. Like, I don't know what y'all think. Like, coming in here typing that shit, is that supposed to make us want to worship your Jesus? Like, coming in here yelling in all caps. Like, does that make you think that's gonna make us be like, oh, we're bowing down to my knees? Like, what do you think that's going to do? Right? Because they said in all caps, it's true. Fix it, Jesus. I'm still waiting on Jesus to put you back on stage. You should be praying and fasting right now for Jesus to show his power. Yep, you sent that prayer request in to Jesus. Let's see if Jesus gonna answer it. We all want to see a miracle today. Let's see if it worked. Oop, looks like you got declined. I know, Theo. I know. You don't have to apologize for that.
I'm black before I'm Christian. What the hell is that? When you came out the womb, your ancestry was fed. No newborn delivered cry, Christ is risen. That's an identity you learn, not the skin you live in. Christianity's a label, religion you adopt, but the melanin in your skin, it can't be swapped. Our bloodline speaks louder than the gospel they spin. Your faith you were taught, but your blackness is within. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy or proximity. If your savior needs blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. They say Jim Crow is better, that's what some of them claim. And some of you black voices echo it like it's not insane. Trading ancestry for pews, putting blackness on the shelf, calling racism salvation while denying themselves. How you worship a Christ who ought to change you once new, but forget your ancestors who bled and died for you. You back burning your blackness just to fit in the faith, or to serve a God who erases your face. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. If your savior needs blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. Yeah. Our ancestors pray while they had chains on their hands, adopting a Christian identity at their slave masters' demand. Their voices in the rivers, their blood in the soil, and survival was their sermon. Be resistant, be determined. We are proof of the faith, their fight, their song, carrying forth with the legacy they dreamt of all along. Before your cross, before your church or amens, I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. Needs blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again.
If you are a believer and you do know how to have a conversation and do not interrupt, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. It's interesting that I don't have to say that to people who are deconstructing or atheists. I only have to say that to believers. It's only believers that come up here and behave like that and don't know how to have a conversation. And if there is a spirit, y'all all have that. Every last one of you when y'all come up here. And I wonder if it's because of y'all sitting in church all the time and not being able to talk. I'm not the one who's claiming to have a innocent Jesus inside of me. That's you. You the one claiming that shit. You the one have the fucking claim of this spirit that gives you moral superiority. That gives you some fucking fruit. I'm not claiming that shit. You fucking failed. That's your fucking fault. I guess when your Jesus come back, he gonna handle that. Or not. Because y'all motherfuckers aren't expected to be held accountable for shit. That's why y'all act the way y'all act.
I keep saying when you own your forgiveness, accountability is an option. Because they can act like however they please, do whatever they want to, and then decide that they are forgiven, and they never have to improve their behavior. They never have to learn how their behavior impacts others because they can just decide that they're forgiven.
Like he obviously don't read that damn book either. Like for him to say that Jesus fed the hungry, like he literally did it because he didn't want to send them home so they could go and buy their own fucking food because they had been following him all damn day. There ain't nowhere in this book where your Jesus is taking care of poor people. Nowhere. He tell y'all asses to do it. And then the only time he says to resist evil and turn the other cheek is in Matthew and Luke. That's the only time. He don't teach that shit in Mark, and he don't teach that shit in John. There is a reason that shit is in there. And then it's fucking stupid for your Jesus to tell people to turn the other cheek and to not resist evil and to pray for people who hate you. So a motherfucker can come in and just take your shit. And you got the mindset of I'm just gonna pray for him. God gonna do vengeance is God's. Yo, Jesus was setting motherfuckers up, making it easier for his people to go in and conquer y'all asses. Like where the fuck Luke get this shit from? Luke got that shit from Matthew. Like where the fuck he get that shit from? Like y'all don't even fucking think. You don't read this fucking book. No, the fuck he didn't. Read the damn book. And maybe if your ass knew how to control your motherfucking self, then we would be able to have a conversation about it. But you don't. You need to change your name to Fix Josh, because I bet that's what your fucking name is. Ask Jesus to fix your ass. So you can talk about him with some fucking sense. Valley Kings.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I've been listening a while. I really appreciate what you're doing here, and especially, the other day, just kind of logically delivering me to the conclusion that I've already been, I don't think I ever was. I was never one of the rank and file Christians in the first place, because I always preferred to just believe what I wanted about Jesus. And by you pointing out what the scripture actually says, it reveals a great deal about the truth. So, yeah, I'm just kind of in the process of moving on, I guess.
And you're deconstructing?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much for me because I wasn't, in a congregation, or I don't have any like surviving family members that push things on me or anything like that. So,
Well, that's good.
well, thanks. Yeah.
Did you come up to talk about the topic, or did you just want to come up and share that with us?
Well, there's obviously like a part of me that just wants to believe that what I have believed, but I guess it's like I'm I'm following a more spiritualist set of
What I
beliefs than a Christian one in the first place. So
What I'm asking is, did you come up to talk about the topic on the post, or?
Well, obviously, I'm not able to like argue against what you're saying because I like.
Well, I'm gonna tell I only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, who are deconstructing their belief, or atheists. And the only people that can come up and go off topic are subscribers to the live or nerds. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, like, I appreciate you, coming up and sharing your sentiments of the value that you're getting from the live. Thank you so much for that. But I can't let you go off topic and talk about anything else. So I'm trying to figure out, like, did you want to talk about the topic?
Well, I can say that given the outcome of what this religion has brought for the world, it absolutely is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Um,
So it's not necessarily just the religion, right? Like, my opinion is, or how I truly feel, is that the idea of Jesus itself, the God itself, is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Not just the religion.
well, if we can assume that the Son of God is God and follows the same existence that the Old Testament God had, then like he would have to be evil. Like I've tried to reconcile the Old Testament by thinking that, oh well, maybe the true devil was actually the Old Testament God and blah blah blah. I mean, I don't need to get into all of that, but the Old Testament God is not an acceptable deity to follow.
Yeah, I agree. Right, unless you are very violent, supremacist, capitalistic, misogynistic in nature, then a person would identify with that God. Which it's crazy because we do have a lot of people who come up here, men and women, who do identify with that God and see that God is sovereign. Jesus, however, in most of the teachings of Jesus, he does identify with that God and he pushes that law. And then there are, just a few places in the New Testament where he teaches kind of pacifist teachings, like turn the other cheek, don't resist evil. If they sue you, give them everything you got, type stuff. And I even see that as problematic. And nobody knows where those teachings came from because they're only in Matthew and Luke. Some scholars say that Matthew and Luke might have gotten them from a Q source document, which is a hypothesized document that nobody's ever seen. But it's kind of suspicious, and it pacifies those that are indoctrinated with it, so that when somebody is coming up against you, you just let them, right? You don't fight back, right? And that's what this religion, that's what this book has allowed this religion to do: go into lands and conquer, and you know, convince people that fighting back would be demonic and that they would lose their their place in the afterlife if they were to fight back, and instead of praying for their enemies.
it's, it's actually hilarious, right? Except for the fact that it has resulted in so much
Disgusting behavior. But yeah, when you say the meek shall inherit the earth, and you're encouraging everybody to just bow down to God, then you're just weakening them to the enemy, which is you.
Yeah, it's the thing that gives them the hope that when they die, right, that they'll be that's when they get their reward, right? By being meek and humble.
Right. Yeah. I appreciate like the dimension to everything you're saying that like obviously self-preservation here. Self-preservation is necessary. Like I don't even that doesn't even need to be said. It's you know I don't know. You've got my head. You've got my head not really spinning. I I just want to hear more. What were you saying about suing someone? You mentioned something like a. Is there a passage you can show me?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to pull it up, but in the text, Jesus says, if you get sued for your coat, give him your pants too. Basically, something like that.
Oh wow.
Is give.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing: this text was written in first century Rome, right? Like during the time that the Jewish people would have been under Roman occupation. This Jesus character is talking to fellow Israelites who are being oppressed by Rome. And he's telling them how to basically survive under that. Like the Roman soldiers during that time used to make the commoners carry their military gear up the hills, and they would force them to do it 1 mile at a time, right? And this was a way of like oppressing them or whatever. And Jesus says, if they ask you to go 1 mile, go the extra mile. And he's basically teaching them how to become the favorite of the abuser so that they don't get abused. And like a survival tactic. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't supposed
So
to be some
weird.
universal ass teaching that pacifies the whole fucking world. Uh, uh, Against those that are fucking doing all of this evil on the earth. Like people won't even fight back because they're like, vengeance is God's, or God, Jesus said to just pray for them. Like they've been they've been praying to Jesus since August, and Jesus told him he was coming back 2 days ago, and he didn't show.
I know that was.
They went on a 3-day fast, and this is 1,000%. Jesus showed me and sending me Bible verses and blah blah blah, and Jesus didn't show.
I know.
Praying for them ain't doing nothing. Well, you finna say something, Fee?
I think that was Selena.
What was you finna say, Selena?
It wasn't me.
Oh, my bad. I didn't even hear anything. I
I heard a female voice.
um, I thought it was Selena.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Valley, did you have anything else?
Well, I'm surprised no one has come on here and been like, "Oh, well, you're obviously like possessed by the devil or something to be saying Jesus is evil." But it's like, what is more evil than, especially the American Christian white nationalist movement? It's, I mean, I was raised by a literal Nazi. My mother, at one point, I instead of arguing with her, because I never agreed with her, instead of arguing with her for once, I just listened and asked questions. And it led us down a rabbit hole where she, at the end of it, said, well, maybe Schmittler did have the right idea. Maybe there
Oh
should
my
be
goodness.
maybe there should be some kind of mass unaliving. And I didn't talk to her for like 2 or 3 months. And she left me all these voicemails crying. And I finally was like, well, listen, do you even know what you said? And she essentially apologized and said it was because she was just so hurt. And I'm like, well, maybe there's some truth to that. I mean, these people are deeply suffering. They're obviously not practicing any type of spiritual practice because that would have led them to a much more peaceful existence. It has nothing to do with what we are led to believe Jesus was about. And well, you know what? I was going to ask you as well. Are you familiar with any of the non-canonical texts, such as like the Gospel of Judas?
Mm-hmm.
I find that one very interesting. Basically, Jesus basically telling Judas, like, well, you have to sell me out, and
Yeah, like he begged him to do it.
yeah, because Judas was apparently the only follower that actually understood what Jesus was saying, which was much more of a universal idea. And that one, you know, the fact that the original Catholics like murdered everybody who wrote that or whatever, and that kind of led me to hold on to faith for a while because I figured, well, that was at least that was probably the truth.
What made you hold on to faith? Give me just a second.
Oh, sure.
Fix it, Jesus. If you were in poverty and now you've made over $500,000 by selling credit repair services to poor people, then you need to go to Jesus and ask Jesus to fix you. Because while you are up here talking about Jesus said to help the poor and to feed the hungry, you are taking money from them to do something that they can do themselves. You are literally doing what the God told the Israelites to do in the Old Testament. You are a part of the problem, exploiting poor people.
Amen.
What made you hold on to your faith? Because they killed the writers of the book of Judas.
It was the book of it was the Gospel of Judas. It was the notion that, I mean, I always knew that, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, the I you talk to a
Oh, the
priest.
Gospel of Judas made you hold on to your faith, not
Yeah,
that the
yeah.
Catholics
Because
killed the authors. Oh,
yeah, because that basically proves that, what we have now, the Bible in its the state that it is most definitely like full of corruption. So I don't know. I just relied on the deep feelings and experiences that I had in connecting and praying and working with the energy that I believed to be Jesus. But we could just say that that's spicy psychology. I mean, it doesn't really have to be a divinity necessarily. I mean, the Eastern religions would argue that you could pray to any divinity and achieve the same goal, and it's all part of the same thing.
I don't necessarily think that anybody's praying to any divinity. Like
Right.
for example, the like Jesus's teachings. That thing in the comments, he follows Jesus's teachings, right? Jesus teaches that you should forgive people if when they ask for your forgiveness, even if it's 7 times a day. If they offend you 7 times a day, forgive them, right? That leaves no room for accountability or for you to set boundaries for yourself, right? It allows the turn the other cheek, the don't resist evil, allows the type of behavior that we are seeing from the Fix It Jesus and the comments right now. And then he thinks that, I don't know if you saw the way he acted when he was on stage, but he thinks that my response to him, me not liking him, is because I have hate in my heart and not because I dislike his behavior. I don't like him. I will say that. I think that he's a fucking prick and annoying as hell. But his behavior was horrible when he was on stage. But he doesn't see his behavior, right? He all he wants to do is brag how Jesus helped him exploit poor people, and make $500,000 off of them, and then scream Jesus said to feed the poor, right? Like there's no accountability there whatsoever. Jesus is a club, is a membership for people who otherwise have very deceitful hearts, who have a tendency to exploit or abuse other people, and they're okay with it. Like the type of people that can talk bad to their children or put their children down for a deity they never seen, they were gonna do it any fucking way. Jesus just allows them to hide behind that shit. It's because that's who they are.
Right, and I actually I really appreciated what you said about the other day about the Bible being like a war plan, or and what no other document in human history has led multiple monarchies to go colonize the entire fucking world and enslave everyone they find and mass unalive the rest of them. And I don't know. I mean, I was in the National Guard, but today I'm certainly not proud to be an American.
Yeah, like think about it. Would white supremacists be able to quote this book and use this book to spread white supremacy if it didn't have supremacist ideologies in it?
Of course, that's exactly what they're able to do. Oh my god.
And the reality is the Jesus that most people believe in today, and primarily most people of color believe in today, is a reinterpretation of the Jesus in this book. Most of the people that we talk to, they can't find their Jesus in this book. Everything, almost everything that they believe in or been told about the Jesus they believe in, has been an oral tradition told to them by a pastor, and so they have a different Jesus that they're believing in, and this all along they think it's the one in this book. And so they get mad when we point out to them that their Jesus was an Israelite supremacist who hated Gentiles. He did not like Gentiles. He didn't fuck with Gentiles. Not until after he died, and somebody wrote a longer ending to Mark.
And couldn't he have just, like you also said that, like he obviously didn't talk to any people in power. He never spent time trying to make a difference in the powers that be. And couldn't he use his divine powers of argument to sway, even the emperor or someone or anybody at all? I mean, he's only spoke to the, and I originally thought that was amazing that, he spent all this time with the poor and prostitutes and drug addicts, or maybe not drug addicts, I don't know, but people
Tax
who are
collectors.
struggling. Yeah, tax collectors. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. What do you make of? What do you make, at least, of passages such as, like, it is more likely for a camel to fit through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of God?
So I think this was a way for people to give their money to the church. Like Jesus had built a cult, right? And so if people can be convinced that their wealth, right, is going to send them to hell, who do you if the preacher is preaching it, who do you think he's going to tell them to give that wealth to? And who did they give the wealth to back in the day?
The tax collectors and the church, the
The
synagogues.
cults, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then so the tax collectors were collecting tax for Rome, right? And the Israelites had banned them, had deemed them traitors because they were collecting tax for on behalf of Rome and oppressing their own people. And Jesus comes and saves them. Jesus comes and says, "Oh, you're not doing anything wrong. Come, you're the chosen of the disciples." Right? So the ones that was collecting tax for Rome became Jesus's disciples. Think about that. And then Jesus says to the people that are being oppressed, that are being conquered, don't fight back. Turn the other cheek. Don't resist evil. Pray for those that are coming up against you, that despitefully use you. Right? Pray for your enemy. It never once says to the conquerors, stop conquering. I know I said in the late Bronze Age and in the Iron Age to go into lands and conquer, to go into lands and enslave, but now I'm saying don't do that. He never says that to the people that are doing the conquering, but he talks to those that are being conquered and says, "Don't fight back. Turn the other cheek. Give them everything you have. Sell all you have." He's only talking to them. He not once talks to the oppressor and tells the oppressor to stop oppressing.
And yeah, like I said, I mean, with his divine powers of persuasion, that should have been so easy. I don't know. It's it never really made any sense. So I just kind of adopted the same strategy as the people that you mentioned. I followed a reinterpretation of Jesus, and I don't think I'm ever going to stop working with that energy, but it certainly isn't the man in the book.
And that's like my thing is I'm not saying that anybody that has a belief in a God, like I'm specifically talking about this one, and
Right.
I have friends who are talking about the other one, the Allah one, and then we have friends who are talking about the Yod Hey Vav Hey one. It's the Abrahamic God and the beliefs that people hold about that God, the harmful ideologies that people hold, people not reading this book and don't know that there are people in this world that are using this book as a war guide, as a colonization guide, as a guide for supremacy. And literally, I think the only thing that we are doing in these conversations is saying, read your fucking book. Like, save us all and read your fucking book so you can see what your brothers and sisters in Christ are doing. And like when Jesus says in this book, he's gonna come like a thief in the night. That's like these fucking plans come up on people like a thief in the fucking night because you are so busy turning your other cheek so that you can go sign up for Fix It Jesus's credit repair.
Oh my God.
Like, read your book. If you're gonna hold this belief, read it and under fucking stand it.
Well, right there's it's nothing but a constant mental gymnastics routine to actually reconcile it to something that both makes sense and supports virtue.
I'm sorry. Say that last part again.
Well, you just watch people like this doing mental gymnastics. When I've argued with mainstream Christians, they do so many mental gymnastics to make the book fit an ideology of virtue and to make it make
Mm-hmm.
sense. And
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense nor uphold virtue.
Right. They damn near have to be turned into, not damn near. They turn into liars when they're on this stage, to defend it and to make it make sense. Denying words, saying one thing and then lying later on and saying they never said a thing. Like it, it's more than mental gymnastics to me. It's outright gaslighting, outright lying is what they have to do.
I've always just thought it was like a byproduct of cult brainwashing that someone's psyche can be so fragmented that they don't even know what they're talking about.
I honestly thought that too, and I held a live one time asking like, how do I have empathy for them? Because I used to be a believer, but like in those conversations, I realized that my brain isn't wired to accept illogical shit. Like once I am introduced with facts, then that I accept the facts. I don't try to deny the facts and then make it make sense. Make what I once believed make sense. My brain isn't wired that way. And I was indoctrinated into Christianity. So like it's hard. I try to have empathy for those, but they make it really really hard because it doesn't go both ways, right? Like it's really really difficult to have empathy for someone who's calling you a devil at the same time. Like that guy who did the rapture thing, right? I literally felt sorry for him because he was dead ass sure that Jesus was coming to get him. And he kept making videos after September 23rd came and went in Australia. He kept pushing it out to like American Samoa time, to Jerusalem time. And I felt sorry for him. He got down to like 2 hours, right? He pushed it out as far as he could go. He got down to 2 hours, and he said he called us demons from the pit of hell for not believing him. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, like, and I'm like, you're the one fucking lying, and we're the demons from the pit of hell. So then, when he did his apology video, he only apologized to the Christians, and he said that, right? And he was like, I don't know where all these non-believers came from. I wasn't expecting to go viral when I sold my car. I don't know where all these non-believers came from because I only make content for believers. I only make content for Christians. Like we're just talking to each other. Like really? And then nowhere in that video does he say, I'm sorry that I called all of you who didn't believe me demons from the pit of hell. Nowhere in there does he even take accountability for that. Right? Like they it's hard to have empathy for someone who behaves that way. Like I literally when I saw that video, I said, fuck it. I said, wait till Jesus don't come back. Like I don't care anymore that you were brainwashed by this South African pastor, that you sold your fucking car, that you've been waiting on Jesus for 3 days, and you look like you about to sweat a fucking bullet. Like I don't care anymore because you don't give a damn about the words that come out of your mouth that harm other people. Then he said he didn't even take accountability for the people who followed his lead. I never told anybody to sell their car. I just uploaded mine because I really thought I wouldn't need it anymore. Like, take accountability for what you did. Like, a lady gave up her child because you scared her so fucking bad.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Oh my god.
Yeah, she sent her child to CPS. Now she's trying to get her child back.
Oh god. Yeah, I'd be very interested to hear more stories about all of the crazy shit that happened for this supposed rapture. I'll have to go digging.
It's a lot. Get you some popcorn
Yeah,
and a big gulp.
I haven't, ever since the inauguration, I haven't watched any news. I don't even watch TV or streaming anymore. I've just had it with media. I don't
Well,
know.
this isn't media. This is real life. This is
Well,
TikTok.
yes, yeah,
So,
but that's why I don't even want to be like informed anymore because it's so crippling for me. I, which is a cowardly thing to admit, but I don't know what else to do. You know, as soon as Elon Musk did his special little salute during the inauguration party, I was like, I can't handle this anymore.
yeah, you gotta be. You can't turn the other cheek. You gotta be watchful. Gotta know what the fuck they're doing because a lot has happened since. Tic Tac, Tic Tac. There's a spider in your room, friend. Goodness, I would be freaking
Absolutely.
out right now. Huh?
I turned my camera on. I think it was on Zena's live last weekend. It was one that was trying to take me out this time of year. I'm telling you, that spider was as big as my hand. That thing was huge.
Oh my gosh. I hope you are able to get it out of there. Valley, did you have anything else before we bring up another guest?
I appreciate your time. No, I'm good to go. Yeah, I don't know if I should keep coming back or not. I mean, I don't exactly have much to argue about. I don't want to become an echo chamber for you, but at the same time, you're playing a role in a major part of my life at this point. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. You're more than welcome to come back. I don't just talk to believers. This isn't a platform to debate. I don't debate. We discuss and with the intention of challenging each other because no, we don't. Nobody knows. You know, if what they currently know or believe is the right thing, and the only way to know that is to push that to the limits, right? And so you're more than welcome to come back if there's anything, you know, that you want to hash out regarding your deconstruction journey. If as long as it aligns with the topic, you're more than welcome to come back.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks.
Y'all do me a favor. Ignore Fix It Jesus the same way Jesus ignores him.
Feel bad for you,
It,
Fix It
it
Jesus.
it's irritating as fuck. Put his ass on Holy Ghost timeout.
For real.
Scott Tui.
Hey,
Hi, how are you?
good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Fee, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I can do it. Hey, Scott, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm all right. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
28.
All right. And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I mean, technically, I'm a Taoist, so like I'm a non-dualist. But I and I may be wrong about this because I've just been on this for like 2 minutes. But you guys sort of are against like Jesus's message.
So, yeah, well, first of all, the Thinker Only on her platform, she talks to people who currently believe in the God of the Christian Bible, are deconstructing from that belief, or already a non believer. Do you fall into any of those categories?
I mean, I do know that there are Christians that exist that don't, necessarily like believe in the Old Testament. Obviously, I think like most original Christians arguably weren't necessarily like religious, but sorry, that was my battery. I definitely
I thought Dudette snatched his
I
ass off
did too.
stage. I was like,
I
you don't
thought
got
she
to
did
Dudette
too.
it.
Right, but Scott, what category do you fall in? That's what we're trying to figure out.
in terms of like if I believe sort of the objective statements of like the Old Testament, like morality of the Old Testament.
No, do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible?
Oh, No, not well. Again, I think Jesus. A lot of people, like not a lot nowadays, but I think that there are Christians that believe that Jesus wasn't actually saying that he's God, and that he was more preaching like a non-dualist message that, like what Buddhist, Taoist, Hindus believe in, that we are part of God. We are God. Atman is Brahman. We are part of God versus some singular God being out there.
Right. So I don't think, and Thinker, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that we're looking to talk to folks that are not believers in this God or deconstructing from belief in this God.
I see. That makes sense.
Yeah, because it centers a lot around the Bible and the teachings in the Bible.
Yeah, which a lot are not. I mean, a lot are not good.
Yeah, you got
But
that right.
I will. I guess my whole point, though, and I feel like we're not going to have much of a debate here. But it seems if you actually take what Jesus preached slash said, it doesn't seem like there was anything that Jesus said that was bad. I think at all. I think
Yeah,
most
we're
people would
not
agree
gonna.
with what Jesus
Yeah,
said.
I'm still gonna take you down because I don't just do like debates just for the sake of it.
Yeah,
So I'm
totally
gonna take
fair.
you down. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good one. Okay.
Likewise.
All right. That was really slick though. Millie, Millie.
Millie knocked out.
Yeah. Akai.
Yeah,
Hi. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
In the God of the Bible.
Yes,
All right. Fee.
Morning, Akai. What are your thoughts on? Oh, what's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 30 years.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Um, I don't think Jesus is evil. So yeah,
Do you want to share why you think that?
yeah, because of the teachings of Jesus, I don't see any evil intention behind it. And also when I came, I heard her talking about the people that believed in that rapture thing, and they were deceived and they got disappointed and all. But I just want to ask that, you see, those people, it's
So,
like they don't read their Bible.
Okay, that's not what we're talking about,
All
right?
right, okay,
So
okay, okay.
if you're saying that the teachings of Jesus are not evil, or I'm assuming that you believe that they were good. Can you give me an example of one of the good teachings of Jesus?
Like love your neighbor as yourself.
Who was he talking to? Who would have constituted a neighbor when Jesus said that?
Just a normal human being,
So that's
any
not.
human being like that.
I'm
Pardon?
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Repeat what you said.
Yeah, I'm saying just a human being, a fellow human being. Just have to love that person.
So, I mean, I honestly agree with that for the most part, but that's not what Jesus was talking about. However, when in multiple passages, Jesus reiterated that his mission and his goal was to redeem the lost sheep of Israel. And when he said, love your neighbor as yourself, he was hearkening back to the Old Testament, which only referred to Israelites. There was very clear instructions on how to engage with or how to treat non-Israelites. So while a lot of Christians take that scripture to mean, this is inclusive of everyone, it's just to be a kind and loving individual in general, that's not what Jesus was actually teaching. And that's not what he supported while he was here on the earth.
No, I disagree with that. Okay, because Jesus himself didn't come for the Israelites because they themselves didn't even accept him. Okay, So he came for the Gentiles. He even said that um he came to his own and his own accepted him not. Okay. So he's aware that the Israelites didn't see him as the Messiah per se. So he is for the Gentiles. He is the one that gave us that were not in Israel the chance to be part of this kingdom. Okay. So he wasn't just referring to the Israelites as you claim.
What did he say in the Bible? Thinker, can you pull that scripture up if you don't mind?
Yeah,
The one
that's
where he
fine.
says, "I came to my own."
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you read the words of Jesus in the Bible, and I agree with you that after he died and resurrected, and his the Israelites or his people rejected him, there was a passage in the Bible that said that that his mission expanded, but he himself said that he came specifically for the lost sheep of Israel. Those were his words, not mine.
Okay. You
Which
put
one are
up a
you
passage.
wanting? Are you wanting where he said he came only for the lost sheep, or are you wanting the one he was just talking about?
The one he said he came for the lost sheep, because Kai said that Jesus never said that. Jesus said he came for everybody. Yeah, so it's highlighted right there. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. It's in Matthew chapter 15. It says that I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So those were words that Jesus spoke when he was speaking about the reason that he was here. And I believe this was when he was being asked to do something for a person who was not part of the lost sheep of Israel.
And then I do want to point out something right quick. The scripture you just quoted, Akai, is
Yeah.
not Jesus talking, right?
Yes.
This is the author John talking, and he says, even in his own land and among his own people, the Jews, he was not accepted, right? That's not Jesus saying, I came to my own and my own accepted me not. And that's how you quoted it. But
Yes.
that's not what the text says. That's the author saying that.
Okay.
Jesus, this is what Jesus says here, that he came for the lost sheep of Israel.
So give me the scriptures, please. Let me check it from my end.
It's on the screen. I think she just
Oh,
told you Matthew 15.
Matthew 15. Okay.
And we talked to a lot, while you're pulling it up, we talked to a lot of Christians who say that very same thing. But, as Thinker pointed out, that wasn't the words of being expanded to people outside of the Israelites. That wasn't something that Jesus said.
Hold on. Hey, y'all don't have to delete repentance as the prayers comment. I'm okay with comments about me, as long as they're not being racist, sexist, homophobic, ableist, misogynist. Don't delete their comments. That they're okay. Uh, I can deal with hate, with a little hate. Go ahead, Fee. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I think Akai was looking up the scripture. You still here, Akai?
Yes, I'm here. Just checking. Because with everything there is context, So just taking let's say one this thing can be deceptive sometimes. That's why I'm trying to read the some at least some 5 verses above to understand what it's trying to teach or you know.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about the context in the story, the context in which he said it. A woman who was not an Israelite was asking him to do something for her in this particular scripture, and he said that he did not come for anybody but the lost sheep of Israel. I mean, you're welcome to read it. Of course, I'm not telling you not to read. I honestly wish believers would read this book a lot more, so that they'll know that these verses that they're
I was
quoting.
sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Can you let her finish, Akai?
So we can read. So let's continue
Akai,
what actually happened.
Akai, can do you?
Oh, I wasn't hearing.
Is there a
I'm not
delay?
hearing
I think it
anybody.
is.
Sorry.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah, I'm here.
there's a delay. Fee was still talking. Do me a favor and just go on mute, and then
Sorry.
I'll say Akai, she's done, and then you can come in since there's a delay, okay?
Okay.
Or Fee will let you know when she's done. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying that, I'm glad that you're reading it. I wish more Christians would actually read the Bible and read the actual story as opposed to just, quoting, like you were saying, one sentence, because that one sentence may not necessarily be indicating what the believer is thinking that, or they've been taught that the scripture or the verse is indicating. And you can go ahead now.
Akai, it's your turn.
Okay. Okay. So let me just read from the 24 downwards. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lordship of the house of Israel. Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. But he answered and said, it is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it to the dogs, to dogs. And she said, truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from the master's table. Then Jesus answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith, be it unto thee even as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from the very hour. So this is the lesson that scripture is teaching us. Okay, so even before Jesus came, the Israelites believe that the Israel God is God. Okay, it's for just Israel. The God of Israel. She after Jesus told her that, you can clearly see that you weren't what the woman wanted. Okay, so even if you were just sent to only Israelite
Okay, you're
out, that should let you know that it is not really true that he came for just Israelites. So with this kind of thing, there is always a lesson, and that is where people that are not Israelites know that, okay, we can also benefit from this thing. You get it?
So I heard some of what you said because your connection was pretty bad. I don't think that matters though, and here's why. He said what he said. He said that he came to the lost sheep for the lost sheep of Israel. Now, after this woman demeaned herself, after being called or referred to as a dog, that doesn't make that, to me, that doesn't paint Jesus in a better light. Because the reality is, if I'm coming to someone who is in a position of power or authority or even leadership, and I'm asking for assistance, and they say, I didn't come for you. Thinker uses the analogy all the time, and I think is ideal. If this happened in the antebellum South, and I went to someone who could help my child that was sick, and they're like, I didn't come for niggas. I'm not here to help y'all. And then I'm like, well, sometimes niggas get sick too. And they're like, okay, fine, here's some penicillin. I would still look at that doctor as though he were a deplorable person. In the same way that I think that in this case, that would apply to Jesus. If Jesus's message was truly love and acceptance, then his response would not have been the dogs eat from, the food for the children is not meant for the dogs. That it wouldn't have been referring to a human being as a dog. It wouldn't have been relegating the position of a whole ass human being to that of a four-legged animal. That's not loving. That is not kind. Now I get why believers have to try to reframe it in that way or interpret it in that way. Okay, he extended it to people that were not, he extended his help to people that were not his original mission. But why would he have a select people as part of his original mission if, as God, he's responsible for creating everyone? That's not loving. And to say your faith is great because you refer to yourself as a dog, how about tell her she's not a dog? As opposed to dehumanizing her, how about humanize her? To me, that's what a true leader does, and I don't see that in Jesus.
Before Akai answers, Fee, have you seen the video of the dentist in California who was given a speech and she made jokes about Democrats and she said she wears a hat that says "Make Smiles Great Again" just to see if her patient would cringe at that, and when they do, she turns their laughing gas down so they can feel the pain more. Have you seen that?
And then tells them that it's not that bad. I sure
Yeah,
did. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I absolutely did.
I liken that to this,
Yep.
like, because
Okay.
I feel like that type of it's like a us versus them thing. Like you're not one of us, so you don't get the good laughing gas, or you don't get the comfort that a MAGA supporter should get.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
I mean, it's really putting certain people on one level and others beneath that level. And that's just not okay. So if you're talking about someone who was for inclusion, you're trying to position Jesus as this social justice warrior. It didn't include everyone. And even his own words showed that there was a separation or a class or a caste system, if you will. And you can go ahead and respond to Kai.
Okay. So this is first from my side. My network was messing up. So, but I heard what you were trying to say. It was breaking and back and forth. But
Kai, we can't hear you.
kind of testament, they had their own belief. It was they were under the old law and all that. So he even had to also live under the old law. Okay, the kind of things they believe, the Sabbath and all that kind of things. Even though he is bringing a new law and all that, he had to go under it. So, like I was saying, he was probably doing that to know the faith the lady, because when you see his response, it was like your faith has made you whole, or you are going to be cured because of your faith and all that. And what I'm saying is, if it was really just for the Gentiles, if it was really just for the Jews, you wouldn't have gone ahead to help the lady. And also with that dog thing he said, you can clearly see that it was just, let me say, how do you call it? Whether it was it was just a proverb, it was quoting something. Okay. So let me read that dog part again so that you see
Okay.
whether I'm gaslighting you or not.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Hang on a second. You don't have to
okay,
reread it. We've read it, and I think Thinker has it
okay.
on the screen right now. Like whether you're framing it in a way that's not insulting, it is. To be called a dog, even in that part of the world today, Palestinians are referred to as dogs. That is a demeaning and dehumanizing term. Full stop. So whether he healed her daughter afterwards is irrelevant to the point. The point that I'm making is that he called a human being a dog. He said that he came not for her, but for his select group of people, and that the food for the children was not meant for the dogs. That conjures a specific image in your mind, and it's not one of equality. So why we're trying to frame it as though it was is I'm not following that.
Akai, can you do me a favor and read the screen? Read verse 29 on the screen for me.
Okay. This is the same Matthew 15.
Actually start at verse 28.
This is okay.
Just
So,
read
but
start at verse 28.
okay. But she answered him, say, even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs. Then he said to her, for saying that, you may go. The demon has left your daughter. And when she went home, she found the child lying on the bed and the demon gone.
So in this version of this story,
Yes.
what was the reason he healed her daughter in this version of the story?
No, but is it the same? But we have.
What was
Um.
it? Hold on, just answer my question, please. And this
Okay.
version of the story, what was the reason he healed her daughter?
So with the Bible, is it the same
No, no,
Matthew?
no. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. I will tell you that. In this
Okay.
version of the story, what is the
Okay.
reason? What reason did he give for healing her daughter?
Okay. So the reason didn't come here. Like they didn't explain it well over here.
It does. It does. And it's actually highlighted in verse
What?
29. It's highlighted in verse 29. What reason did he give her for healing her daughter?
Okay. Then you said to her for saying that. Oh, okay. For saying that even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumb.
So not faith. So not faith. For saying that. For saying even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs. Right? For acknowledging that she is
It comes to
inferior, for acknowledging that she is inferior to the children and that she deserves the crumbs that fall from the Israelites' table. Because Israelites are first, Israelites are chosen, Israelites are superior to Gentiles. And Jesus says, for saying that, go, your daughter is healed. Matthew,
okay.
just to let you know, this is Mark chapter 7, okay, starting at verse 29, 28, 29. The entire story starts at verse 24 in Mark chapter 7. Mark was written first. Matthew makes her saying that about faith. She can't have, it was her faith that she was able to admit that the Israelites were superior.
So can I come in?
Yes.
Okay. So with the Bible, okay, because it's individual witnesses, you're gonna get somebody who is going to go into the details. You're gonna get somebody who won't go
Your your phone went out again.
speak one
Your
person's
phone
view
went out.
to
Your phone
when
went
it comes to
Akai. We didn't hear anything you said. Your phone went out again. And Akai, this it sounds like you're about to talk about the different accounts. This is the reason that I stated Mark was written first. Mark stated that Jesus said, for saying that. Matthew came along 30 to 40 years later and made it about faith.
sorry about this. I don't know. My network is full bad. I don't know why it's doing that.
Did you hear what Thinker just said, Akai?
Yeah, yeah, I'm back. Sorry. My network is full, but I don't know why it keeps going off. Sorry, sorry, really sorry.
Do you
Or
want
should
to
I
try?
should I go off and come back again?
That may
I
help.
don't think that that'll fix it.
Yeah,
If it's
I
this
don't know if it.
Wi-Fi.
Because
I,
because my bar is full, so I don't know why it's doing that.
It's not showing full on my end.
Oh, okay. That's really sad. Okay, please come again.
So I said the reason I explained that Mark was written first. Mark was the first book, the first gospel written. Mark was the first to write an account of this conversation, right? And
Okay.
Mark says that in the text, this Jesus character says to the Canaanite woman, for saying that, for saying what you said, go, your daughter is healed. About 30 to 40 years later, Matthew uses the book of Mark, and Matthew writes his own narrative, right? He changes it from a Greek Syrophoenician woman to Canaanite, right? Which is odd because they weren't going by Canaanites during this time. And so there is definitely a reason that the writer of Matthew used the term Canaanite when it was an outdated term, right? There's a reason he did that. And then he makes it about faith when the original story didn't have anything to do with faith.
Okay, so I don't think Matthew read from Mark. I don't think that unless you have concrete proof to say that okay, every book or every account Matthew wrote, he took it from Mark. If you have that, I'm going to
I mean, you can go and study textual criticism
accept it.
on your
Trying
own.
to, let's
You
say,
can, yeah, just go
have a
study
nicer
textual
way of.
criticism on your own. Like, I mean, most scholars know that they used each other's writings to write this text. And actually, Matthew changes some of Mark's works. Luke used Mark and Matthew and the Greek Septuagint, the Targum, and the Hebrew scriptures. And then the writer of John used Matthew, Mark, Luke, the Targum, the Hebrew scriptures, Greek philosophers. Like, you just have to go and study textual criticism.
Okay, I've heard it. So, what I'm saying is because the accounts are different people, some might. I don't know if you get when I was saying that, so I don't have to be repeating my.
It doesn't matter. Mark was written first.
Because it's accounts from different people,
It
you're not gonna
does
get the same story like
it
verbatim.
doesn't
Okay.
matter. Mark was written first. Mark was written about 30 to 40 years before the book of Matthew.
Okay. So it doesn't mean Matthew had let's say access to Mark's book, or it doesn't also mean that Matthew, the witness, he was taking the eyewitness he was taking the account from, you know, wasn't true, and he was just repeating what Mark was saying. That's why I'm saying that the fact that one was written before the other doesn't, mean that it just changed what Mark was saying.
Do you realize that one, Mark writes it about a Greek Syrophoenician woman, and Matthew calls her a Canaanite woman. Matthew uses a term that was no longer used. It was no longer cultural for a very long time.
Yes.
Do you understand what that means?
Explain to me, please.
No, I'm asking, do you understand what it means that the term, the calling them Canaanites, was no longer cultural, that they had not identified as Canaanites for a very long time, and that it does not make sense for Matthew to say that a Canaanite woman came to Jesus?
Okay, because the Israelites have now occupied Canaan.
No, because they were not identifying as Canaanites anymore.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the Israelites have
No, the Greeks
conquered Canaan,
had.
and now.
No, the Greeks had. But when the Jewish people came back into the Levant area after they left Babylon, they had been Hellenized by the Greeks. They were identifying as Greeks. It did not make sense for Matthew to say a Canaanite woman came to Jesus. But the writer of Matthew did not want Jesus dehumanizing a Greek woman. The writer was a Greek writer.
So was he wrong? I mean, referring to her as such.
Referring to her as such as what, a dog?
No, not a dog. I mean, you said Matthew was calling her a Canaanite,
She was
and I'm
not a
saying that,
Canaanite. She was not a Canaanite. No one identified as Canaanite then. What would be the purpose of calling her a Canaanite?
you never know.
What's the purpose?
I don't see anything wrong with that, but I mean,
What would be
you
the
feel
purpose? What would be the purpose of Matthew to identify a Greek woman as a Canaanite when that term
like
was
I'm
not
saying.
even used? Hold on, like for decades, that term had not been used. What would be the purpose of this writer in first century Rome saying a Canaanite woman came to Jesus when they were Greeks? What would be the purpose?
Like I'm saying, I don't see a problem with that,
What?
to be
No,
frank.
tell me what the purpose would
And
be. Tell me what the purpose would be.
you can't, unless in the scriptures you point out where is the reason why he did that. But like I'm saying,
Tell me what the purpose would be.
I don't see the
What would
purpose
be
in
the
the
purpose?
book. So
What would be
anything I
the
say,
purpose? What? Hey, tell me what the purpose would be. If you don't see anything wrong with it, tell me what the purpose would be. That's like
yes, and
somebody
I'm
saying
saying that.
like before Egypt was called Kemet. Before it was called Egypt. That's like saying a what do they call them? Kemet woman, a woman of Kemet today came to Jesus when it would be an Egyptian woman because that's the cultural term. Kemetic, thank you. A Kemetic, a Kemetic woman came to Jesus, knowing that for centuries we've been calling them Egyptian. What would be the purpose for Matthew to pull out this old cultural term?
Okay, so you see, Matthew, now right now you are reading.
He doesn't even have it in him to say he don't know.
Nope. Because it sounds like he's thinking that, like, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were standing there with Jesus while this happened, and they
Yeah, he
just,
does.
yeah. And because that's what I was going to ask him. Do you think that these are, one, these stories, these books were written by these individuals, and two, if they were supposed to be contemporaneous or not? Because he dropped, but that was.
I think he's gonna try to come back. Yeah, I think he does think that. He thinks that that Matthew wrote Matthew, Mark wrote Mark. He doesn't know that these are anonymous and these names were just assigned to these texts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a second to see if he comes back on his own.
He just put in the comments his network is so bad.
Are you gonna try to come back up, Akai?
I like his name.
Me too. I would have chose a different box. It might be the box. There you go. Phil, you can ask some of your questions.
Akai, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Are you under the impression that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and that these accounts, these stories were being recounted by people that were there with Jesus when this happened?
I believe the accounts that came from the people were actually people that were there. That's what I think. Whether but I read somewhere, which I don't think Matthew wrote it himself, but with the people that were let me say, interviewed or whatever, definitely they were there. They saw the things that were written.
What people?
That I be.
We can't hear you, Akai.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you said the people. What people?
So definitely, people, eyewitnesses were asked to, tell about what they saw, what happened, and all that. That's the people I'm referring to.
How do you know that? That's not in the book anywhere.
Yeah.
There's no recounting. Like there are oh, what are they called? Oh, it just slipped my mind. There are these papers that were written shortly after emancipation here in the United States, where a group of I'll find it. I'll find it and put it in the Discord later. But a group of people went to take stories and kind of create this catalog of experiences of formerly enslaved people. The interviewer was noted, the names and ages or approximate ages of the enslaved people were noted. So those eyewitness testimonies were documented. You're telling me that there was eyewitness testimony of these stories in this book written anonymously and then later ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but you can't name any of them. Why would you trust that this is true?
Okay, so first of all, the fact that the stories are similar, okay? Like I'm saying, we have Matthew, Luke, John, and those stories, I mean, some stories repeat themselves, and you can clearly see that. And let's know that these books were later on compiled. It wasn't like these people knew themselves or whatever, you see. So yeah, the fact that it repeats itself and they are not trying to sound the same, and they just like the differences we saw right now, where somebody is calling somebody Canaanite, the other person is calling her another name, and where in one breath somebody is saying he heard by the faith and then other. So I feel if they wanted to really deceive people, they would have just make sure the story align itself and make it look like every eyewitness is giving the same point of view, which I don't think is possible for eyewitnesses to have the same point of view. So with this alone, I don't feel like somebody is trying to trick me in these stories. So that's one of the reasons.
You're referring to eyewitnesses, but they're not mentioned in this story, and you can't
I'm
name
not
them.
mentioning what.
And I said you're referring to eyewitnesses, but they're not mentioned in this story.
Oh, come on. We don't need to know every eyewitness.
Well, I would if I'm gonna stake my life on it. The only life I know I get, and it's interesting to me that consistency would cause you to be skeptical, but inconsistencies of a story that's been recounted down to the nationality of the person who asked the favor of Jesus, in addition to what Jesus said was his reason for responding favorably to her. Those are two critical points in this story. So the fact that they don't match in the retelling of these stories, the fact that you don't know who an eyewitness was, the fact that these stories don't even tell you that they came from an eyewitness, but yet you believe it.
Hold on. Can I
Yeah,
can I
that's
show
what
you?
I'm saying.
Can I show you something? I'm gonna show you
Yes, you
something.
can.
And there are several of these. Okay. I'm gonna show you something. All right. Okay. This is Mark 9:44. You have a King James Bible there? Actually,
Yes.
let's do Mark 9:44 through 46. Okay. In the King James Bible, Mark 9:44 through 46 says, where their warm worm, that fucking where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. And if thy foot offend thee, cut it off. It is better for thee to enter halt into life than having 2 feet to be cast into hell, and to the fire that never shall be quenched. where their worm dieth not, and the fire is not quenched. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Let's read Matthew. Where is it? Let's go to Matthew 18, 8 through 9. If your hand or your foot causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life maimed or lame than to have 2 hands or 2 feet and to be thrown into the eternal fire. And if your eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have 2 eyes and to be thrown into the hell of fire.
So
Now, it looks like they said the same thing, right?
yeah.
This is modern Bibles. Hold on. They they omit verse. They omit 944.
944.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the one you read earlier.
You know, yeah. Modern Bibles take it out. You know why? Because it was added. It was added by the writer of Matthew to make it look like the books were consistent.
So
And older versions of Mark.
can I come in?
Nope. Let me finish talking. Older versions
Sorry.
did you not hear me say, can I finish talking? Did you have a lag again? You got a lag again? Do you see this? This is the oldest copy that we have of the book of Mark. Not of the book of Mark, chapter 9, verses 44 through 46. Okay? Do you see this blank space here at the top? You see that? It wasn't there. It wasn't in this copy, and it wasn't in any of these copies. It was added and witnessed to around the year 375. So they took it out to correct it. In the updated Bibles, they omitted. There are multiple of those.
Um, to be frank, I don't understand what you just showed me. I don't get it.
I just showed you. This is a website called greekcenter.org. This is where you can go and look at the oldest copies of the scriptures in Greek and Latin, right? That we have in history. That was the oldest copy of Mark chapter 9 that I just pulled up. Okay? That copy came from the year 325 to 360. In the oldest copy that we have in history of Mark chapter 9, verse 44 does not exist. Verse 44 does not show up until the year 375 to the year 499. Then we have a copy where it's not even in there in the same time frame, right? We have more than one copy where it's not in there in the same time frame. Then there are other copies that it doesn't show up in. It was added. So modern translations omit it from updated Bibles because it's not authentic to Mark chapter 9, right? There are other verses like that. Mark chapter 11, verse 26. Like there's one where like it literally skips from like verse 27 to verse 29. They have to take out like all of verse 28. Like it literally just goes 27, 29. To think that they were just, you know, that they all wrote accounts on their own and they were just magically cohesive. I don't know. You got to believe in like magic or something. But the stories were written 30 and 40 years apart. And again, like I was saying, the Canaanites were not identifying as Canaanites since BCE time. And we're talking about this being written in first century Rome. We're talking about hundreds of years that they had not been identifying as Canaanites. There is no reason for the writer in first century Rome to identify a Greek Syrophoenician woman as a Canaanite. They had not used that term for hundreds of years. The only reason to do that is because the writer had to have been Greek, and the writer didn't want Jesus it written that Jesus demeaned a Greek woman. Go ahead. Are you there? Okay, did you understand anything I said?
I wonder if his Wi-Fi dropped or
It might have.
yeah.
Yeah, it dropped. We're gonna have to move on because
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I think his Wi-Fi dropped.
Thinker, before you bring up the next guest, I've been texting with Elevation Awareness, Nikina.
Uh-huh.
Her son is in ICU. Um,
Why?
yeah, he's got it's been. We finally caught up. We were on the phone for almost 2 hours the other day. We finally caught up because I hadn't talked to her since Justin's accident. But he's had some issues at school with like discrimination and it was a
Oh
whole. I mean, it's a
goodness.
lot. I'm gonna go up. She's up in Maryland. He's in ICU right now with encephalitis, and they had to do a spinal tap and several MRIs. So I'm gonna drive up Sunday to spend some time with her. But I did want to let the community know. I asked her if it was okay for me to let the community know, and she said yeah. Um,
Can you give her my number?
yeah, I'll text it to her. But yeah, she's up there, and she's you know how it is when our babies are hurting. Um, but I did want everybody.
What is encephalitis? What is that?
It's I looked it up. It's basically like an infection in your brain. He was in Maryland with her dad and stepmom, and he had a seizure, and he's been having multiple seizures over the last few days. They thought it was different things, and they did a spinal tap recently and came and realized that it was encephalitis, and they're trying to figure out what the root cause of it is. But needless to say, she's exhausted. And poor buddy has been through quite a lot. He's only 8. Um, so I just wanted to let everybody know that she's going through that, and I'll keep y'all posted on what's going on with her, and as she shares updates, and she wants me to share it with the community and any support that she may need. I know she doesn't have a lot of support.
Yeah.
Definitely, when you're deconstructing, a lot of your support system just collapses. So I'm gonna see what she needs from us, and see how we can show up for her.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah, please give her my number and tell her to, because my phone stays on do not disturb. But if she texts me first, that way I'll know it's her. Um, yeah, and then we'll see what we can do to help her. I'm looking at it right now, trying to see.
She said the spinal tap that they did has him thinking it's like autoimmune encephalitis,
Hmm.
and is treated with really strong antibiotics and steroids and things of that nature.
How long has he been in there?
I think this was last weekend. that he wasn't in ICU. It started with, a trip to the ER after the seizure, and then she had to take him back a couple of times. And he's been in the ICU. I think she texted me yesterday. I saw the text when I woke up this morning, like one something this morning, that he was in ICU.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Goodness gracious. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I know it.
Are they saying that the medicine is working or?
She just told me this morning about the diagnosis, so I'm not sure what course of treatment they're gonna have him on yet.
Oh, they just diagnosed him with.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Okay. Damn. I hope he's okay. Is somebody saying some rude shit, Justine, in the comments? Like one thing I don't play about is kids. Like if you care about your Jesus so fucking much that you got to be rude when you hear that somebody's child is fucking sick, get the fuck out. Like it to the mods, y'all can block them right then and there. I like what the fuck. Fucking. Ugh. It just pissed me off. Like, what the fuck is like y'all want to talk about your Jesus so fucking much and prove that your Jesus is so good while y'all are in here acting disgusting as hell.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck? Y'all are nasty. Just ugh. Right, Bash. They don't want to do that. You know what they want? The crazy thing about it is their asses show up here every fucking day to wait to hear something bad happens to somebody in the community so they can say, see, you should have been worshiping God. That's why they show up here every fucking day. Sitting up here praying that something happened to somebody's kids. Like the day my grandkids got in a car accident, they were disappointed that my grandkids were okay. They were celebrating at first. And then when I said, oh, it was just a fender bender, they got mad.
I remember that. And
Y'all
want
are fucking sick.
and want us to believe that we can't know love without Jesus.
Shadow,
Yes.
how old are you?
I'm 34.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
Um, can you just give me a definition of disconstruction?
Of deconstruction?
Yes.
It means that you currently hold a belief in this God and you're asking questions, challenging
Oh,
your faith, researching it, either
okay.
doing away with it or reconstructing it to a better belief system.
Okay. Then atheist. And
This sound like a fetus.
I'm
I'm sorry
sorry.
if you're not, but this sound like a child.
Uh, well, I was born in 1991, so I'm 34.
Y'all hear a child?
Like, my
Mm.
voice is very raspy. That's about
I don't
it.
hear a child.
Yeah.
I
This is
don't
the
hear a
first
child.
time. This is the first time I ever got called child.
Yeah, I don't hear a child. What child? What kind of child? I don't. I ain't heard no child with no voice like that.
Hmm.
So you say you don't believe in a God?
Yes. Not.
You do. You do or
Not.
you don't.
No, I don't. Not this particular God per se.
But you believe in a God.
I believe in the spiritual journey, if that makes sense.
Hold on, Mia. How you know? Did you look at their profile?
Yeah, my profile is public. You can tell I am not a child. Happy party.
I don't know. You don't sound like a child to me. But hold on. People that I trust are telling me otherwise. So give me just a second. Oh no, this ain't a child.
I see it now.
No.
I said I
Yeah.
apologize if you're not.
Yeah. It's not.
No, I don't take offense. It was just my first time that anybody ever told me that I sounded like a child.
No, you sounded like a child trying to play as an adult, and then when I saw you were playing Call of Duty, I was like, but okay, I do apologize.
No, I'm just a gamer. I'm a kid at heart, I guess.
Okay. So you say you do have a belief in a God, just not the God that we're talking about. So that doesn't make you atheist if you have
No,
atheism
I
is
don't
a lack of belief in a God.
no, I don't believe in a God, but I believe in the spiritual world, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but that doesn't make you atheist.
Okay, we can go with that. But I don't believe in the Christianity God at all, and where it says good, Jesus, evil, um I believe that the Christianity God is more evil than anything, and it's more like a narcissist kind of God, and uses fear to get control of its followers, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I agree with you.
So, and the main reason is that my whole family are Christians. I have four pastors in my family are Christians. So, I'm one of the only ones that is not. And the fact that I see that as I get older, I start seeing the real truth where, like, this is just a design for control, and it's not really to have a relationship with their God, if that makes sense. Because if you read, like, in the Bible, it doesn't say that you have to go to a temple to pray to God. You can have a conversation with God anywhere. So not only that, but there's so many verses that contradict themselves in the Bible, from Old Testament to the New Testament, as well as there's over 20 books that are missing, and it's because people that were in power were men, and they could choose and pick what goes into these scriptures.
Yeah, I agree. Um, so it sounds like when you say that you can pray, that you could talk to God anywhere. What what God would you be talking
No,
to?
no, I'm talking about how, how most Christians, they say that you have to go to, church to pray to God, right? There's nothing in the Bible that says that you have to go to a temple to pray to God. I'm talking about that if you're a Christian. The Bible doesn't say that you can have a relationship in the Bible. You can have a relationship with God without going. That's what I meant. Like, Not me per se that I do that. I mean, to the point that we have gotten to, they call it a donation. You go to church, there's a donation. You're paying for probably the rent of the church and everything. And you have to go over there to pray to God, which it doesn't say in the Bible to do so.
So there are it in it does
It
in
does
the
say that
law.
you can,
I'm sorry.
but
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry. No, sorry. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
It does require certain rituals to take place when they were praying and seeking blessings or forgiveness from this God. But I don't want to get into that because I like I said I agree with mostly everything that you're saying. It it doesn't necessarily hit on the topic though. The topic is Jesus being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
Yes, and I do believe that because and that means any type of God, because in any type of religion and beliefs, everybody believes that their God is the right one. So by that, it creates war, it creates hate, it creates chaos, and and it's all in the name of their God.
Right, I agree.
So I do agree with that. That it's literally the worst thing that happened to humanity.
Well, I agree, and I thank you so much for coming up and sharing that with us. Okay,
Thank you for having me.
you're so welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too. Thank
All
you.
right. The corn bots are were like doubling up. Like, damn, these motherfuckers coming in fast.
Yeah, I was trying to block some of them earlier, and I normally don't even do that from on the panel, but good grief.
Yeah, like they're even starting to try to make their accounts look like regular profiles.
Hmm.
But the thing is, they know damn well they're not going to sit there and make a real name for each account. So they keep the TikTok jail number and just put a TikTok title there to make it look like they got a username. So that's how you can tell. It's like when you click on the profile, it's gonna have the user number with all the digits, but it's gonna have
Oh, okay. I
like a
see what you're
yeah.
saying. Hmm.
Akai. Oh, Akai. Okay. Afi, he's back.
You got better connection, like how you still got bars on my end.
I didn't even realize I had brought him back up.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, are you in a better connection or a better location? I'm still
I've
seeing.
been listening. I've been listening for some time, and it's not breaking. So I'm hoping. So if it messes up again, then maybe another day. But I've followed Thinker. Maybe another time when I'm at somewhere that is better, I will join the live or something.
Oh, it seems to be clear now. Plus, your profile picture popped up this time. Before, it was just a black box, so maybe you have a stronger connection.
Oh, okay.
All right, did you remember where we left off?
Yes, you were talking about the fact that Mark 44 was taken out in some versions of the Bible and all that.
Right, I think Thinker pulled up to show you where the original manuscript, the book ended at a particular verse, but then um, additional verses were added and then later removed. So all of this to kind of circle back to the point of what we were saying, that I think your claim was that if one person tells a story and it doesn't match up perfectly to another person telling that same story, then that makes you believe it more, as opposed to if both stories were consistent.
Okay, so it is in context, okay, because people say the Bible was written to I mean some stories are just made up to convince people or you know and I'm just saying that it can't just be story. If it was just story, everybody would have been in the same line. So I'm not saying when you say something that it says one thing and then Faith says another thing that is different, means that the thing is true. Okay, I'm just saying that when somebody wants to lie to you, there's a way, and when that same person is a one presenting to you just one book, okay, the person will definitely go through and make sure that they are giving you something so that you don't find any fault, and that's what I was saying. So it's in context.
I don't know that that clarified anything for me, right? Like, ultimately, what you're saying is that inconsistency is more convincing of authenticity than consistency. But the issue is that, like,
No.
that's not what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying that in context, okay, when people are saying that, because the Bible is just one book that was brought out, okay, and I'm saying that if these people want to put out just, you know, one story and they want to lie to people, they would definitely, do you think they won't go through Matthew, Mark, Luke, John and make sure that the thing is saying the same thing, or won't respect what Matthew is saying and won't respect what Mark is saying, try to um copy and paste? That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. Do you think? Let me ask you this: when do you think the Gospels were written with respect to Jesus being alive? Do you think they were written when he was alive?
It was definitely after he died.
How long after?
Some, I don't have the facts right, but some maybe 10 years later or something. Yeah.
Yeah, no. The Mark, most scholars estimate that it was written between 35 to 40 years after Jesus died. For Matthew, the estimate is 40 to 60 years after the death of Jesus. Same for Luke, and then John was the oldest. It was written 60 to 80 years after Jesus died. So when you're talking about a story where a conversation is being recounted, right? Like, I couldn't tell you the conversation I had yesterday with any accuracy. And I'm being completely honest with you on that. So I don't know that when believers read this book and read the Gospels, I don't know that that's taken into consideration, because oftentimes the excuse or the apologetic that's used is that, oh, well, two eyewitnesses are not going to tell the exact same story. And while that's true, these are not eyewitness accounts. These are stories that were written about a character that lived decades, 3 to 8 decades prior to these stories being written. So I think that the inconsistencies coupled with I guess the cultural context that Thinker was bringing out earlier is really important, because it does play, or it should play, a factor into how we engage with this text.
Okay. You see the way you were saying 3 to 4 decades, like, sorry. As if 3 to 4 decades is a very long time. 3 to 4 decades is not a long time. All right. And just take your time and understand what I'm trying to say. 3 to 4 decades is not a long time to for people not to remember or not to know what happened. Okay, this is just 30 years ago. So if right now I'm 30 years or and 3 decades later I'll be 60 years. You get what I'm saying? So it's not like long time ago. It's my lifetime. All right. So it is not long time ago like you want to make it look. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Akai, can you quote to me what I said to you in the last conversation before you dropped?
I'm done. You said I should quote what, please?
Yeah. Can you quote to me what I said to you in the last conversation before you dropped down?
The Mark 9:44.
No, quote to me what I said to you in the last conversation before you dropped down.
So you were telling me that um some part of Mark, okay, has been taken out by some you said the original this thing has it, and then later on some versions of the Bible took it out and all that. That's what we're talking about.
No. Quote to me what I said to you, not what I was talking about. Quote to me what was said to you.
So I can't quote verbatim. Please let me flow.
Right. That's
I
okay.
beg you.
That's okay.
I beg you.
That's
Let me
okay.
flow a bit.
Hold on, Mark. Hey, Abel. I mean, Akai. Oh my God, Akai. I under the reason why you aren't able to do that. See how I fix that? You aren't able to do that
Love it.
because because like that's not how memory works, right? Like this is the same day, right? The less than we're talking 10 minutes ago, right? 10 minutes ago. And you're saying 30 to 40 years is not that big of a deal to remember word for word what someone said.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Okay, at the end of the day, what really happened, I've been able to put it there. So the message behind whatever I was saying, it has been understood. You get what I'm saying? You can't deny the fact that
No.
what we're talking
No,
about.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. And then it's
Trust me.
different. When you say Jesus said do this. What was the website that I told you to go to?
So I I didn't check the website. You actually didn't even tell me
I
this thing.
did. I did tell you the website. I literally did. You see what I'm saying? There's no way that someone is going to remember word for word what someone said 30 and 40 years later,
Especially
especially when the people around them were illiterate.
that part, and especially when the retelling includes quotation marks, as though you're quoting what someone said. Like that's a bold assertion to make, and you're taking it as though it is gospel, pun intended.
Okay. So this is the point I'm making, okay? So like I'm saying, if we are being truthful to each other, I can remember what happened to me yesterday or whatever I did yesterday, okay? So it is different from quoting verbatim of what somebody said and different from trying to narrate a story. And what I'm saying here is that even if I can't quote verbatim of what you said, I've been able to get people who were listening to us, if we are gonna be frank with ourselves about what we were doing. So the main point of the fact that hey,
I'm
part
sorry.
of
I did.
my
Wait. No. Because I did not ask you what we were doing. I asked you what did I say to you. Those are two different things.
yes, so the Bible is not just verbatim of what Jesus was saying. There were some things he did, okay, and
No,
people.
your teachings are based off of what he said. As a matter of fact, when Fee asked you what was so great about Jesus and teachings, you quoted something that Jesus said: "Love your neighbor as you love yourself." You quoted sayings of Jesus, not what Jesus did.
Yes, so when like I can remember most of the things my mommy advised me about. Okay, I can tell you that certain things she told me. Okay, that's why I'm saying that let's just be true to each other. You can't say you forget everything.
Sure. What did your mother say to you on Christmas morning when you were 5?
My mommy didn't tell me. What I'm saying is that you
No. What
know,
did she say to you Christmas morning when you
a
were 5 years
5 year
old?
born, a 5 year born wasn't interviewed in this thing.
What did she say
Let's
to you on Christmas morning when you were 15?
My mom doesn't say those kind of things to me, you know.
She didn't say what kind of things. She didn't. Did she speak to you at all on Christmas morning? I just asked you what did she say to you on Christmas morning, and you talking about those kind of things. What kind of things?
So like I'm saying, there are certain do you really think every word that Jesus spoke on earth was what was recorded. It
You
is not
just
possible.
made the claim. You just made the claim that you can remember the things that your mother taught you and said to you. I want to know what she said to you on Christmas morning when you were 15 years old.
If it's irrelevant, trust me, I'm not gonna remember it.
Why would it be irrelevant?
No, it's irrelevant to me, to my life,
Why
and
would it? Why?
it
Why
is
would it
not.
be irrelevant?
It is not to
No,
me.
so
I don't need
your
it.
mother, the words of your mother are irrelevant.
I'm saying that there were so many things she said that wasn't relevant, so I'm not gonna put too much
Then
um
tell me the things that
on it.
were relevant. What was
Yes,
relevant?
exactly. So now you're asking me, so I'm
What? So
gonna tell
tell me
you.
what was relevant. Don't tell me. Don't. I'm not asking you about what was irrelevant. What was relevant that she said to you on Christmas morning when you were 15?
They were not relevant. So I'm not gonna.
Also, so nothing your mother said was relevant to you at 15 years old on Christmas morning.
Yes. So why will I
So what did
focus
she
on?
say?
Yes, I'm telling you the truth.
I said, what
So
did she say? If there was something that was relevant.
it is not relevant to me. We just remember things that are really important to us in this life
So again,
that we put
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
ask
focus
you.
on.
So again, there was nothing relevant that your mother said to you on Christmas morning when you were 15.
If it was relevant, trust me, I remember.
Well, goddamn, your mother must have not said, "Hey, I love you. You've been a good boy. Pick up all the wrapping paper and throw it in the trash. Take your toys in your room. Thank Jesus." Like she didn't say any of that shit to you when you were 15 and you were opening up presents. Today is Jesus' birthday. Give Jesus praise. She didn't say none of that to you when you were 15.
If it was relevant to me, I would remember it because I
So
remember
so
every.
so
I
hold
remember
on. Is
every.
Jesus' birthday not relevant to you, Akai? Jesus' birthday isn't relevant to you?
Jesus' birthday is relevant to me, but not like as Christmas, like Christmas celebration. No,
Is Jesus' birthday not why you celebrate Christmas?
I don't celebrate Christmas because I think Jesus was born on Christmas Day, or I don't celebrate Christmas with that kind of. But I'm happy Jesus was born. That's it.
What? Hold on. What did your parents tell you Christmas was about?
Sorry, I muted myself. So I'm saying that
No.
um
What did your parents tell you Christmas was about, Akai?
yes, to remember the birth of Christ.
So your parents did tell you that it was about Jesus' birthday.
Yes,
So you don't, but you just said you don't celebrate Christmas because of Jesus' birthday.
you're not listening to me. Like what I'm saying, I'm saying that I don't celebrate Christmas like Christmas. Okay, like the celebrations, the buying of trees and all the other stuffs. I'm just saying
Did I
that I
ask you that? I asked you. I didn't ask you how you celebrate Christmas. I didn't ask you that. Why are you telling me that? Like,
okay.
do you realize what you're doing right now? You're doing all of this manipulative, mind bending, right? To try to prove a point that you cannot prove. You know damn well you don't remember what your mother said to you on Christmas morning. You don't remember everything your mama taught you. You know damn well you don't. You don't
Yeah,
remember
that's what.
word for word what she said. There's no way. You didn't even remember the shit I said to you 20 minutes ago.
Thinker, that's what I've been saying this whole time. Did I
No,
tell
it's
you I
not what
remember
you've been saying.
everything?
You've been saying that they can. You've been saying that they can remember.
Thinker,
And
please
and
take your
and you
time with
and,
me.
and you claim that all that matters is that they know what they were doing. That's not all that matters. Because they quote your Jesus saying things and y'all take this shit as law.
It would be like, Akai, it would be like if me, you, Thinker, and Gentile Holiday decided to write like an autobiography of JFK. Like he died like 60 years ago. None of us were eyewitnesses to his death. None of us had one conversation with him. None of us knew what he said. We've been told of quotes that are attributed to him.
We've read of things that he said, but the reality is you're relying on that type of account for your Lord and Savior from people we don't even know. We don't know who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We know it wasn't Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We do know that. But that's a lot of trust to have in the words that you know were not spoken to the people who wrote these books.
So this is what I'm saying, okay? I'm not saying I remember everything my mommy told me when I was 5. I've not said that here. That's the first point I want to make. And I'm saying that the important things that I feel is gonna help me in this life, those things my mom told me, I remember. Okay. So, and I'm
No,
saying,
okay, you no, because you that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. These stories say on this day this happened and these conversations took place. That is not the same thing. And you didn't. You said you remember everything your mother said to you and taught you. Did your mother not teach you when you were 5 or when you were 15? Because you don't remember none of that shit.
are we saying because of this debate, we don't believe in
I'm not
documentaries?
debating you. I'm not debating you.
Okay, sorry for using that word. Are you saying we don't now believe in documentaries where
Who
people?
made a documentary in first century Rome?
No, 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 no. I'm just making an example in our modern world where we watch documentaries where people, they interview people and they tell about the life of people, what happened during those times and all that, and then
And
sometimes.
they have evidence of it. They have court records, court transcripts of what was said, taped interviews of what was said. What are you talking about, Akai?
So, thinker, um, it's not. There are certain things that come out where it is just between the person that is being documented about and the person that is narrating that were there.
Like what? Like
So
what?
let's say um let's say about Kanye's documentary. All right.
Wait,
There,
Kanye and he's still alive? Kanye is still alive, Akai.
I'm just making an
That
example.
does that's not that doesn't make sense. Kanye is alive, and Kanye can attest on whether he said a thing. This is written after your Jesus died, 30
All
to
right.
40 years after he died. And actually, Matthew was written 70 years after he died. Mark was written 30 years after he died, 30 to 40 years. Matthew was written 70 years after he died. Like, are you serious right now?
Fine. You're not okay with the example I did. I was just um trying to explain something, but maybe it didn't. You match
So
the.
you're gonna have to give you're gonna have to give an example from a documentary from someone who had died.
Okay. So
So,
that's your. I get you. So
Kanye had video going all day, every day for his documentary. So he had his planned and he had the video just 24 hours a day.
And also, the people who watched that documentary probably already engaged with Kanye's content directly. They heard him say the things that he said. So if something in the documentary was just kind of off the beaten path for what they knew he represented, then that would be something they can take into account. That's not the case with this.
like I'm saying, let's just leave this Kanye thing. I don't even know why I brought up Kanye in all this. So I don't know. So let's just take this Kanye thing out. All right. So like I'm saying, um, there are things. Okay, you can go and ask your parents about your grandmother that is dead. She's definitely gonna tell you something about your grandmom, the things your grandmom said, and all that. Okay, and you know this is true, and you can't say that your mommy is lying to you verbatim about the things she's saying about your grandmother. All right, definitely.
Yes, I can. Why can't I?
So you won't believe the things your mom is telling you.
No, I don't just automatically believe the things my mother tells me because her memory might be flawed. And when my grandmother was alive, I would talk to my grandmother about the stories that my mother said. And sometimes the stories didn't match up. Yes, I can question my mother's memory. What?
Do you think your mother can be telling you the truth?
I think that her memory can be flawed.
Do you think she can ever remember something your grandmother told her?
I think that she can try. I don't even remember word for word everything my mother has said to me. Hell, my kids don't remember shit I said to them yesterday morning. And by the way, Bria, I'm gonna tell you what Bria ass did to me yesterday. Look, I was asleep. This child, I had just fallen asleep too, and I told Bria she had been messing with me all day. I said, Bria, I'm finna lay down. I'm finna take a nap before I go live. I said, don't come in here and mess with me. Bria, as soon as I fall asleep, she stands in my doorway and turned her flashlight on her cell phone, and all I see is like brightness in my like in my like behind my eyelids. Like it was like a shock, and I don't know what the hell I thought because I was in REM sleep. Boy, the way I jumped up out of my sleep, like I chased that girl throughout the whole house. So, I'm like, I told you to leave me alone so I can go to
Petty.
sleep. Like they don't listen. So yes.
But I do think that's a good analogy you brought up, okay? Because even if to represent how most non-believers see these gospels, it could be that your parents, so your grandparents told your parent a story about something that happened in their childhood, and now your parents tell you. Like I can remember my dad would tell me the story of him sitting on the front porch with his father and seeing the trash man come down the road and, pick up the trash. And his dad told him, you know what, son, one day there's going to be robots that do that. And it's going to put people out of a job. And my dad would tell me that story. Every time he told me that story, he added a little bit to it, or he changed exactly what the word said. The message was the same, but the details were blurred. The events may have been exaggerated. It depended on what he was talking about or what point he was trying to emphasize at that time. So if a story or if an incident occurred and people talked about it for decades, and then it was written down 60, 70, 80 years later, it might capture the essence, but it's not a reliable eyewitness account. And the details that are listed in there, especially when multiple people tell it and they don't align, like that would not be something that I would just accept as being the ultimate truth.
Okay, Faye. You you see, I really agree with what you said, and that's what the point I was trying to make. Okay, you are not okay with something like that, but I'm okay with the fact that the message, okay, or the main point that was made is maintained. That's what I was trying to say, and then she wasn't getting me, but you
But
have
you,
said it right
I
now.
was getting you. What you don't get is that we are saying you have there, like the fact of saying that actually happened, right? Fee is saying that it didn't happen. They were just trying to teach a lesson. But you believe that this lesson came from your Jesus. We are saying these lessons are coming from humans. That's what you're not getting.
No, I'm telling you that
Yeah. Yeah,
the,
Fee's whole point was that her dad was trying to teach her a lesson. So he created a story, right? Or retold her a story, and it kept changing over time, but he focused on the lesson that he wanted to teach her. We are saying that's what these writers did with this Jesus story. And not necessarily that your Jesus said or did a thing. You believe that the writers are saying this is what Jesus said or did to a certain degree. That's the difference, Akai.
okay. So earlier that was what we were talking about, but right now you've said something else again. So with that, that's why I was telling you that if the thing never happened, okay, if it never happened, that's why I was making the point that they would have given us copy and paste. So they would have taken Matthew,
That's
copied.
not true, Kai. That isn't true. No, it's not. You are making an assertion. And the fact that when the writer of Mark wrote their gospel, in order to make people believe that it was true, they tried to synchronize the two books by interpolating, by redacting. That's why I pulled up Mark 9. That's why I advised you that there were multiple scriptures and Mark that Matthew, the writer of Matthew, trying to synchronize. But you didn't listen, although you expect writers to remember shit 70 years later.
Thinker. Then you see the things you think makes the Bible irrelevant is because I'm thinking you like things that never happen.
I didn't say shit about the Bible being irrelevant. You're the one who's saying that if they synchronized it, it makes it irrelevant. I didn't say that. It definitely is not irrelevant. I wouldn't spend time studying something that I think is irrelevant.
Okay, so I'm saying that let's just assume that things that never happened, never ever happened. Like right now, I'm saying that a dragon um disappeared and this thing, and then there's somebody else somewhere who hasn't seen whatever I'm doing, also saying things similar. Like, and the stories are so a bit similar like that. Do you think? Do you think it doesn't tell you that this thing actually because with what you're saying the thing never happened and then somebody was somewhere imagining things and writing things and then all of a sudden somebody that also was somewhere imagining and just writing rubbish, things that never happened and also writing it, and all of a sudden they became a bit similar to each other to a point that we are now looking for them to be perfect and match.
Who said that?
They're not similar to each other in that way. They were writing using each other's works. That would be similar to me taking the Harry Potter novels and writing my own version. Like if you like this is the reason that I said study textual criticism on your own, and you would see that the writers used each other's works. And then that scholars hypothesize that there was a Q source document with just famous sayings of Jesus written on it without stories, just famous sayings that they believe the disciples carried around, and then the writers of the gospels, of the synoptic gospels, and of the non-canonical gospels just wrote stories around these sayings. That is a hypothesis of most biblical scholars.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Or is somebody talking and I can't hear?
No one's talking.
Oh, sorry. The way the place, I thought my network was messing up again. So, um, the things you think or you make it because I also I've read the Bible for myself. The things you think is sometimes revealing and all that. Nobody came to me to tell me, hey, you need to accept these things. Okay, I I came to this Christian thing by myself. When I started, I wasn't even going to church. I was reading my Bible myself. So definitely I saw the things you pointing out in the Bible that hey, he said this, it wasn't perfect, it wasn't 100% the same as it was in Mark. Look, I saw all those things, and that's why I was explaining to you the reason why it didn't look like a very bad thing, and I've tried to explain it to you that this is why I think it's not really a bad thing if somebody is trying to put out a certain narrative there. They would have done better if they wanted to just trick people and all that, for nobody to look for anything. Hey, you said this and this one said this and all that. So yeah, if you would like to change the topic or ask another question or something, that's fine with me.
Oh, why would I do that? This is Bart Ehrman. Do you know who Bart Ehrman is?
No, I don't.
Bart Ehrman is a atheist biblical scholar, but he's one of the favorites of Christians because he says that Jesus did exist, And so Christians quote him a lot. They like Bart Ehrman, right? But Bart Ehrman, all this is the Christian's favorite atheist scholar, says the Q. He talks about the Q source document used by Matthew and Luke. He says, if Mark was the first gospel written, as I tried to explain in my previous post, and it was used by both Matthew and Luke, how do we explain that there are many places in Matthew and Luke that agree with each other but are not in Mark? They didn't get these passages from Mark, but if they agree word for word in places, there must be copying. What are they copying? Welcome to the world of Q. Matthew and Luke used the book of Mark when they were writing, and it is hypothesized that they used a Q source document. Q is the hypothetical source that scholars believe was used by Matthew and Luke to supplement the materials they got from Mark. Hypothetical because it no longer survives, which is true, of course, of the vast majority of the earliest Christian writings. The Q hypothesis was developed in the 19th century and has been the dominant view of scholarship for the past century, but it has come under attack in recent years. But it continues to be the most widely accepted hypothesis to help solve the synoptic problem for reasons I'll explain later in the post. And I have to log in. Yeah. Like, he's just one biblical scholar. Like, the majority of biblical scholars know Matthew and Luke used Mark. John used all three of those in Greek philosophy, in the Targum, in the Greek Septuagint, and the Hebrew scriptures. Paul did the same thing. Like, Paul actually misquotes a lot of the scriptures. Paul takes 2 and 3 different scriptures and make one new scripture out of it.
Paul Paul was just explaining things that was said. So
No,
I
he
don't.
wasn't. He quotes scripture, Akai.
Yeah, I'm
He
here.
quotes scripture. That's not true. He quotes scripture and he pulls 2 and 3 scriptures from 3 different random places and creates one new quote. That's not true.
No, so that was Paul's job. His job is to explain to us what the scriptures were saying. That's
Not to
the
make up news, not to make up new quotes. He made up shit.
okay. So you bring up what you mean. I mean, I don't get it. And this guy you read about, I don't believe him one bit, and I don't take whatever he's saying serious. So sorry about that.
I don't care if you reject scholarly information. That's your fucking fault for wanting to stay ignorant and hold on to the belief that freaking people who live in the fucking desert without any type of intellect can remember and write a whole motherfucking gospel 70 years after somebody died. That's on you.
You think those people that live there didn't have any kind of.
Do you think that I think that you have any credibility, that you are trying to tell me that you have more respect for something some desert dwellers wrote without any education 2,500 years ago than a man with a fucking PhD and masters in biblical studies? Like, what the
Those
fuck? In you, like, you don't have any credentials in this, and I, like, you think that I'm gonna take your word over someone who has spent years studying this?
Okay, thinker. You wrong thinking that people that lived during that time, you know, didn't study anything or
What did they
didn't.
study? Tell me, what did Jesus' disciples study?
You think none of them knows how to write?
What did they study? Tell me. What did they study? Because you do know that there was a hierarchy back then. Knowledge was gate kept. Only those of high status had access to knowledge. Why? That's why
So
they was calling people gods and shit. What did Jesus' disciples study?
what is I'm coming. I've missed it a bit, and if I go off the live, if I go off the live, you not hear what I'm saying. So, but I'm just asking you. You think none of them could write? I mean, those living in around
I
that.
asked you to tell me what did they study.
Okay,
I want you to
so
show me something where it said where the low class people had access to schooling. Show me something in history. Go pull it and show me where the low class people had access to education, like the high status, like the aristocrats.
well, I know you know a lot. So, what's Luke's job?
N- Luke was not a disciple of your
I know,
Jesus.
I know, I
Luke
know,
was
I
not a
know,
disciple. Luke
I
was not a
know.
disciple. I asked
Listen,
Luke is writing from history. He's writing from record. He's not an eyewitness. I asked about your Jesus's disciples.
listen, I'm not saying Luke was a disciple. I was just asking you something. So,
I
fine.
asked about why are you asking about Luke when I asked about your Jesus's disciples? When I said your Jesus's disciples were desert dwellers, that they were illiterate, that they didn't have access to education because they were not aristocrats.
All right. So, hold on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Oso. Good morning, Oso. Are you calling from the Garden of Eden this morning?
I am calling from the Garden of Tummy Pains. That's right. I might not be able to go live tomorrow because of how bad my tummy hurts.
Oh, poor thing.
No, 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 my boy.
Do
No, no,
that.
no.
Don't
I
do
spent
that.
$60 on a period stimulator, homie.
Oh, that's what he's
No.
trying to get rid.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what he's trying to get out of. That motherfucker should be arriving in about 45 minutes.
That's crazy.
try again, my boy.
Talking about my tummy hurts. I ain't saying the nerves finna pull up, but
Oh, we gonna
the
pull up.
nerves about to pull up.
You know I'm in the sticks, so y'all pull up. I'm gonna see you before you see me.
I want to say quick happy birthday to Adrian and happy birthday to Linda Way. I hope y'all have a beautiful day today.
Happy
Happy
birthday. I
birthday,
thought it
y'all.
was Way's birthday. I didn't know it was Adrian's. Happy birthday, Adrian. Happy birthday, Adrian and Linda Way. Y'all, are we gonna what is Akai looking for?
I'm here.
He's trying to look for something that says that Jesus' disciples were educated.
Oh, he won't find that. So, y'all, are we gonna have enough time to learn the zip line dance before the show in October?
We should, because
I
I'm pretty
hope
sure
so.
he gonna want to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get there early on Friday because I don't know what time we can get in the house, but hopefully we'll have enough time to practice.
We gotta. Selena, are you writing your skit?
Yes, I am. And also, I'm almost done with it. The house we can get in at about, I think, not before 3.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so I just did a simple search on this thing, and they claim that Bartholomew is a scholar. That's what they say. So if it's a lie, you can tell me it's a lie. But they believe that Bartholomew is a scholar.
What did Bartholomew write?
No, you asked me
What
that.
did Bartholomew? What did Bartholomew tell the writers?
Okay, you asked me of the disciples. Now I've come up with the
Yeah.
disciples, and now
What did Bartholomew? Did Bartholomew? Is Bartholomew quoted in the Gospels anywhere? As saying,
no,
and Bartholomew said Jesus did such and such,
no,
or is
neither was.
Bartholomew a writer? The writers of these Gospels, the ones that you think Matthew, Mark. I don't even know. I don't even think Mark was a disciple. I think they're saying that Mark was Barnabas's friend. Who would have been an eyewitness? I think Matthew and maybe John. The writer of John was a Greek, and he starts off writing in third person and talking about talking about John the Baptist, not Clarence Shelley Brown. Like what evidence do they even have that Bartholomew was a scholar? Like what did he write?
That's what I'm saying. That they said so.
Where did
So
they get it from? What is their source?
I asked Grok. So definitely Grok has done a lot of research on that.
Groke. Who is Groke? What is Groke? Is
AI.
that an AI? Oh my fucking
Yes.
gosh.
He's
Have you
talking about
listened to
Grok.
Google?
That's not a source. And then you do know that the AI it can only pull, like it's not pulling from data, but it can only talk with you about the data that it was trained on.
But
Like
AI,
it's the data that it was trained on is blog articles, uh social media posts, biblical text, um scholarly articles, books. Like what source did the AI get that from? And then the AI could be hallucinating. The AI predicts based off of the language, the patterns of language. Like it could be hallucinating. That's not a source.
all right. So now we don't believe in Google and AI again. Okay, fine.
My
That's fine.
boy. I own an AI company. The AI could be hallucinating. That's not a source. Go
Okay.
to Google and find a source.
Let me do that. If I find one, I'll bring it up. But so I'll be away for some time. If that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Thinker.
Hmm.
Yes. Do you think a tax collector will know something about mathematics or something before you be given the job as a tax collector? It's just a question.
To go and bully people? Do drug dealers have to know anything? Do drug dealers have to be educated to go and get money for their drugs?
That's what? Come again.
Do drug dealers have to have an education to go and get the money for their drugs?
No,
Do they?
I'm talking about taxes here, okay? So
Right, to collect taxes, to collect money?
come on,
That
it's
doesn't
not
mean you
just
know how to that doesn't mean you know how to write. It doesn't mean you know how to read.
okay, if you say so.
Dude, are you
But
serious? You know how many D boys don't are illiterate? Do you
what
know
I'm
how
saying
many
is,
D boys are uneducated but can fucking flip a fucking pack and turn make some fucking money?
what I'm saying is the guy was rich. If you read his story, he was rich. It looks like he was one of the big guys around, and even some of the Jews didn't like him because you can't they can't give that such a job to somebody who doesn't know math or so if
Wait,
you
who
don't
can't?
give that.
Who can't? Who can't? The Romans gave the chose the Israelites to collect the taxes, and they were deemed as traitors. Like they probably picked the lowest of the low, whoever needed money. All they were doing was collecting money. You act like they was working in the government. They were collectors. That's it.
Okay, can you pull up the story of him here so that we all read it together to see um
Of who?
i- the task.
Is he asserting that they were like doing derivatives and shit like that?
I think he think they had a stock market. I think he think they worked for like the IRS and was fucking auditing people.
They were basically biblical Debo. So I'm not sure what type of skill set you need to be able to just take people's money.
New name unlocked.
Biblical Debo. Ha.
Listen, I don't believe that, okay, and I know that even some people here don't think it's just because that's what I'm saying, that just pull up Matthew's is at least something about him here so that we can all see. We read about
What
him.
about him? What about him? Like do you think that I'm saying that Matthew wasn't a tax collector? Like what about him? What is it that
Okay,
you want us to see about him?
okay, so think it is like we've deviated from the main topic. Okay, you said Jesus is evil.
No. What about Matthew? What do you want us to see about Matthew?
So like what I'm saying is we can agree to disagree. I believe
No,
that
no. Tell
he's not.
me. What do you want me to see about Matthew? I know Matthew was a tax collector. What about him?
I don't think he was. I think he was one of the top guys in the town. He was educated. He was a tax collector, and he was rich. That's what I believe.
I get you think that. Where does it say that in the Bible?
It doesn't.
Then after three drops, you want to go back to talking about Jesus and being evil. You ain't talked about Jesus being evil since the first drop.
Come on, we spoke about it. The first one, I told you why I think
And
he's
then you
good.
dropped, and then you dropped again. What? Now you want to go back to talking about Jesus being evil?
No, Jesus being good. Like I mean, the topic you brought up, the
You
top,
right? We ain't talked about that since you dropped the first time.
and I'm saying that you see, I am saying Matthew is this. You think so? And I believe there are so many people even.
Then
uh,
show us your proof. Don't just expect us to just take what you say. Show us your proof. That's all I'm asking you.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Bash.
in my country, wherever I'm coming from, those who collect the taxes are not illiterates. All right, so that's my proof that a tax collector at least
In the
knows.
country that you live in now, in 2020 fucking five, Akai.
Yes,
We
yes.
are talking about first century Rome, Akai.
Doesn't matter. Don't make it look
It
like there was.
does matter. It does matter. The culture matters. The time period matters. The rules were different. The requirements were different.
Thinker, trust me. On this one, there are people who
No,
have.
I'm
Who
not
have
trusting you.
don't
No,
trust.
no, you are just making up shit, Akai.
Okay, Thinker, don't trust me on this. What I'm saying is there are
I'm
people
not.
who. Yes, there are people who have agreed with you since the start that believes that with this
And
thing,
show your proof, Akai. Stop that shit, that gaslighting, that shit. I don't like that. Show your proof.
I'm telling you that I know a tax collector as somebody that is.
I don't care about the tax collectors you know today and modern times. Show your proof for first century Rome.
So you have a proof that he wasn't educated?
Could pull it up, but I want you to show your proof that Matthew was educated. That's your claim.
Okay, prove it.
No,
Also,
you prove it.
also, while you're looking for that account, I worked for a collection agency for years. I worked for T-Mobile's collection agency, which is multi-billion-dollar company, and you barely had to have a high school diploma, and that's in 2025, right? If you're just old enough to work, you can collect money for people. You don't have to have an
Stupidest
education.
nigga that I ever seen.
Shut up. No, but yeah, you don't have to have an education to collect money, man. That's not something you got to do, bro. Just got to be old enough to work, and that's true even today. Like you don't need to be educated to do that. You just need to be able to say, "Hey, give me the money." And
Also,
can yeah,
to assume that the requirements in 2025 would be the same as it was in the days of Jesus is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, you can look at the way various things were done 50 years ago, and they're very different than they're done today. So I think that's not a good analogy.
it's not analogous, but I mean, just if we wanted to make that stretch, you know what I mean? To collect somebody's funds, you don't need an education, bro. All you need to do is just be able to collect the funds.
Biblical Debo just asked me for my chain in the comments. I need whoever.
Hold on, who changed their name to Biblical Debo?
I don't even know who it is. I don't even know how to check.
This is the second thing that you aren't being honest about.
They changed the PFP too. That's crazy.
That's a brand new account, look like.
Is
Can somebody get the ass cheeks in the chat? I've been
Got him.
blocking them motherfuckers all night. Akai, are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Are you still looking?
No, I'm not looking for anything. I've told you what I believe in. You don't believe
Oh,
it,
so
and
you can't prove any of it. Just say you can't prove it. And then you didn't listen to anything Bash said. Anyway, this is Paul. Since the person in the comments called me a liar about Paul stitching together shit. Like Paul stitched together so many motherfucking scriptures, like it take fucking ever to reference them all. In Romans 3:10-18, this whole entire thing, he stitched together Psalms 14:1-3. Hold on, let's read this. I wish somebody else could go through it, like, so I don't have to switch screens because Akai ain't gonna get it.
I can pull it up. Wait, I can pull up Bible Gateway and read some of them if that helps.
Thank you. If you could read Romans 3:10-18 for me.
I don't know why mine defaults to the NIV. Let's not do that. All
Mine
right.
does too, and that completely threw me off the other day because I was trying to research something else. Like, this doesn't make sense.
You said chapter 3, verses 10-18.
Yeah.
I'll start at 9 because 10 starts in the middle. What then? Are we any better off? No, not at all. For we have already charged that all, both Jews and Greeks, are under the power of sin, as it is written, there is no one who is righteous, not even one. There is no one who has understanding. There is no one who seeks God. All have turned aside. Together they have become worthless. There is no one who shows kindness. There is not even one. Their throats are opened graves. They use their tongues to deceive. The venom of vipers is under their lips. Their mouths are full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Ruin and misery are in their paths. And the way of peace they have not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes.
Thank you. He stitches together. Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got one more. Actually, I think it's, hold on. Damn. And there's a book that tells you all of these scriptures that he stitches together, and it's called Helping Jesus Fulfill Prophecy. But he stitches together Psalms 14, 1 through 3. Fools say in their hearts there is no God. They are corrupt. If you could, when you hear the part of Roman 9 where he kind of retrofits,
Okay.
can you stop me? And see, fools say in their hearts there is no God. They are corrupt. They do abominable deeds. There is no one who does good. The Lord looks down from heaven on humankind to see if there are any who are wise, who seek after God. They have all gone astray. They are all alike perverse. There is no one who does good. No,
Hang
not
on one.
one.
Yeah, so that's the part where he says they have all turned aside. Together they have become worthless. There is no one who shows kindness. There is not even one.
Okay, so that's one. Ecclesiastics, surely there is no one on earth so righteous as to do good without ever sinning.
Yep, there is
He
no one
st-
who is righteous, not even one. There is no one who has understanding. There is no one who seeks God.
Then he takes Psalms 5:9. For there is no truth in their mouths. Their hearts are destruction. Their throats are open graves. They flatter with their tongues.
Yep, he says their tongues are open graves. They use their tongues to deceive.
Then Psalms 140:3. They make their tongues sharp as a snake's, and under their lips is the venom of vipers.
The venom of vipers is under their lips. Their mouths are full of cursing and bitterness.
And then Psalm 7, their mouths are filled with cursing and deceit and oppression. Under their tongues are mischief and iniquity. So that one you just read, he stitched those last two with this one. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then Isaiah 59, 7 and 8. Their feet run to evil and they rush to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Desolation and destruction are in their highways. The way of peace they do not know, and their justice is no justice in their ways. Their roads they have made crooked. No one who walks in them knows peace. So he stitched together 7 damn scriptures to make one. And he does this a lot. He reframes the Hosea scripture. Out of Egypt I will call my people. Are you there?
I'm there. I'm there. So what is wrong with this? And I told you earlier, there is nothing wrong with this.
There's nothing wrong with retrofitting scripture and calling it a quote.
That's I was telling you about Paul. Paul is just explaining those scriptures to us. So Paul repeats scriptures and explains. Okay, Paul will quote
So was Hosea writing about Gentiles or was he writing about Israel?
I'm saying that That is
when
first of all.
when he retrofits Hosea 2:23 and Hosea 1:10, was that about Gentiles being called in, or was that about Israel?
Um, come again. I don't get the
When
Uzziah. Read the Uzziah
when
part. I
and
didn't see
not
the Uzziah
Romans
part.
9:25-26. Fee, can you do me a favor and read that?
Yep. Romans 9, 25 and 26. As he also says in Hosea, those who were not my people, I will call my people, and her who was not beloved, I will call beloved. And in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, there they shall be called children of the living God.
Is this about I think you got the read it. Is this about Israel, or is this about Gentiles being included?
I think it was talking about the Jews here.
Huh?
So even as whom he called not the Jews only, but also of the
No, no, no,
Gentiles.
no, 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 no. Is Hosea about Israel's restoration, or is it about Gentiles being included?
It depends on like the context and the teaching he's trying to put up. I don't know. You
No,
might
it
think
doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Because the Hebrew scriptures have context. The Hebrew scriptures have context. In verse 24, Romans 9, does it say, it says something about the Gentiles fee?
It says the sentence starts at 22. It says, what if God, desiring to show his wrath and to make known his power, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? And what if he has done so in order to make known the riches of his glory for the objects of mercy, which he has prepared beforehand for glory? And this starts 24, including us whom he called, not from the Jews only, but also from the Gentiles.
please read the Hosea, okay?
So what Hosea 1:10,
Yes.
it's the restoration of Israel. Yet the number of the people of Israel shall be like the sand of the sea, which can be neither measured nor numbered. And in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, it shall be said to them, children of the living God. This is about Israel, not about the inclusion of Gentiles.
So
And I will sow him for myself in the land, and I will have pity on Lo Ruhamah, and I will say to Lo Ami, you are my people, and he shall say, you are my God. This is
exactly.
about Israel, not about the
No.
inclusion of Gentiles, like
Mm,
Paul is. Stop talking while I'm talking. This is about Israel and not about the inclusion of Gentiles, as Paul is quoting it to be in Romans 9.
So listen, don't move from Hosea, okay? He said that, and he said, and you say, okay, let me please, and I will show him myself in the land, and I will pity on Lo Ruhama, and I will say to Lo Amni, you are my people. Or please go up a bit, like let's say 20 something.
Actually, we're gonna go to the beginning.
Wait. Okay,
No, no,
it's
no,
okay.
no. We're gonna go to the beginning. Plead with your mother, plead, for she is
No,
not my
it's
wife,
too
and I
long.
stop. Plead with your mother, plead, for she is not my wife, and I am not her husband, that she put away her prostitution from her face and her adultery from between her breasts, or I will strip her naked and expose her as in the day she was born, and make her like a wilderness, and turn her into a parched land, and kill her with thirst. Upon her children also I will have no pity, because they are children of prostitution. For their mother has prostituted herself. She who conceived them has acted shamefully. For she said, I will go after my lovers. They give me my bread and my water, my wool and my flax, my oil and my drink. Therefore I will hedge up her way with thorns, and I will build a wall against her, so that she cannot find her paths. She shall pursue her lovers, but not overtake them, and she shall seek them, but not find them. Then she shall say, I will go and return to my first husband, for it was better with me than now. She did not know that it was I who gave her the grain, the wine, and the oil, and who lavished upon her silver and gold that they use for Baal. Therefore I will take back my grain in its time, and my wine in its season, and I will take away my wool and my flax, which were to cover her nakedness. Now I will uncover her shame and the sight of her lovers, and no one shall rescue her out of my hand. I will put an end to all her mirth, her festivals, her new moons, her Sabbaths, and all her appointed festivals. I will lay waste her vines and her fig trees, of which she said, These are my pay for which my lovers have given me. I will make them a forest, and the wild animals shall devour them. I will punish her for the festival days of the Baals, to whom she offered incense and decked herself with her rings and jewelry and went after her lovers and forgot me, says the Lord. Therefore I will now allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. From there I will give her her vineyards and make the valley of Achor a door of hope. There she shall respond as in the days of her youth, as the time when she came out of the land of Egypt. On that day, says the Lord, you will call me my husband, and no longer will you call me my Baal, for I will remove the names of the Baals from her mouth, and they shall be mentioned by name no more. I will make for you a covenant on that day with the wild animals, the birds of the air, and the creeping things of the ground, and I will abolish the bow, the sword, and war from the land, and I will make you lie down in safety, and I will take you for my wife forever. I will take you for my wife in righteousness and in justice and steadfast love and in mercy. I will take you for my wife in faithfulness, and you shall know the Lord. On that day I will answer, says the Lord. I will answer the heavens, and they shall answer the earth. And the earth shall answer the grain, the wine, and the oil, and they shall answer Jezreel. And I will sow him for myself in the land, and I will have pity on Ruhamah, and I will say to Lo-Ami, you are my people, and he shall say, you are my God. Now, is this about Israel, about Ephraim and Judah, or is this about the inclusion of Gentiles and Hosea?
Yes. So this is about a Gentile. This is about somebody who didn't believe. Okay. And God is now trying to bring her back to himself. When you
Hold
read
on,
the
hold on, hold on, hold on. Who was brought out of Egypt? Who was brought out of Egypt?
I'm
Who
saying
was
that
brought out of Egypt? No, no, no. It literally says on the day that you were brought out of Egypt. Who did this God bring out of Egypt?
he's talking about a particular person, people that don't
Who?
believe. People that
Who?
don't
No. Who did your God bring out of Egypt, you liar? Who did he bring out of
oh,
Egypt?
what are you talking about? I'm saying
Who
that
did your God? Who did your God bring out of Egypt?
um please can you give me time to also talk,
Now
please?
answer the question. Who did your God bring out of Egypt?
The person is referring to, the unbeliever is referring to in the
What
scriptures we are reading
unbelievers
right
did
now.
your God bring out of Egypt?
Come on, it doesn't mean it's only
What
one
unbelief
person.
as at the time when she came out of the land of Egypt? Who is that?
You can clearly see it's not talking about whatever you've read the context. You can see that it's referring to somebody that didn't believe, that is trying to bring the
Who?
person back to himself.
Who?
We read it. You even called the person prostitute. You read everything from
Oh
the
my
start.
God. He called Israel a prostitute all the fucking time.
No,
Every time that he was mad at Israel, they became whores. Israel was his wife. He was their husband. And in a metaphorical sense, anytime they fucked up, they became a whorish wife. Like the fact that you are trying to pretend like you don't know that it was the Israelites that he brought out of Egypt through Moses. Like I can't trust anything that you fucking say. You're gonna make up everything in order to preserve your belief that you have been indoctrinated into or made up your damn self. Like there's no need of a conversation with you anymore. Like the fact that you are even saying that is a fucking Gentile.
wow.
Just
So
to hold up Paul's lie, that's some crazy ass shit. That's
thinker,
crazy.
thinker.
Oh, don't thinker me. You just sat there and lied to all of us on purpose.
Wow. Anyway, so if you read the scriptures and you not let me explain to you, because we all read
I
the
know
same
who
thing.
was Lo Ami. Who was Lo Ami and I can't say this name by like who was Ruhama and who was Lo Ami?
So can you set that so that we know whether they are
No, tell me, since you want to explain to me, because I don't fucking like being lied to, Sylvia. If you want to explain to me, since you say that I don't know context, Explain to me who Lo Ami is and Ruhama is, and
Okay,
the
so
narrative.
tell me who they are.
Oh, you said I don't know context, so you tell me.
Listen, like you always say, I'm not arguing with you. Okay, I'm not arguing with
I
you.
didn't tell you I wasn't arguing with you. I said this wasn't a debate. Now you have
Yes.
lied to me. I cannot trust you. I don't like liars. Lying to me is fucking abuse. It's violent. So you made the claim that I don't know the context, and you need to tell me the context. So who is Lo Ami and Ruhama?
So I'm telling you that these people are not believers. Okay, when you
Who
read,
are they? Who is Lo Ami and who is Ruhama? Who are
I'm
they?
telling you, when you read the scriptures, you can clearly see that these people are not believers. And
Who are they? Not what are they? Who are they? Who are they in this narrative?
who are they?
Who?
He says, say to your brothers, I mean, is that what you like? You wanted me to say?
Who is Lo Ami and Ruhama? Who is Ami and Ruhama?
I'm saying that, he says, say to your brothers, Ami, and to
Answer.
your
No, no, no.
sisters.
Who are they?
Oh, come on.
Who are
I
they
don't know. I
representative
don't
of
know.
in the
Can you tell
story?
me? Okay, I don't know. Can you tell me so that this thing
Nope,
can
because you
pass?
told me that I don't know the context. So I'm asking you, who do they represent?
I don't know.
What does
Okay.
Lo Ami mean?
I'm saying I don't know.
What
Just
you don't know?
premising.
It literally says
Yes.
it in chapter 1. But you don't but I don't know the context, Akai, and you need to tell me the context. Chapter 1 tells you the meaning of each name. But you want to tell me that this is about non-believing Gentiles.
Listen, I've not opened it from my end. Okay.
So why are
So
you telling me that you need to teach me the context then if you don't know the context?
I'm saying that from what you read, if anybody who takes his time to understand, you can clearly see that this is somebody who didn't believe because he mentioned that
How
the
are you
person
going
was.
to understand it if you don't know the context, Akai? You don't know the context. So how are you going to explain to me something that you don't know?
So
Your
you're gonna.
pride is a motherfucker, bro.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you're very prideful. That's why you can't just admit that you were wrong.
Come on. How am I wrong? I'm just saying that when she read
Oh
it,
yeah, who are these people?
I've said it. If I'm prideful, will I say I don't know and that I've not even opened it from my
If you're
end?
prideful, you would try to give up as little as possible to maintain your position. You say, yeah, I don't know, but it's clearly about somebody that I do know. That doesn't make sense. If you don't know
No.
who they are, how in the fuck are you saying they represent non-believers? That doesn't make sense. Or Gentiles.
Okay. So what I'm telling you, and I gave you my reason, but like you're not taking time for me. I'm saying that when she was reading, you could see that he said, this thing, you worshiping this, you doing this, you doing this, and then I'm gonna bring you back to me. Like you get what I'm saying. So this is
When
clearly
were the
somebody.
Gentiles ever his? When were the Gentiles ever in covenant with this God to be brought back? Answer that for me.
So an unbeliever is a Gentile, as somebody
When
that,
were the Gentiles ever in covenant with this God to be brought back to him?
and I'm saying that so far as you don't believe and you are worshiping another God, you are seen as a Gentile.
How can you be
Am I not
brought
being
back to
clear?
something you were never at? How
No.
can you be brought back to something you were never at,
Yes,
Akai?
God, listen, God believes God is the creator of the Gentile. So immediately you are not with him, you've gone from him. That's how the understanding
Literally,
is.
this
Oh my
God gave the
goodness.
Gentiles to other gods in Deuteronomy 32. He divvied the humans up and gave the Gentiles to other gods in Deuteronomy 32. They were never his. He literally says that he's going to use the Gentile. He says, I'm going to go to a people who are not a people to make you jealous. He says that to Israel. He doesn't even consider Gentiles people. You're just making up stuff
I'm
And
not.
then the thing that's pissing me off the most about you, Akai, is that you have decided in your mind and in your heart to lie to all of us for your own sake.
I will not
And that's
do
what's
that.
pissing me off. You don't
Listen,
even care to make sure that the words that are coming out of your mouth are true. You don't even care to make sure that you understand the context of what we are talking about before you say the shit that you're saying. You are careless. You are careless and you are selfish and you are a liar. And that's why I'm pissed at you.
you see all the words you saying about me and all the insult, and it's
I
just
think it's
out of
mean for you. I think it's mean for you to lie to me. I
and
think it's
I
very
I
mean for
I,
you to lie to me.
see, I the fact that you disagree with me, even in our churches, we disagree on certain scriptures. We sit down,
There's no
we try to
disagreement. You don't
understand.
know it. No, stop. This isn't a disagreement. You don't know the context. And instead of you saying, I don't know, you made shit up, Akai. And you continue to make shit up and you continue to stand 10 toes down on it. That is a whole ass problem. You
It's
made the decision in your mind to lie to us, to spread misinformation for the sake of you not wanting to eat crow. And that's not okay.
Eat the crow, enemy.
That's why so many people's minds is fucking twisted up because of people like you. All you got to do is read chapter 1 to get the context. The word of the Lord that came to Hosea, son of Beri, in the days of King Uzziah, Jotham, Ahaz, and Hezekiah of Judah, and in the days of King Jeroboam, son of Joash of Israel. When the Lord spoke through Hosea, the Lord said to Hosea, go take for yourself a wife of prostitution and have children of prostitution, for the land commits great prostitution for forsaking the Lord. So he went and took Gomer, daughter of Diblaim, and she conceived and bore him a son. And the Lord said to him, name him Jezreel, for in a little while I will punish the house of Jehu for the blood of Jezreel, and I will put an end to the kingdom of the house of Israel. On that day, I will break the bow of Israel in the valley of Jezreel. She conceived again and bore a daughter. Then the Lord said to him, name her Lo Ruamah, for I will no longer have pity on the house of Israel. And the what this means is not pitied. Lo Ruamah means not pitied. This has to do with Israel, not Gentiles. But I will have pity on the house of Judah, and I will save them by the Lord their God. I will not save them by bow or by sword, or by war, or by horses, or by a horseman. When she had weaned Lo Ruamah, she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said, name him Lo Ami, for you are not my people, and I am not your God. This was him breaking covenant with the
so
house.
let's stop
Stop
here.
talking when I'm talking. Stop talking when I'm talking. Because I asked you to get the context and you wouldn't. So now it's my turn. This is him. Lo Ami is not my people, and he is breaking covenant with Israel. Then he restores them. Yet the number of the people of Israel shall be like the sand of the sea, which can be neither measured nor numbered. And in the place where it was said to them, you are not my people, it shall be said to them, children of the living God. The people of Judah and the people of Israel shall be gathered together, and they shall appoint for themselves one head, and they shall rise up from the land, for the great shall be the day of Jezreel. This is not about Gentiles. Ain't a
Please,
Gentile in sight in this text.
please, will you allow me to talk to you, please? I've sat here quietly for you,
No,
and
the
I
fuck you
think
didn't. No,
Shut the
you
I
fuck
didn't.
think
up.
You literally started talking while I
what
was reading.
I really think you should also allow me to share my
Also, you
opinion
had
on
plenty
this.
opportunity to explain this, but you refused to go and look at it because you knew you were wrong.
No, come on. You've not allowed me to really like. You don't just take your time and let me also
She
share my
told you
opinion.
to bring this. What the fuck are you talking about? She didn't allow you to do anything, but she told you to tell her what that says, and
Okay,
you refused. So when
okay.
she read it, you wanted to magically pipe up because now all of a sudden you know shit.
No, so can I talk now,
Yeah.
please? Can I talk? Okay.
Maybe.
So when
Strong
you
maybe.
read, the scriptures, when I'm wrong, you can stop me. But when you read the scriptures, she just read, okay. The main thing was that Paul was saying that people, Gentiles, have been brought back. Okay, that was the main topic. All
And
right.
How can
he
Gentiles be
lied.
brought back?
So
He lied.
okay,
He took scriptures that was meant for Israel and made them about the inclusion of Gentiles.
so can I please talk now? So that was what Paul said. Okay.
Bitch, you said when you're wrong, interject, and now all of a sudden it's a fucking problem.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's a problem. You
Okay,
finish. I
so
said
then
let's
quit with all that can I
continue.
talk now bullshit. You'll talk when we're done.
All right, sorry. So that was the context. Okay, Paul was saying that this thing and
And he
thinkers think
lied.
that
That's the whole point.
that's
He
light.
lied. He
Okay, so
lied.
when you read
He
Hosea,
reinterpreted scriptures. He lied. He
okay,
reinterpreted scripture. There's no point in you explaining to us what Paul was saying. We know what Paul was saying. That is the contention. He
okay,
fucking took scriptures that was about the restoration of Israel and lied and reinterpreted them to mean that it was for the inclusion of Gentiles. He lied.
okay. Thinker, can you let me flow for some 2 minutes at
No,
least?
I don't need you to explain what
Again,
Paul meant. We know what Paul meant. You are wasting our time on that. We are talking about the fact that he took Hosea 2:23 and Hosea 1:10 and read and reinterpreted.
Okay, so when you read Hosea, it clearly said that you are not my people, you are not my God. Okay, I'm not your God. So if somebody is not somebody's God, it's you are a Gentile, you are unbeliever. Okay, that's how he
That's
recognized.
not true. A Gentile was not an Israelite. It had nothing to do with belief.
That's how.
A Gentile was a foreigner. A Gentile was a non-Israelite. It had nothing to do with belief.
Trust me.
Not obeying does not make you an Israelite. That's not true.
So when you read Paul, okay, in the context of Gentiles, he keep on using Gentile. He just wants to say that people who are not Jews, like you said, which is correct, and then people who are unbelievers. Okay,
That's
when you
not true. That has nothing to do with people being unbelievers. Stop lying. That is not true.
Okay, this is what you're doing right now is a perfect example of conflating context with bias. Because when you have a bias for a particular theological narrative, you set yourself up to interpret everything you read through a pre-existing lens. So even though Thinker read the entire chapter and almost damn near the whole chapter in Hosea to give you the context, historical, just situational, what was actually happening, who they were talking to, your belief is preventing you from recognizing that because you believe that Paul was talking about something that he was clearly not talking about. When you read the scripture in Hosea that Paul was referencing, that's not the context of what was being said in Hosea. But you're attributing that or you're completely overlooking that because of what you need to believe about Paul's words and about Gentiles. That's simply not what the book says.
so the truth is just right in front of us in the Bible, but when I'm just trying to tell you that God Himself is telling the people that I'm not your God. Okay, so if He's saying that, it means
What
that
people was he saying that to? What people?
He
What
was
people
saying
does
it
it say? What people does it say he was saying that to?
to unbelievers, people that
That's not
don't.
true, you liar. You are a liar. And don't your book say that all liars shall have their place in the lake of fire? Like you're the crazy thing is you up here lying so that you don't go to the lake of fire, and that's the thing that's gonna send your ass there if you believe in the lake of fire. You
So
are lying. Like
so
literally, the text literally says, the people of Israel say to Israel, I will break the bow of Israel. It says Israel throughout this whole fucking chapter. That's crazy. To tell a lie, to not go to hell, and then that's the thing that supposedly sends you to hell. Like, how does that make sense, Akai?
So I am a Christian, and I'm telling you, um, the but you know, because you are asking questions, you have doubt about things, okay? And
Oh no, 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 no. That gaslighting ass shit. Who in this text does this God mention in Hosea 1? What people?
what name did he say they should name the child, and because of what?
No, what people is he breaking covenant with in this text?
And I'm saying that, what name
Answer
did
the
he
question,
give
Akai. What people in this text does he say he's breaking covenant with?
to the people of Israel?
And who is he restoring the covenant with?
To the people of Israel that didn't believe in him, that didn't
No,
that don't see him
no.
as
He
God.
broke covenant. No, he broke covenant with Israel completely, and then he's
Why?
restoring Israel.
Why?
He's restoring. It doesn't matter why. We're not talking about the
Listen,
why.
you see,
We're not talking about the why. We're
because you don't
not
want to
talking
understand.
about. Shut the fuck up.
You dishonest piece of shit. You would never have gotten here if it weren't for Thinker. For to even ask the question why. You are a dishonest piece of shit.
You
We
you
aren't
know.
talking about the why. We're talking about the who right now. Bitch, if you can't handle me screaming, then fucking scroll, Caleb.
And move.
Listen,
We're not talking about we're not stop talking while I'm talking. We're not talking about the why. We're talking about the who right now. Because you were very dishonestly trying to say that this was about Gentiles. And the who is Israel. And the kingdoms that he restores and goes back into covenant with is Israel and Judah under one head. And he literally says it. That this is literally Jesus's mission right here is to restore the kingdom of Israel under one head.
so if you are my son and I don't recognize you as my son anymore, you are not my son, okay? And that's what I've been trying to tell you. The fact that it is Israel doesn't mean Israel. At that point, he has cut off with them, and you testify to that, that he has cut off with them, even though they are Israelites. It doesn't mean they worship him. He sees them as unbelievers. He sees them as
They're still
idol
not
worshippers. He
Gentiles.
sees them as
Exactly. Like
They're still not
you're fake as
Gentiles.
fuck. You are fake as fuck.
No matter how
Like,
many words you use, they're still not Gentiles.
you think we're stupid or some shit?
no. You see,
Yeah, evidently you do. Evidently you do.
Gentiles.
Evidently you do. No, you
Gentiles.
tried to say that this was about Gentiles.
Listen, Gentiles automatically do not believe in God. Okay,
This
that's
Gentiles are foreigners. They were not considered Gentiles just because they disobeyed this God. They were not considered Gentiles just because the God got mad and had a fucking hissy fit. Every time he had a hissy fit, he went right back to them. They were always Israelites, even when they
The
disobeyed.
and I've told you that Paul uses the Gentile as unbelievers, people that don't believe in God, people that,
No,
and he
he
uses
doesn't.
that. Oh,
No,
come
he
on, he
doesn't.
does.
No, he
Just
doesn't.
over and
Stop
over
lying,
and over and
Akai.
over.
You are
Come on,
lying. You
no,
are
it is true.
lying. You are
You know it is
lying,
true.
Akai. You are
Now,
lying. Stop
you know,
lying.
you
Stop
know it is true.
lying. Stop lying, Akai.
I'm not.
Stop
Move
lying.
said move it.
Stop lying.
You
Fucking
know it is
liar.
true. You know Paul
shut the
have been
fuck up.
using that
No,
word
shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up,
interchangeably
bro. Because you
with
all you're doing,
unbelievers. Okay, because
all you're doing is fucking lying. And then at the end of that, you want to pretend like we're trying to hide some kind of fucking truth. The book says what it says. And if you actually believed in the Bible, you would read the Bible and see that Paul was off base here. Now, if you want to say that Paul wanted to break this apart and make something new, cool. But you cannot say that Paul was pulling from this because this was saying what he was saying. You cannot say that. You are being dishonest as fuck. You are a fucking liar. And no matter how many different things you say, it's not going to change the actuality of the thing. Hosea was not talking about fucking Gentiles. This is very clearly about Israelites that God wanted to divorce himself from and Israelites that he brought himself back to. This is not talking about no goddamn fucking Gentiles. Gentile is the state of being from birth. Whether you believe in the God or not, you are a Gentile if you are a foreigner. This has nothing to do with that.
And Tammy, think about the question you just fucking asked. I don't understand. If you don't believe, why read the Bible? How the fuck do you think we know we don't believe? How do you think we know we don't believe? Because we read the shit.
That's literally what I just put. That's the weirdest question. Like, that is literally the weirdest question that believers ask. Like, how else do you determine if something is true without reading it, without investigating it? That makes no sense whatsoever.
Then I saw the question you asked her too. You believe it and you don't even read it. Most of y'all believe it and y'all don't read it. Make that make sense. Like, why are you asking us this question? The real question is, why do you believe it and not read it? That's the real question. Then you asking us this because we're pointing out lies. Think about that. You want to know why we read it, even though we don't believe it, because we're pointing out a liar. You are defending a liar.
Thinker, I've told you that Paul uses the word Gentile interchangeably as unbelievers, and you can research it and see the writings of Paul. Okay, when he's writing, you can see that.
Let's pull it up. Let's pull it up, and then let's go to the concordance. I mean, to the lexicon, to the Greek lexicon,
Let's go.
and let's see if that word means unbelievers. What scripture? Give me the scripture where he's using Gentile for unbelievers.
Oh, what's that? You don't fucking know? You're just talking out your ass again? Gotta go Google it.
First
Ask
Corinthians
Grok.
chapter 7 verse 12 first.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
First Corinthians chapter 7 verse 12. I'm just getting this from the internet, so but it's
Yeah,
not.
because you
Oh
I'm
no.
don't
not.
know what you're talking about. You're making it up as you go along. We know.
Let's see. Now, concerning the matters about which you wrote, it is good for a man not to touch a woman, but because of cases of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife, and each woman her own husband. The husband should give to his wife what is due her, and likewise the wife to her husband. For the wife does not have authority over her own body, but the husband does likewise. The husband does not have authority over his own body, but the wife does. Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement, for a set time to devote yourselves to prayer, and then come together again, so that Satan may not tempt you because of your lack of self-control. This I say by way of concession, not of command. I wish that all were as myself am, but each has a particular gift from God, one having one kind and another a different kind. To the unmarried and the widows, I say that it is good for them to remain unmarried as I am. But if they are not practicing self control, they should marry. For it is better to marry than to be aflame with passion. To the married, I give this command, not I, but the Lord, that the wife should not be separate from her husband, but if she does separate, let her remain unmarried or else be reconciled to her husband, and that the husband should not divorce his wife. To the rest I say, I and not the Lord, that if any brother has a wife who is an unbeliever, and she consents to live with him, he should not divorce her. Where is he using Gentile for unbeliever?
No, read on, read on. I want you to.
You said verse 12.
Yes, verse 12.
Yeah, I just read verse 12. Where is he using the word Gentile for unbeliever?
In the Blue Letter Bible, it's someone who is faithless. It has nothing to do with being a Gentile.
What's that? He was talking out of his ass and just pulled the first Bible verse he could fucking find on Google. Oh wow. It's almost as if he was a liar.
Where are you at, Akai?
He on Grok.
No, no, hold on. I'm checking something. I told you this scripture I gave you. I took it from online. I'm just trying to get some scriptures that align with what the point I'm trying to make. I don't have those scriptures off head, and I mean you can criticize
Because
me for
there
that,
aren't
but
any. Because there aren't
yeah.
any, Akai. A
So I'm
Gentile
looking.
did not mean a Gentile did not mean unbeliever. It meant a non-Israelite.
I found one. Okay, I found one. So let's go to Ephesians chapter 4, verse 17. Okay.
Therefore, I am saying, and I am testifying in the Lord no longer, you all to be walking as also the rest pagans is walking in the uselessness of the mind of them.
Okay, so here it says pagans, which are unbelievers, if we all agree with that, right?
A pagan is the
It's an
same
unbeliever.
thing as a Gentile. A pagan is someone who the regular word for the original word for pagan was someone who lived in the, I think, the valley, who
No,
lived on the
no,
outskirts of
no.
town. Yes, it
You are
was.
wrong. Listen, you are wrong. Just
Oh
also
my
accept you are
gosh.
wrong. Okay, you are
No,
wrong.
you are
A
Bro,
pagan
shut
wrong,
the
is
fuck
an
up.
Akai.
unbeliever.
Shut the fuck up. You ain't been
No,
right this
it's
Pagan
entire
not.
is an
fucking time.
unbeliever.
Pagan was just people who lived in outside the valley. Like, and Bash just put it in the comments. A pagan was someone who lived in the country.
These be the people y'all be getting this biblical advice from, spiritual advice from. Motherfuckers that just talk out their ass and don't know shit. Believers.
Okay, so I just checked the meaning of pagan. It says people who don't so there's it.
Yep, there you go. The word pagan originates from the Latin paganus, meaning country dweller or civilian, and was used by the early Christian church as a demeaning term for those outside their faith, particularly the
Outside their
polytheistic
faith.
group
It's okay.
outside their
Outside
faith.
their faith.
It does not
Their faith.
mean an
It means that.
unbeliever. It
He
means
said
people
outside
outside of the fucking cult.
of their faith. So you are
It
unbeliever.
doesn't
Just
mean
accept you are wrong
unbeliever.
here.
It means they were outside the fucking cult.
Okay, you can unmute, but do not talk over Thinker. She does not need to have to yell for you to hear her because even when she talks regular, you don't hear her. But either way,
Okay.
do not
So
talk over her.
I'm sorry, Tinker. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, you're not. You're gonna do it
Come
again. You're a fucking
on.
liar.
Come on. We all I said I'm sorry for
Okay, if you're
talking.
sorry,
Nobody gives
don't
a
do it
damn. You're
again.
a fucking liar. Nobody trusts anything that come out your fucking mouth.
No. So right now you are also telling people that you can't accept when you're wrong. A
It
pagan is
fucking
just wrong.
says it on the goddamn screen, Akai. Pagan in Latin terms means country dweller or civilian. Latin is after Greek. The shit was written in Greek. It was written in Koine Greek.
So you read that it says Christian church as a um let me
It
see.
says the early Christian church, not
Yes.
Paul. Not
Yes.
Paul,
The
not
Christian church.
Jesus' followers. Shut the fuck up talking while I'm talking. It says the early Christian church, not Paul, not early followers of Jesus, the church.
Not the writers of
Latin
the Bible.
came after Greek. Go ahead, Jeff. Like he's getting on my. I cannot stand fucking liars.
Okay. So
Akai, are you hold on, Akai, hold on one second. I just
the
have a
dictionary
question.
I have here.
Hold on, Akai. Akai. Are you saying that every Gentile was a non-believer?
I'm saying that to the Jews, automatically, if you are a Gentile, because you are not a Jew, you don't believe in their God, so they just use that word interchangeably. And I'm saying, and
That's
I
cool. That's
gave
cool. Hold on. Wait, that's all I
Jeff,
needed.
wait,
That's all I needed. Thinker,
Jeff,
can you read the first couple of verses of Acts 10?
no, no, let's change it. We are talking about something.
Okay. You,
Oh,
I just got here.
no, no,
It's
no, no.
way,
And
it's way too
Anakai,
Changing
you
early.
the
don't
whole
have
topic
any. You don't
is
have
not
any
fair.
fucking authority to tell him to do shit on this stage.
It's way too early for all of this. I haven't even had my coffee yet.
You said Acts 10.
Yeah, just the first two verses is fine.
In Caesarea, there was a man named Cornelius, a centurion of the Italian cohort, as it was called. He was a devout man who feared God with all his household. He gave alms generously to the people and prayed constantly to God.
So a centurion of the Italian cohort would be a Gentile, right, Akai?
Yes, he's a Gentile. In fact,
Okay.
I'm also a Gentile.
And he believed in God.
Yes.
What are we doing right now?
So you don't even, and is that something you just came here and you don't
I've been listening.
understand?
Look, as it turns out, when people are not on the stage, what you say we can still hear. So, like, Acts 10 is like early church stuff, right? So, this is a Gentile who believes in God. As a matter of fact, in the next chapter, in verse 17, Paul says that he even received the gift of the Holy Spirit despite being a Gentile.
Yes. So that's why you said you heard me perfectly, okay? And I told Thinker that um the meaning of Gentile, which means that people that are outside or people that are not Jews, are correct. I said it here, and I am saying that with Paul also, when he is writing, he uses the word Gentile to mean unbelievers, because like it just because you are not a Jew, automatically even though you are not a Jew, you are believing their God. Okay, so that's how they see it. So I brought up the scripture that's what
Hold
that's
on.
what
Does
I
it
understand.
mean unbelievers of Jesus? Because Paul is talking about being brought in under Jesus. Does it mean unbelievers of Jesus or not Israelites? Okay,
The
not believers of the Israelite covenant.
the faith, the early church. I
Of
mean,
who? Of
anyone is the
who?
same thing.
No, it's not, Akai. And you yourself even just said that Paul is using it for people who are not Israelites because they don't believe in the God of Israel. Now you trying to change it and say it's anybody. You are a liar,
I've
Akai.
never changed this thing. I
You
gave
just
you
said
two.
you just said that it was about not believing in the God of Israel. You just
Thinker,
said that.
I said
You
that.
said not being a Jew, right? And then now you're trying to say that it's to not believe in any God. I mean, in Jesus.
Misha, are you doing this deliberately? Because I told you that this Gentile thing you're saying, the description you gave Thinker is correct. I've said at the beginning, if I said it that
No,
yes,
you didn't.
it-
No, you
oh
didn't.
come on,
No, you didn't. You
please Faye,
liar.
Faye,
You are
Faye,
a
please tell me
fucking
I'm lying
liar.
about that, and
You
then
are
I'll
lying.
move
You
on.
are lying, Akai. You
Yeah.
are lying.
And
Faye,
my name is
Faye,
my name is Fee, first of all, and Thinker is right. The reason we read all of these scriptures is because of the point that you made. You said that to be a Gentile meant that you were an unbeliever. That's what you said. That's why we've gone through this last 10 minutes.
Fee, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you that did I ever say that didn't I ever say that being a Gentile also means that not being a Jew? Haven't I said that? That's what I'm asking you. If you say I didn't say that, then fine, you didn't hear me. Or fine, you just haven't I said that?
That
Yes.
does not change the fact that you said that they're non-believers.
Yes. So 2 points. And it's like you taking just the 1 point and you twisting my
Idiot. The first point is false.
because
So,
think about this,
so
Akai.
let me prove to
Hold on,
you.
hold on,
Let me
Akai.
prove.
Let me shut you up. How about that? Go ahead, P.
Yeah, think about this. Why did you pull up the scriptures that you pulled up? You pulled up the scriptures specifically to say that the reference to a Gentile was talking about a non-believer, and every scripture you pulled up did not demonstrate that. That's why we're having this conversation. Now, for some reason, you're trying to back away from that.
Don't think you're not listening to me because I'm not backing away from anything. I told you that it means that end. So I'm not saying.
Shut up, Akai. I'm honestly sick of hearing your damn voice. Like you just lie so
It's
fucking
like it's
much.
intentional
Like the whole
what
the
you're
whole
doing.
point. Shut the fuck up. I cannot stand lying ass people. The whole point of this is you tried to say that Hosea 1 and 2 was about Gentiles. And you tried to say that when the Israelites disobeyed their God, they became Gentiles. You lying ass motherfucker. You are a liar.
About that. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Unfortunately, yes. Can you go ahead and speak?
Yes, yes. So, what Tinker said, I said that. So, I,
So end
I'm,
of
I'm,
story.
I'm coming to repeat it again so that you get me. I'm saying that, and that's what Tinker said is exactly what I said. I'm saying that um a Gentile is somebody that it is not a Jew, okay? And so I'm not saying what I'm coming to say next cancels what the first one. I'm just saying that, and also Paul refers to unbelievers also as Gentiles. That was my claim, okay? And I'm saying that if that's the case, then if you are a Jew, even though you are a born Jew and you don't believe in God, you are a Gentile because you don't believe. That's
Wrong.
the point I'm making.
Wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
Wrong.
No, and
Wrong.
that's why I brought up,
Wrong.
please. That's why I
Wrong.
brought up
Wrong.
that scripture
Wrong.
I brought up. Okay,
Wrong.
and when you read that
Wrong.
scripture, Paul was the one that wrote that
Wrong.
scripture. He used the word
Wrong.
pagan
Wrong.
in the script
Wrong.
in the
Wrong.
verse
Wrong.
thinker used, but in
Wrong.
the King James
Wrong.
he
Wrong.
used he
Wrong.
used
Wrong.
Gentiles.
Wrong.
Okay, and from my
Wrong.
dictionary,
Wrong. Wrong.
pagan means
Wrong.
people that don't
Wrong.
believe in the God of
Wrong.
Christians. So
Incorrect.
I am right about what I
Incorrect.
said. I am right
Incorrect.
about what I said.
Incorrect.
That's it.
Incorrect.
Check your
Incorrect.
dictionary about what the meaning of
Incorrect.
pagan.
Incorrect.
You know what I'm saying
Incorrect.
is true.
Incorrect.
Akai, when Thinker pulled up the synopsis of how the word pagan was used, did you read that or did you hear what she said?
Fee, can you read what's on the screen?
Now I am speaking to you Gentiles. Inasmuch as I am an apostle to the Gentiles, I celebrate my ministry. Bash, that's what we're trying to figure out.
Who risked their necks for my life? May the Lord add a blessing to the readers and hearers of his word.
Who risked their necks for my life, to whom not only I give thanks, but also all the churches of the Gentiles.
That's
Hmm.
fucking wild.
Seems like they were believers and Gentiles. Maybe Paul
So
didn't
yeah,
think
he's
that
referring
being
to
a Gentile,
Gentiles.
maybe Paul didn't think that being a Gentile made you a non-believer. Oh,
I'm sorry, but how
wow.
did you go right past that? Also, Ray, do we need to reclone body on the stage? How
Slaps
did you
Probably
go
so.
so
past that?
hard.
Huh?
So you're gonna forget that I said it means two things.
Hold
And
on,
then
Akai. Be quiet for a second.
you're also not a believer.
Hold on, Akai.
Akai. God, dog it.
Where Tariq Longbody at?
I'll go find him. Hold on.
Nothing beats a Gentile
Cause
holiday.
I'm trying to figure out how. Oh, also Ray went past it. Maybe we need Longbody.
What do you want?
Longbody.
Who you yelling?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Damn, did you
It
call
was
me
a
a
guy.
bitch or something?
I thought it
No,
was a
so what do
guy.
you want? Come on, Tika.
Listen, I'm gonna read the scripture to you. Okay,
Okay.
this is Romans 16:4. Okay,
Oh, Father,
who
remember me.
risked their necks for my life? To
Jesus.
whom Jesus did? You don't know nobody
Yeah.
else? You don't know nobody
Uh,
else?
God.
Nobody else?
In recent times, long body, like in
Dongo
modern
Cha.
times.
Dongo Cha.
Who?
Dongo Cha. Dongo Cha.
You going so now you gonna act like a Kai?
No, I'm coming. Go ahead.
You where you coming?
Huh?
Where you coming?
I'm coming. Go ahead. Please.
who risked their necks?
Uh, Church. Jews. Believer. God. Angel. I'm coming.
Put also Ray back on the phone. Both of y'all share the same brain today.
Okay.
Here's a
Coming. Hold
hint.
on.
He shares a name with a guy who owns a chocolate factory.
Yeah, I'm back. What's up?
Longbody was no help. Like, did y'all sharing the same brain today?
Who, me and him?
Yeah.
Nah, just a phone.
How is
Who
it that
risked
both
their
of
necks
y'all?
for my life? I don't know.
How is it that both of y'all missed that?
Who risked their neck? This is, where is this? Romans? This would be Paul. I don't know.
Also, I can't take no more.
Who risked their necks for my life? Who did that?
Well, we just gonna move on. Tomorrow, y'all make sure y'all make Oso pay for this shit. I just want to let y'all know what the secret word is. If for any believer that's in here, any believer that's coming to El Oso's live tomorrow, if you come on stage and you mention free will, El Oso has to experience period cramps.
Wait, are you talking about Calvin
Hold
Klein?
on. With the shiny, it's too late. With the shiny period stimulator that should be knocking at his door within the next couple of minutes. El Oso has to put the probes on his abdomen. And anytime a believer comes on stage tomorrow and says free will or talks about free will, he has to get contractions and experience period cramps like a female tomorrow.
To be fair, I thought you were speaking in the biblical context. I did not know that you meant in real life.
That's
But
okay.
now that I
You
know
should have
that you're
got you
talking
should have
about,
got your mind. You should have got your brain back from Longbody. Longbody done got you in trouble.
like I told you, I'm
So
having tummy aches.
the
So
secret word is free will tomorrow. Just want to let y'all know that. And if El Oso has ever played around with y'all on stage, fucked around with you, tomorrow is the day.
That's
Are you
rough.
mad at me? Are you mad, Oso? You okay? You okay? You okay?
I'm coming.
I think you think that these period cramps are not going to be that bad. Like, I don't think you know what you signed up for.
I don't think so.
I think that I'm going to put myself through a rigorous amount of training to build up my tolerance.
I don't think that
That's
you're going to
how.
be able to. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. I don't think you're going to be able to prepare for it. Like, we go through it, right? And every month, and we never can prepare for that shit. I don't think you're going to be able to prepare for it.
Uh, Mac told me I need to see what is a dangerous amount to sustain.
Huh?
I said Mac told me I need to see how many shots I could take before it becomes threatening to my life.
With the cramps?
Hmm.
Wait, y'all think y'all going to die from period cramps?
It could kill me,
What?
but I do it for y'all.
Do
Y'all
you,
play.
you hear this? It
Oh
can
my
kill
God.
you. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. What? Not y'all thinking about y'all need to have the ambulance on deck for some period cramps.
Have them on standby, y'all. I'm going through it.
No, you just do one or two shocks every time somebody say free will. Just don't turn it up to 40. That's all.
I thought it was free will and context.
Yeah, free will contacts or
Hey,
crash
Fee.
out.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry.
Hold on,
I
nah,
was
because
just, I was just getting
I can't
clarity. I
deal
was
with you.
like,
I can't deal with you. You know what? I forgot you got a man. I got to go through him. Hold on, let me get him.
I was just getting clarity.
I'm coming. Fee, what are you talking about?
Huh?
I forbid you.
Look, I haven't seen Goat the First. You can't forbid shit yet. So put Oso back on
They're
there.
Oh, that's
coming. They're
right.
coming.
It was
Please, I
three,
forbid you.
five.
Akai in the comments talking about he's proven that it's interchangeable and check the
No,
dictionary for what pagan means. Like I don't the motivated reasoning that believers go through and the depths through to which they will go to try to make their bias in be read in this book is insane to me.
I
like
checked the
it's
dictionary and it's a
crazy.
woman with a strap on.
What?
What also?
What did
You
he just?
said check the dictionary for pagan?
I didn't say
Yeah.
pagan. Pagan.
Not pegging.
Oh, okay. All right, let me go back. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
It's
Also, the scripture on the screen says you literally said that a Gentile is a non-believer, Akai. You literally said that. And he says, who risked their necks for my life, to whom not only I give thanks, but also all the churches of the Gentiles. So people in the churches are believers and they are Gentiles, Akai.
I this is definitely intentional because I've said this over and over that the Gentile means not Jew. So and also the Gentile
Stop
mean
fucking lying.
I
Stop fucking lying. Stop fucking lying. You tried
said
to say,
this
you
through
literally
feelings.
started off saying that it was a non believer, you fucking liar.
Yes, and I also said that it means not Jew. We've said this thing over and over, and you keep just saying I
It
said only one
doesn't
of them.
mean non believer, it means a non Israelite and
And
people who were not in covenant with the God of Israel, of course, wouldn't be a believer of the God of Israel because they didn't know the God of Israel.
yes, so
Trying
you are
to
not a
say,
believer
shut your
in that
ass
way.
up. Shut your lying ass up.
You are even proving my point. You are saying that
I don't like you. I don't like you about as much as I don't like your Jesus.
so,
And
but
you are showing why.
Because by your logic, Akai, when the Israelites went to worship false gods or other gods that pissed off Yahweh, did that mean they became Gentiles? If these words are interchangeable?
That's what he said. That's what he trying to say Hosea 1 is about. Them becoming Gentiles.
Okay. Can you read Galatians 3, verses 6 through 9?
Just as Abraham believed God and it was reckoned to him as righteousness. So you see, those who believe are the descendants of Abraham. And the scripture foreseeing that God would reckon as righteous the Gentiles by faith declared the gospel beforehand to Abraham, saying, all the Gentiles shall be blessed in you. For this reason, those who believe are blessed with Abraham who believed.
Now, I know that Akai is going to show us a place where Paul referred to a Jew as a Gentile so he can prove his point.
So if you keep on misquoting me and saying things I said, you said I didn't say, it's like you're not gonna go anywhere because
You did
I've
say that when the Israelites disobeyed and when this God broke covenant with Israel, they became Gentiles. You fucking liar.
I'm saying I said it. I might say I
So he
didn't say
just asked you to show in the text where a Israelite was referred to as a Gentile when they disobeyed.
yeah, so that's a new question.
Where
But
where in the text are Israelites referred to as Gentiles when they disobeyed? Where?
okay, so yeah, can you hear me? Oh, my network is gone again.
Unfortunately, it's not. We can hear you.
Okay, so my battery percentage is 3%. So I'm going to so I brought up Ephesians Ephesians chapter 4, the one we were reading earlier, and I was trying to make a point there, but we didn't finish it, and then it turned into something else. Whether my dictionary is lying to me that pagan doesn't mean unbeliever or not. I mean, that's what think I got annoyed about because my dictionary is telling me one thing that
No, I
pagan.
got annoyed about your ass saying that Gentile meant non-believer. I got annoyed about your ass saying that Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 were about Gentiles. I got annoyed with your ass for saying that Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 were about Israelites becoming Gentiles. I got annoyed with your ass for lying.
Okay, so Tika, when I was telling you about this Gentile thing, I specifically told you that it is Paul that uses that in his context. So when I was giving you the scripture, I mentioned,
Was
but you see, when
Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
I said you that that's how Paul
Was
and
Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
you're not even listening to what I'm saying.
Was Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
We are talking about Paul here, and
Was
I'm telling you that
Hosea 1 and or Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
And I'm saying Paul refers to unbelievers as
Was
Gentiles.
Hosea 1 or Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
Is it not Paul's writing you are criticizing?
Was Hosea 1 or Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
You're not like you are not ready to
Answer the
Was
fucking
Hosea
question.
1 or Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
And I'm saying Paul refers to those people as Gentiles.
Answer the fucking question.
Answer the question.
According to Paul, the Gentiles, because they
Was
don't believe.
Hosea 1 or Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
I'm answering the question.
No, you're
Am I?
not. No,
It's
you're
a
not. I
yes
didn't
or no.
ask you what Paul said. Was Hosea 1 or Hosea 2 about Gentiles or not?
We are talking about Paul. You said you don't care what Paul
I
said
am
now.
talking about Hosea. What was Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 about? Who was it about?
About people that didn't believe in God again.
And who were they?
But they are not believers though.
Who were they?
Unbelieving Jews.
You are a
You
fucking
know it's true, right?
liar.
You
I
know it's
cannot.
true, right?
You are a liar.
You know it's true.
This is why you like this God, because this God is
No,
also a liar.
you know
This
it's
God
true.
is also a liar, and this is why you like this God. This is exactly why you like this God, because you and this God both.
Y'all the ones gonna hell with
They were
gasoline
unbelieving
draws
Jews, and you know that. You know that.
on. Y'all the ones gonna
So
hell
I've never lied
with
here.
Turn it up. Turn it up.
gasoline draws on. Pointing at me, but your own house all wrong. Call us demons, but you cheating all along. Yeah, you gonna hell with gasoline draws on. Sunday morning, holy hands in the sky. Sunday evening, sneaking out on the sly. Preaching turn from sin while your bed ain't cold. Hypocrite game, same stories retold. Yelling repent when we think too free. But you're texting side pieces while your wife can't see. Better check your receipts before you call me wrong. Cause it's you on the road with gasoline draws on. Y'all the ones gonna hell with gasoline draws on. Pointing at me, but your own house all wrong. Call us demons, but you cheating all along. Yeah, you're gonna hell with gasoline draws on. Pastor in the pulpit say give your last, while he riding Bentley's, pocket stuffing that cash. Talking about heaven while he asks for a pass. But the flock's still broke, how long that gon' last? Focused on the afterlife, the mansion in the sky, while the hungry on the corner barely getting by. You walk right past, call it lazy living, then toss them a crumb just to look God-given. Y'all know what with gasoline draws on. Pointing at me, but your own house all wrong. Call us demons, but you cheating all along. Yeah, you're gonna hell with gasoline draws on. Claim you see God when the camera's near, but ignore the pain when the crowd can't hear. Charity for show, not a heart that's strong, and you wonder why we sing this song. So keep praying loud, keep pointing your hand. We gon' laugh in the chat, cause we understand the real devil's high in your church's song while you're marching to hell with gasoline draws on. Gasoline draws on. Pointing at me, but your own house all wrong. Call us demons, but you're cheating all along. Yeah, you're gonna hell with gasoline draws on.
Not Josh in the fucking comments telling you to fucking lie. Hosea 1 and Hosea 2 ain't got shit to do with you. It's all about Israel, because this God only gave a damn about Israel. It's about Israel and Judah. It ain't got shit to do with a fucking Gentile, and it ain't a prophecy. And the fact that you are in the comments telling him to fucking lie about that is so Christian of you. Y'all, the songs, if you are a nerd, the songs are available for you on my YouTube channel in an unlisted playlist. The link to the unlisted playlist is in the Discord. It's in the Thinker Live chat Discord. All 28 songs that we played during the live is in that playlist. And
Think
then
I
for those of you that are not a nerd, 5 of the songs have been released on my Suno profile. And you can go to Suno at suno.com /thinker without an I to get 5 of the songs that have been released.
think I have just 1%. So let me just say
I'm sorry,
last thing.
I'm done talking to him. Do y'all want to talk to him? I'm done talking to this
Nope.
boy.
Was he referring to unbelieving?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm done.
Was he referring?
I mean, I think a clear marker of someone who is engaging in motivated reasoning is the inability to answer a question directly. That scripture in Hosea clearly says that it was directed towards God's people. Simple as that. Like, I just don't know why they can't be honest with themselves about that.
Because they want to believe that they meant something to this guy when they didn't. And they still don't. They still fucking don't. That's why they having private clan meetings. They still don't mean nothing to this God. But they rather lie to themselves and read themselves into this fucking book and deny what the text says. Like that is just, it's ridiculous. Like let them, because the text also says that there's going to be a selection of people that attach themselves to Israel and they're going to become Israel slaves. So go be a slave.
And if you think we finna march to set your ass free, you better think again.
Exactly. You chose this shit willfully. Remember, he wants to make sure you choose him. He don't want robots. He want you to choose to be his slave.
You can choose to serve the same God that was handed to you by colonizers and enslavers, as if they would hand you something that would result in your liberation. Yeah, y'all can have that all day, every day.
Imagine, why the fuck are you commenting she black? You think they don't know I'm fucking black?
Think you're black?
Y'all think
My whole life
not?
is a lie.
I thought you were blue.
Why?
I will be.
Nice.
I'm black, bitch.
I'm black before I'm Christian. What the hell is that? When you came out the womb, your ancestry was fed. No newborn.
He said, go look it up. She black, bitch. Listen to my anthem, motherfucker. I'm black.
Christianity's a label, religion you adopt. But the melanin in your skin, it can't be swapped. Our bloodline speaks louder than the gospel they spin. Your faith you were taught, but your blackness is within. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy, your proximity. If your savior needs blackness to live, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything. Yeah, I'm black before anything. They say Jim Crow was better, that's what some of them claim. And some of you black voices echo it like it's not insane. Trading ancestry for pews, putting blackness on the shelf, calling racism salvation while denying themselves. How you worship a Christ who ought to change you once new, but forget your ancestors who bled and died for you. You backburner your blackness just to fit in the faith, or to serve a God who erases your face. chains on their hands, adopting a Christian identity at their slave masters' demand. Their voices in the rivers, their blood in the soil, and survival was their sermon. Be resistant, be determined. We are proof of the faith, their fight, their song, carrying forward with the legacy they dreamt of all along. Before your cross, before your church or amens, I was black, I am black, and I'll be black again. Don't ask me, don't expect me to accept your fantasy of proximity. Aging is blackness to lead, then salvation isn't for me. 'Cause I'm black before anything, yeah. I'm black before anything.
I was black. I
I am
am
black,
black,
and
and
I'll
I'll
be
be
black
black.
again.
I'm black, bitch. I'm not ashamed of that.
I'm over here jamming.
It has arrived. Don't practice. Don't practice. Also, thank you. Also, do not
All I'm
practice.
saying is,
You underdig?
the thing is, I had to go out to the road to meet the guy because whenever you put in the directions to my house, at a certain point, it tells you to get out of your car and start walking.
Oh, really? I told you you
Yeah,
live in
that's
the boonies when I
that.
couldn't
I,
find
t-
anybody to deliver to you the next day. I'm like, damn. Like you live in the boonies, friend.
I live in the stick. I keep trying to tell y'all ass, y'all want to pull up on me, it's your fault. You gonna get lost and hurt.
Like when the site has to change your address, as soon as they changed the address and was like, I think you mean this, I was like, oh yeah, he live in the fucking woods.
That's what the locals call it. Technically, this is.
Like goodness. But yeah, don't practice. Okay.
What you mean? Though that wasn't a part of the deal.
Don't yes it is, because we have to get the real reaction. Do not practice tomorrow. Let me see the package. Hold on. Let me see the package. Let me see what it look like, because I want to make sure that you open it on live. Let me
We
see it.
we had no preparations for our first period cramps. Neither do you.
Exactly. No. Go, let me see the case. Take your hand off the thing. Let me see the case. Open it up right quick. Okay, yes. Keep it like that. That needs to be on there.
Don't put another one on there after.
Exactly. Exactly. That needs to be like
Y'all
that when you
suck.
open it on live tomorrow.
Y'all suck. I'll do it, but y'all suck.
Welp.
No practicing.
I'm finna go buy some Midol.
The live starts at 7 a.m. Central, 8 a.m. Eastern. Believers, this is your turn for get back. Where's McCoy? I was gonna call him Midol. Where's McCoy?
Right on.
Somebody let McCoy know he can come and talk about free will as much as he wants to tomorrow.
That joint need an endometriosis setting and a PCOS to get the real experience, because y'all just don't understand.
Oh, it goes up to 40. It's got 40 different settings. And then look, I tried to order the one that was controlled by the app because I wanted to control it, but that motherfucker was out of stock. I was so mad. So we gotta
Oh my
trust Oso to
goodness.
put it on the right setting.
I'll show everything. Y'all know me.
Yeah. All of you men who think that women are yours only go up to 20, Shy.
Mine's is going up
Uh,
to 80 milliamps. What the fuck?
it goes to 80? I thought it went to
80
40. It goes
milliamps.
to 80? Oh
80
wow.
milliamps, yeah.
Yeah, for all of y'all men who think that women are just like faking
Why does
or
this
doing too much.
have an
Y'all finna see
expiration?
tomorrow. Bash said I kind of want one. You and Oso should do it together tomorrow on live. Take turns so y'all can take so Oso can get a break.
Holy shit, this is not going to be fun.
It's gonna be fun for us.
Well, I'm so
I'm
happy that you'll
calling
be
out
happy.
tomorrow.
Ooh, Bash said he gonna order one, so y'all gonna do it together. Bash, I got that at Walmart. You might be able to get it today.
Yeah, you can cite the store.
A
Bash
period
said, I'm
party.
not going to let him be performative by himself.
Right. This is solidarity. It's so cool. I'm excited. Sleep or no sleeping and more knowledge, more power. Are y'all in the box on purpose? Oh, a sleeper's not a nerd. Well, that's brotherly love. That's brotherly love, Bash. I think I'm
I'll
gonna
take
say
it.
that's sisterly love too, because I'm gonna fucking love it. Thank you. I'm excited. I'm going to bed early tonight so I can make sure I'm on time.
Damn, that sucks.
I am broveries.
Who said, bro?
Y'all getting too cute down there.
That's amazing.
Y'all getting too cute. This is my life. This is my life.
Oh my god.
Broveries is diabolical.
You know what's going to hurt the most is going throughout the day wondering, I don't like that. This is the torture part, actually.
It's like waiting on the rapture to come back.
uh,
Except for this happening.
Well, yeah, except yours is actually happening. But okay, so do me a favor. Also, if you have a live that I have promoted and you're in here, Bash, if y'all want to, someone on YouTube asked for um the TikTok
So you
lives
want to
that we
try
go
one of those
to.
black?
Um, who is
You
that?
just want the regular black.
Somebody
Mo
else on
Knowledge, are you
accident.
up here on accident or on purpose? Can y'all put y'all's TikTok handles in the comments of the YouTube video?
Yeah, I got you.
Because thank you, because people are asking where we go after the live. So if you can drop your address, like your TikTok URLs, that'll make it easy for them to click on it and go straight to your all's profiles. Christina, if you are in here, if you can do that, because I know like in an hour and a half we'll be going to Christina's live, so that way the people in YouTube can go over there.
I just dropped it in there for y'all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought I opened up the guest request. Hold on.
It's also a link in my Turb. So if y'all see my name on Turb and you can't necessarily find it on Turk, then you can follow the
What
link
is
in there.
what is your turn?
TikTok
It's
art.
the platform, but just TikTok me.
Your turn?
Turb. Take the R's out.
Oh, right. That's what you just did, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
you
I'm
you
saying
stream? You stream there too during your live?
no. I don't stream on there yet. I'm just saying my TikTok is linked in my profile on that place.
Oh, okay. Their ass is still in the comments. There's somebody still in the comments over there talking about Akai was right. Like y'all want to be loved by this guy so fucking much. Like he literally says, wait, is it Deuteronomy 32 or Deuteronomy 23? Hold on. He calls y'all not a people. Like he doesn't even consider y'all people. Like what the
Right.
fuck? But everything was about you. What does that
Man, hate
sound
y'all, bro.
like? Huh? What does that sound like when somebody like they want like y'all want to be special to
Parasocial.
this God so much? Huh?
It's
Is
a
it
parasocial
32?
relationship for sure, but
Yeah, it's Deuteronomy 32.
it's
This
almost
is
like a
what he
single
said.
white female.
Something like that. Yeah, they're like groupies. Thank you, Carson Bullock. It's like groupies. Like you really think that the artist that you listen to and love is singing to you. Like this is what y'all are doing. Deuteronomy 19, the Lord saw it and was jealous. He spurned his sons and daughters. He said, I will hide my face from them, from his sons and daughters, which is Israel. I will see what their end will be, for they are a perverse generation, children in whom there is no faithfulness. They made me jealous with what is no God. So he's saying they made me jealous with these idols who ain't even, I don't even consider a God. Provoked me with their idols. So I will make them jealous with what is no people. Provoke them with a foolish nation. He does not consider y'all people and he considers y'all foolish. And he's doing it to make them jealous. Y'all are side chicks that he don't give a damn about. He said, no, it's true. Here's proof. Romans 2:8-29. Hold on. Hold on. We're going to read yours here in just a second. So I ask, hold on, let's go see who they talking about right here. What then? Israel has not achieved what it was pursuing. The elect have achieved it, but the rest were hardened. As it is written, God gave them a sluggish spirit, eyes that would not see, and ears that would not hear, down to this very day. So the elect of Israel achieved what they were pursuing, right? But there were some whose heart was hardened. Israel is still the elect. That ain't y'all. And David says, let their table become a snare and a trap, a stumbling block and a retribution for them. Let their eyes be darkened so that they cannot see and keep their backs forever bent. So I ask, have they stumbled so as to fall? By no means. Even these people haven't stumbled as to fall. But through their stumbling, salvation has come to who? The Gentiles, so as to make Israel jealous. Now, if their stumbling means riches for the world, and if their loss means riches for Gentiles, how much more will their inclusion mean? Let me read that again. But through their stumbling, salvation has come to Gentiles so as to make Israel jealous. What did the God of Israel say that Israel did? They made me jealous with what is not a God. They provoked me with their idols, so I will make them jealous with what is no people. Provoke them with a foolish nation. You're being used by the God and Paul. Hold on. This ain't the first time Paul talked about this. But how are they to call on one in whom they have not believed? This is about you, Gentiles. And how are they to believe in one of whom they have never heard? Still about you. And how are they to hear without someone to proclaim him? And how are they to proclaim him unless they are sent? As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of those who bring good news. But not all have obeyed the good news. For Isaiah says, Lord, who has believed our message? So faith comes from what is heard, and what is heard comes through the word of Christ. But I ask, have they not heard? Indeed, they have. Their voice has gone out to all the earth, and their words to the ends of the world. Again, I ask, did Israel not understand? First, Moses says, I will use those who are not a nation to make you jealous. With a foolish nation, I will provoke you. Then Isaiah is so bold as to say, I have been found by those who did not seek me. I have shown myself to those who did not ask for me. But of Israel, he says, all day long I have held out my hands to a disobedient and contrary people. And he even misquotes this. He even misquotes this. Like he tell you that the God of Israel wanted you. But it ain't true.
Can I say one quick thing?
Yeah.
Given what Paul confesses to, used by Paul is diabolical.
You said given what he you talking about the concupiscence.
Yeah, all the
Concupiscence.
stuff you got in your
Opposites.
head, used by Paul is unhinged. I don't want to be used by Paul, is what I'm saying.
Thinker said Paul was incontinent. That's kind of crazy.
I said he was a what?
You said he was incontinent.
Concupiscence.
Hmm.
I didn't say a concupiscence.
He's a concupier.
Read the rest of what? Oh, I haven't even read yours yet. I haven't read yours. Wow, hold on. Now, I want you to tell me if what I'm about to read does it negate the fact that you are a side chick. That's what I want to know. Like you're telling me to read this, and I'm gonna read it. Like I just want to know: is this supposed to like upgrade you from side chick to main wife? While for those who are self-seeking and who obey not the actually, let's just start at verse 1. Like I don't like doing that. We're gonna start from verse 1. Therefore, you are without excuse, whoever you are, when you judge others, for in passing judgment on another, you condemn yourself because you, the judge, are doing the very same things. We know that God's judgment on those who do such things is in accordance with truth. Do you imagine, whoever you are, that when you judge those things who do such things and yet do them yourself, you will escape the judgment of God? Or do you despise the riches of his kindness and forbearance and patience? Do you not realize that God's kindness is meant to lead you to repentance, but by your hard and impotent, what? What?
Empanada.
Stop.
That's how you say it.
Impenitent? What? Impenitent?
I can, can we
Impenitent.
see it?
I can't see it
Oh,
on the
am I not
screen.
showing it?
Mm-mm.
Damn.
No, we would have helped you a long time ago.
Impenitent?
Yeah.
Impenitent? What the fuck is that?
Mm. But that's what it say.
Does it say that, Fee? We're impenitent. Impenitent. What the fuck is impenitent?
Female
Not
words.
penitent? Oh, that means not repentant instead of
Why you ain't just said it?
what?
Why he
It
ain't just
means
said
not feeling
it?
shame. It means not feeling shame, no regrets. Oh, but by your heart and impenitent heart. I've never heard that word. What? It don't sound right. It don't sound like it should be a word. You are storing up wrath for yourself on the day of wrath, when God's righteous judgment will be revealed. He will repay according to each one's deeds, to those who by patiently doing good seek for glory and honor and immorality. He will give eternal life, while for those who are self-seeking and who obey not the truth, but injustice, there will be wrath and fury. There will be affliction and distress for everyone who does evil, both the Jew first and the Greek. But glory and honor and peace for everyone who does good, both the Jew first and the Greek. For God shows no partiality. All who have sinned apart from the law will also perish apart from the law, and all who have sinned under the law will be judged in accordance with the law. For it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous in God's sight, but the doers of the law who will be justified. When
Damn.
Gentiles who do not possess the law by nature, so you're unnatural, you do not possess the law by nature because you don't belong. What the law requires, these, though not having the law, are a law to themselves. They show that what the law requires is written on their hearts, as their own conscience also bears witness, and their conflicting thoughts will accuse or perhaps excuse them on the day when, according to my gospel, God, through Christ Jesus, judges the secret thoughts of all. But if you call yourself a Jew and rely on the law and boast of your relation to God and knows his will and determine what really matters because you are instructed in the law, and if you are sure that you are a guide to the blind, a light to those who are in darkness, a corrector of the foolish, a teacher of children, having in the law the embodiment of knowledge and truth, you then who teach others, will you not teach yourself? You who preach against stealing, do you steal? You who forbid adultery, do you commit adultery? You who abhor idols, do you rob temples? You who boast in the law, do you dishonor God by your transgression of the law? For as it is written, the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles because of you. Circumcision indeed is of value if you obey the law, but if you are a transgressor of the law, your circumcision has become uncircumcision. So, if the uncircumcised keep the requirements of the law, will not their uncircumcision be regarded as circumcision? Then the physically uncircumcised person who keeps the law would judge you, who though having the written code in circumcision, are a transgressor of the law. For a person is not a Jew who is one outwardly, nor is circumcision something external and physical. Rather, a person is a Jew who is one inwardly, and circumcision is a matter of the heart by the Spirit, not the written code. Such a person receives praise not from humans, but from God. Does this upgrade you from side chick to wife? What did you want me to read that for?
Does it mean that they are actually under the law?
No, he says if they call themselves a Jew and they live by the law and they're uncircumcised and they keep the law, then their circumcision is in the heart. And like basically he's saying that the Paul like really reinterpreted it, the whole covenant thing with Abraham.
Hmm.
Yeah, so he's saying that they don't have to be circumcised physically, that they're circumcised, they can be circumcised of the heart.
Yeah,
Like
but if
the
you're
same way.
circumcised and you are a believer, isn't he saying that you're like now a Jew?
No, he said if they call themselves a Jew, but he's talking about like a Jew
Mm.
spiritually.
Okay.
Yeah, like them, they're grafted into the tree, but they're unnatural. Like they're not the natural branches. Like he basically says to them, don't boast because you're not natural. And
Hmm.
hold on, hold on. I think it's Romans 11. Let me see. I think it's verse 17. Hold on. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. It is. Did I just read this? Did I read all of this or no? So faith comes from what is heard. Wait, is this Romans 11? No, this is Romans 10. There it is. Hold on. But if some of the branches, hold on, let me see. For the rejection of the consideration of the world, what will their acceptance be but life from the dead? Let me go back up. Now I am speaking to you Gentiles. Inasmuch as I am an apostle to the Gentiles, I celebrate my ministry in order to make my own people jealous and thus save some of them. For if their rejection is the reconciliation of the world, what will their acceptance be but life from the dead? If the part of the dough offered as first fruits is holy, then the whole batch is holy. And if the root is holy, then the branches are also holy. But if some of the branches were broken off, and you, Gentile, a wild olive shoot, were grafted among the others to share the rich root of the olive tree, do not boast over the branches. If you do boast, remember, you do not support the root, but the root supports you. You will say, branches were broken off so that I might be grafted in, though. That is true. They were broken off on account of unbelief, but you stand on account of belief. So do not become arrogant, but be afraid. For if God did not spare the natural branches, neither will he spare you. Note then the kindness and severity of God. Severity towards those who have fallen, but God's kindness towards you if you continue in his kindness. Otherwise, you also will be cut off. And even those of Israel, if they do not continue